Down into business of casting these three exciting games that we have here today. So firstly, what do we have, Grammy?
Um, I think before we get into the
Mm-hmm.
everything itself, we should take a moment to thank our sponsors and give a
Yeah,
shout out to them here.
a special thank you to our event organizers, Skoga and Esports Academy, our presenting partners, the National Council Against Drug Abuse, our academic partners, ITU College Central and Republic Polytechnic, our program partner, Scape, our broadband partner, My Republic, our monitor partner, Aegon by AOC, our PC partner, Predator, and our media partners, DIFY and Emerge. A special mention to our supporting partners as well as produced by C2E4. But before we get into the games itself, let's take a look at what these players will be fighting for today. So, Gabby, what are they competing for?
Right. So this for Campus Legends Season 6, the prize pool is very abundant for them. In third
Hmm.
place, they'll be receiving $550 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC 24G4 monitors. And the value is total at about 1,745. And in second place, they'll be receiving $750 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC 24G27 monitors. And in first place, they'll be actually receiving $1,200 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC AG275 QXR monitors. And yeah, so this is what these teams will be fighting for at the end of the day. But coming back to the games itself, we have three very exciting games lined up for you guys today. And the first one is actually gonna be between SP and SUSS, I believe.
Yeah. And our second game will be SIM versus TP, if I'm not wrong, right? And our third game will be if I'm not wrong, Grammy, it's the lower bracket round two. Yeah, lower bracket round two game. What an exciting lineup of three best of three matches that we have today. But coming back to the first game that we will be looking at today, it will be SUSS versus SP. What are your thoughts on that, Grammy?
I mean, I think from the past years, SP has been one of the stronger teams that we've seen in Campus Legends Valorant
Mm-hmm.
itself. And SUSS, I don't think I've heard too much about them, but I'm pretty sure that there are some upcoming upcoming strong players in that team as well. So I think if we take a look at the roster, I do see Irex and King Sogi. Those names are quite familiar. I think
Yeah.
they've been playing since like Campus Legends season 4, season 5, right? So coming back into this tournament itself, they will have the experience, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think SP coming in as a powerhouse of a team, right? And coming into today, I think they are kind of considered the favorites in this matchup, if you would. But I think SUSS will be bringing such a good fight to them in today's matchup here. I remember coming back when I was first casting Campus Legends back in season 4 and seeing these players and seeing them here now, it's really nice to see like sort of their legacy continuing in season 6 of Campus Legends here. What other players do you think we should be looking out for in today's match, Grammy?
I mean, players wise, I think, as I mentioned, I think Irex
Mm-hmm.
has been playing for SP for a while now, and I think he's one player to look out for. I'm not too sure about the other players, especially on the side of SUSS. So yeah, I think it's a lot up for debate here.
Yeah, really, really exciting matches here. But coming into today, we are actually on that new patch of Valorant. It's really exciting, right? Such a intense and insane shift to the meta here. What are some of the changes that you think that we should really be looking out for today?
I mean, I think the most significant change is the duelist rework, right? A couple of the duelists
Mm-hmm.
have been
Yeah,
reworked. Neon, ISO, Reyna, and Raze.
yeah.
And I think for the map pool wise, Abyss is not yet enabled in our map pool yet, so we will be playing on the competitive map pool, which includes Haven and takes out Breeze, and we still have Split in the mix. So but going back to the duelist itself, Aurora, you want to break down the duelist changes here for us?
Yeah, so for ISO, he can actually have a shield going into any early fight, basically. He has the option of putting up his shield going into any early gunfight, which sort of gives him this level of insurance, right? This level of protection into any potential fight or dangerous situation that he might find himself in. Because of this, we do see ISO transitioning into a sort of initiator duelist hybrid where because you have that protection, you are able to actually go out into dangerous situations, search for info as you would like a silver drone, but still have the duelist capability to fight back and win those advantages gunfights and win your team that man advantage, which is so important in a game like Valorant. But what about Neon? What do you think about her movement changes?
I mean, I honestly really like the neon changes. I think it might be a bit much, but I think we need time to figure out how that goes because
Hmm.
previously we really had that jet and race meta where they were the two mobility agents that could break into a site, get past that choke point, and get your team that space, right? But now with the neon changes, I think um the high gear coming back from the recharge time for the bar for the high gear is
Hmm.
actually down from 60 seconds to 20 seconds. So I think that really gives her an edge now. And also, I think the most significant change is the fact that you no longer have firing error on that slide. So I think
Yeah.
that's very interesting and it comes into play a lot.
You have next to zero, or if I'm not wrong, zero actually percent firing first shot inaccuracy from the first shot after the slide, right? And the re-equip time of the slide is also significantly reduced. She also gains two charges of her slide, right? And also one charge of her relay book, which is not a lot faster actually. Used to not be able to run out of it, but now you are completely unable to. If you're stuck in the middle, that's it, you're stunned. And the stun actually has been increased to, what, if I'm not wrong, around the same time as a breach stun, correct?
I mean, I think so. I know
Yeah.
that the stun duration has been increased, but I
Mhm.
think you do you have you seen those videos of the neon sliding out of the Haven window and just one tapping someone? That's the state of neon right now.
I'm pretty sure Riot has said that mid-air accuracy was not an intended feature of the buffs, and I think they will be issuing a hot fix for this soon. But for now, we have some insane neon shenanigans that could be affected here. But then we look at the map pool here. We have Haven coming back into the pool, and we have Split. Do you think these duelist changes will affect the duelist picks that we see on these maps? Could we maybe see a neon instead of a race on Split, or perhaps a neon instead of a jet on Split?
I think for split wise, I feel like either a race or a jet would still be the meta because I really feel like the potential to get you in elevated spaces is what makes these two duelists so strong on the map of split. Like the one with like
Hmm.
it's so close, right? Everything is like in close corners, so being able to break through with just a bit of elevation advantage really helps. But Haven wise, I feel like we've seen Haven Neon on Haven in the past, so I feel like she could be a potential pick there.
Yeah, but all things considered, for the first match of today, we do have actually our map pool. The first map will be Sunset, where SP will be starting on the defense here. The second map will be Bind with SUSS on the defense here. And if we need to, we will be going to Lotus with SUSS starting on the defense. So let's talk about Sunset, a map that has traditionally seen so much race, a map that has traditionally seen the Cypher being touted as the most broken sentinel on the map before PaperX came in, broke the meta, and introduced their siege. So what do you think? Which of these directions do you think either team will choose to take in their agent comp?
Well, I do feel like the patch just came out like not long ago, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure if these teams have had enough time to practice a new duelist and put it into the
Mm-hmm.
mix. I know we've seen a couple of teams run Neon on Sunset before, which I think is
Heretics,
a
right?
yeah, Heretics ran
Yeah.
Neon on Sunset. I think is a very interesting pick, especially if you have like an insane fragger on that Neon. And I think other than that, the reason why Raze has been the pick on Sunset is because Cypher has been so dominant on Sunset as
Yeah.
the main sentinel, right?
Yeah, and you need that race utility, or you need at least like a Sova utility, right, to destroy those trips and prevent the Cypher from getting too much leeway and too much power in that B. Because as you can see, when 100 Thieves played against Paper Rex, right, they, instead of choosing a Sova, they actually went with a Breach instead, if you remember, right? And why they went for that Breach was because they realized that because we don't have to break Cypher utility, because we don't have to worry about Cypher utility anymore, we can actually transition it into a more aggressive comp where we abuse the fact that PaperX don't have that strong of B control, right? Don't have that strong of that B side control. And I think that coming to the new meta right now, I think the Sunset meta is a very, very dynamic one. And it's going to be really exciting to see how these teams not only adapt, but how they pick their agent comps in the first place.
Actually, I think what's up for debate could be the controller pick on this map
Mm,
because we've always seen a lot of solo Omen or double
Viper
controller
Omen.
meta, Viper
Yeah.
Omen, right? But now we have Clove, and I think she just
Mm.
got added like a few patches ago as
Hmm.
well. So do you think we'll see any Clove today?
Okay, so Clove for me is a bit of a controversial thing to talk about because while I think Clove was designed to be more of a rank agent, I honestly do not think that she provides the same amount of utility as Omen does. Think about it. Her medal, even though it works as a projectile to flush out areas and guarantee kills if people are stuck in tight angles, right? Do you really want to lose an Omen blind for that? Do you really want to lose the capability that Omen has and the flexibility of his positioning with how far his smokes can go? Which is, I mean, his range is further than close, right? But coming into the game here, I think our questions will likely be answered soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to head into Agent Select right now, and already I see a couple of interesting hovers on the side of SP.
Yeah. We see the clove. We see the clove
We see the Clove.
from CG here. I don't know whether he's actually going to lock that in, but something that we forgot to mention actually, Gecko being such a meta agent on this map, right? We almost see no teams not running a Gecko.
Yeah, I mean, Gecko, his utility, I feel like is pretty strong, especially when you're playing pretty aggressively, because the time that it takes for his utility to be recalled and regenerated is pretty fast compared to a lot of the other initiators, as well as throwing Wingman out to just go and plant just gives you an advantage in number of players that you have to take gunfights.
Yeah, solo Omen, as I think we kind of predicted, coming from the side of SP there, right? Is it SP? Yeah, I think it's SP there. Uh, and a race and a cipher. I mean, quite normal comps coming up from both teams here, but trains perhaps hovering for that chamber, which is actually a really interesting topic to think about, right? Chamber versus cipher, or chamber and cipher, perhaps. What do you think about that?
Um, Chamber, I feel like if you are an operator player, I think can be very strong because of
Mm-hmm,
the tour de force, and
mm-hmm,
it could really help with your eco rounds. But
mm-hmm.
I think Trains right now, he's still kind of debating on what agent he
Okay.
should go for, and finally will pick that jet up. So double duelist composition on the side of SUSS here.
Yeah, and a single duelist. I mean, more of the 2024 meta here coming from the side of SP here. Both teams essentially running basically a mirror comp, but instead of the breach, we have a jet. So SUSS leaning more towards the dive meta. I think that we kind of have in Valorant right now. And SP, sorry, leaning towards more of the utility heavy meta that we are seeing in VCT right now. So very interesting, very dynamic gameplay we will probably see from either team here. But coming into this first round here, we do see the defense of SP just spreading around, trying to find a more passive setup here. Actually, no, they will be looking towards a more aggressive mid take here. But all 5 members of SUSS are stacked up on this A main angle here. Are you ready for some action, Greg? Are you ready for this game to begin?
I mean, I'm so excited for this game to begin. I love this idea of this mid take coming in from the side of SP. Aggression on defense, always good to establish here. And
Yeah.
Fireworks is actually gonna walk right into the crosshair. Proto here, able to find one, gets traded out though. The fault line to come through as well as the Dizzy. And it seems like SP want to take this fight to SUSS right here.
Yeah, and right off the bat here, instantly, in the first 20 seconds of the round has been decided as SP take their first round over SUSS here. Such nice ideas for the mid aggression downwards, right? In the first 5 seconds of the round, they realize in their heads that we have mid for free, and they hear that sound coming from A main, and instantly the decision is to, we're just gonna push A main here. We're just gonna take that fight to you before SUSS can even react, and right off the bat, instant trades, instant wins, and SUSS lose that first round. SP move up to 1. Looking at the economy now, we do see a sheriff buy coming in for the race of SUSS at SH4. But yeah, just some aggression into B main here, as the fight will go pretty much on the side of SP.
Oh, the team flash though coming through, but Proto is still managing to find the kills. So he wants to go for the knife, but Proto steals it away from under his nose, and Star is there for the cleanup. That was like a hard read coming in from SP, you know?
Yeah, basically, SP telling SUSS, you wanted some kills, you wanted the out up, nah, we're gonna take the fight directly to you and make sure that we get all those out points, we get all those advantages coming into this next round here. As you can see, SP now on that bonus buy, not really having the guns. And honestly, Grammy, I think this is a must-win round for SUSS to get this momentum back to the game.
I mean, yeah, because if they do lose this round to the
Wait,
bonus of the
what?
side of SP, it's not gonna look good for the economy. But
Oh,
Salty, as I speak, already finds two with the Spectre. Best of Friendo tries to trade,
Spike down mid.
but the kill feed just looks like Christmas right now, and down to the 2v2 in the bonus round. So many guns taken off the hands for SUSS, but now they're aware of where Star is. Just a sliver of health.
yeah, committing that neuro theft into getting this kill. Yeah, that's stop. Actually, with the Ares takes down both Fireworks and Train to get his team onto the third here. It looks scrappy in the beginning, it was scrappy in mid, but Stars coming in with the 2k to save his team. What a play, actually. Another aggressive mid take by a speeder. It's becoming a pattern, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Star off the back of the neural theft, even though the players of the side of SUSS knew where he was still able to find the kills and convert their bonus. So coming into this round itself, a broken buy for the side of SP, they have to try find a way to take this advantage back. But Proto going so aggressive, Fireworks is
Ooh.
spotted out and taken down to half HP. And still, they want to go aggressive.
Yeah, SP doesn't care. They want to take this fight into a vein here. King Silky does get punished instantly from that mid-aggression again. Proto will get caught by the trap, like he will not get taken down as SP will trade out 2 kills instantly on that A main angle.
Yeah, that's the gun advantage right there, being shown by SP. And now,
Ooh.
numbers advantage in the hands of SP as well. The Thrash committed, but Trains is the one who finds that pickup. Salty and Fireworks go for the trade. Last player standing cannot do any more as Salty cleans up the round, and it's 4-0 for SP.
Okay, slightly scrappy on that bit. I think SP kind of scraped that round by pretty pretty close. But they will get that fourth round here, and they will be able to buy up there. You see SP's economy looking really healthy. Irex perhaps a bit poor, only 700 credits left after that Vandal buy. But if we're looking at the state of this game, if we're looking at the course of how this game will go, this round has to be the one that SUSS start to fight back. This round has to be the one that SUSS start to get that momentum back. And as I say that, early aggression from Stark breaks that initial spy camp from the attack of SUSS as SUSS seem to be looking to shift towards his BX.
Yeah, and they do have the Thrash here to try and clear out this Cypher. But Fireworks, with that lurk, is able to find the flank coming in from Proto. Irex, though, going in from the long way, able to pick up one, trading the numbers right back.
Yeah,
But
and
now,
Irex here, look at his positioning here. He knows where everyone is. And look at the amount of utility that SUSS have to use to clear him out there. In fact, they don't even know where he is. He's actually all the way back into A, but SUSS have to play so scared because of his unknown position here. Three players shifting back here. Neuro Theft will be used, and that is all three players of SP's defense. A trash will be committed into this B exec here, as we will see the spike possibly get planted here.
but Star is able to find a pick onto Carrots. Just
Yeah.
the Omen down. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, there's not much time left for the side of SUSS to work with here. They have to go in right now. But still, these Cypher trips are up. There's no way for them to destroy it.
Yeah, it's so hard for them to get inside here. Race Nate will be committed to King Silky. Gets the kill. He gets another and gets a third on that B-main angle here as all three players walk out one by one out of the smoke and into his loving arms there. SP, sorry, up to 5. What do you think? What actually do you think SSP could have SUSS could have done better on that rounder?
I mean, I think Fireworks had a great opening pick, right, onto Proto, the raise of SP there. So I feel like the win condition there for the side of SUSS, they really had to break those trips, the Cypher trips that were on B side, because as you see, they were all stuck outside of B main without any
Yeah. But
way to
look
get
at this
away. But
aggression.
this aggression from Proto, Showstopper, Root, and able to
Oh,
find another one as well, completely shutting down the plans that the side of SUSS have. Carrots tries to trade it back but gets caught out by Irex. And now just two players left on the side of SUSS.
yeah.
I mean,
What? What is happening? Fireworks with 1 HP left. He almost catches the fourth, but he will get taken down by Silgi from the other side, looking out from B main here. And every single round, Grammy, seems to just be a fight after a fight after a fight. They commit the showstopper. They commit the people there to fight into A main here. And you have to feel for SUSS here. Every single round is getting seeming so close, but they just can't close it out.
yeah, I mean, despite having the double duelist composition, it's SP who are showing so much aggression here. And
Yeah,
again,
once again, double satcheling down into mid.
this is just pure gunfight, and even the Rolling Thunder committed here from the side of SP to try and gain his advantage, and Proto is able to find another pick to give SP this numbers advantage and a spike in their possession as well.
Yeah, they
Both
have
these
to spike.
players on SUSS are completely separated on different islands, and Star catches trains out.
Okay, first kill, SH4 here. 1v2, this is actually kind of doable here. There's a Cypher trip right on the edge of where SP is holding here, but this double hold, high-low here on the angle. SH4 swings, finds one, tries to swing again, tries to find the second, but Star denies it onto SH4 there, as SP will move up onto 7 here. Oof, every single round, Grammy, just been aggression, 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 aggression. Such an exhilarating match, honestly.
I mean, if you're SUSS, what can you really do in this situation though?
Honestly, I think you just gotta hold and play for your defaults and make sure that you are aware of what you are holding, number one, and what you are not holding. Number two, and make sure that you are punishing these pushes, because at some point it has to be irresponsible, right? It has to be some level of carelessness. And
Oh.
as I say, that train punishes that two-man push out there.
And on the other side of the map, I believe that tripwire is actually broken from the paint shells from the side of
Yeah.
SUSS. So Train's going for this low, tries to catch another one, but finally gets caught out by Salty. You can see the
Yeah.
rotate coming in.
It's only one player there. It's only Salty holding down the entirety of A here. Can SUSS capitalize on this? Can SUSS find this kill here? Because the moment they get this kill, if Salty gets one here, it's basically over. Salty actually gets three. But Friendo and Fireworks trading out for themselves on their own kills here. Silgi left stranded, a man alone on an island on the backside of B here. What can he find here? Do you think he goes for this, Grammy?
I mean, given that they have the economy to work with, I feel like you could go for it. I mean, it's a 1v2 is definitely doable for him, especially as an Omen, but position noted by the Neuro Theft, so he has to be able to isolate these fights.
Yeah. Standing in that dark cover there with the Dizzy, ready to spray, ready to fight, and Fireworks will be the one that gets the kill onto Sugi. And finally, Grammy, finally, after so many rounds, SUSS find their first on the board.
Yeah, and I feel like that was off the back of those two initial picks from Train.
Yeah, really, really good find and really good pick from Train. They're holding for that walkout. As I said, as you default, as SUSS defaults, they need to understand what they're holding, understand what they're not holding, understand where the enemy could come from, and be ready for those sudden gunfights. Be ready for those early initial fights here. Once again, SP looking to aggress on this A side here, but SUSS looking for some mid control finally. Mid is getting contested by the attack here.
Yeah, but no contest for for the side of SP. So Irex able to get a thrash up. Salty does get caught out in top mid here.
Yeah. The attack's choosing to go towards the A side here from this CT angle.
Oh
Proto gets
no.
another. But the dash in and Proto gets a second star, gets his first and his second as Fireworks, the last one standing here with a Vandal in mid. What can you find? You found two. Can you find the third? No, you can't as Irex gets the last kill for his team as SP move on up to 8. And actually, a really good defending idea from SB, slowing down the pace a lot, right? You see the open one-way come up in a main. You see sort of this hope, this just passive hope of mid here, and it does actually pay off for them. Even though the breach goes down early, they managed to get those. They managed to get the trade number one, and they managed to get two more after the trade because of SUS's careless push onto the race. That's a really nice round coming in from SUSS here. Silgi playing on top of that box here on the angle that Tens honestly made famous here as Proto trying to find some mid aggression will catch out SH4 here. The jet trains that really low getting spammed down by Proto. Trains will actually get that trade back onto Salty as we will shift into a 4v4 mid
Oh,
round. Fireworks gets that kill onto Irex as the attack now probably shifting towards the A side.
yeah, but they're gonna have to be able to deal with this race. Proto on the side has the showstopper in his hands. Here is this push, but Fireworks finds his head. Neuro theft boot. Now the positions of the players of SP are noted. 4v2 situation here. SUS has half the numbers advantage. Do they want to go for this peak though?
No, this is such a
Oh no.
dangerous peak in CT here.
I don't know about his peaks, but again, 1v2 situation for King Sugi. He wasn't able to do it at pass, but now position of Friendo noted.
Yeah,
Dizzy
he
trying to get
knows
some
where both players are.
information. Yeah.
Can he do this? First shot, all the trains got it. Can he find a kill onto best of Fredo? Yes, he can! As Silky proving once again that he is the better omen in this situation here. 10 assists, 8 kills, and 2 of them he just got from that 1v2 as SP shift on over up to 9.
And there was his redemption out right there. He
Yeah.
wasn't able to convert it in the previous round, but now he is. 1v2 situation. And there was a 2v4 for them.
Yeah, that was almost unwinnable. We say almost because in Valorant nothing is winnable until you win it, and nothing is losable until you lose it here. Star putting his spy cam early into B lane here. Really, really, I mean, default setup you see from the Cypher, but look at this positioning from Star here, trying to catch something early. The early showstopper from Pro will come out and find a kill on the trains here as two simultaneous fights are happening on either side of the map.
Showstop to come through for the side of SUSS though to try and push these players back. I don't think the chip damage is done on the side of Irex. But now the pivot back to B for the
Yep.
side of SUSS here. But with all 4 players just closing in in their position. Right now, they have to go for this plant. Oh,
Oh, we will just be transposing into a 3v3 post one. In all honesty, I have no idea what's happening, but there are 3 players of flanking defenders playing attack now. Proto gets his first. Trash committed into the side here. What can he find? Trash coming to the backside here will catch King Silgi on that CT angle here. SH4, the last player standing here with his Vandal out open. Dizzy will catch him. They know where he is. Can he find anything here? SH4 trying to find a knife kill. The team kill, but the Dizzy, the wingman is all coming towards him as the wingman will get the defuse here. SH4 gets all 3 kills. I mean, good for the economy, but the round is SP's here, and that Grammy, I don't even know what's happening, man. I'm confused, I'll be honest.
I mean, I feel like that was a great idea from Star to try and go for that aggressive peak.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Fireworks is kind of like on fire right now, 18 and 10. He's looking pretty sharp.
I think Fireworks
So
is starting to realize that all he needs to do is really stand still and start shooting people. and he'll probably get some kills, but the round is still not going the way. But King
Oh
Silgi in
no.
this position, early walk up, finds one, finds two onto Frendo, and once again, the round
One enemy remaining.
it's just leaving SUS's hands here.
I mean, Carrots with a judge in hand. Able to catch a couple of players though, but Proto, after so many rounds, finally gets the knife kill that he wanted, that his whole team wanted actually. And look at the scoreline, it is a dominant showing for the side of SP, 11-1.
It doesn't feel like it, Grammy. Right? It doesn't feel like we are in a such a dominant half, right? It feels like both teams have been really wanting to fight with each other. It feels like both teams are really excited and really passionate about those fights. But every single time those fights get close, every single time SUSS get a chance, SP takes that away. And if SUSS wants to come back, if SUSS wants to have a chance on this map of Sunset, it is them that has to come back here. This is a must-win first round. This is the most must-win round of all time, Grammy.
I mean, everything starts with the pistol, right? And this,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, is a must-win round here
Okay,
for
Proto.
side
He's
of
in.
SUSS.
He's into elbow. His team really wants to get this ace out here, and I do think that in a few seconds here we are gonna see this big fight onto A.
I mean, Proto able to get the first pick onto SH4, opening up the site, and all the kills go the way of SP. Actually, finally, Fireworks able to convert a couple of kills, but nothing can be done against this the amount of players that are running in his face here.
Match point.
Yeah, and as soon as early as that happened, as well as we said, there was some hope from SUSS. SP snuffs that candle out. SP snuffs that last light of hope, but as we will shift into the final round of Sunset here. It feels like we just began, Grammy. It feels like the map started a minute ago.
Looking at the scoreline,
That goes there.
it looks so difficult for the side
Yeah,
of
it
SUSS.
really
right?
does. It has to be a force from SUSS. It has to be so much aggression coming into elbow here. All 5 players on A here trying to receive this aggression.
I mean, this gamble stack might just work out for them, but we'll have to see on this execute. Proto gets caught out by the tripwire, but still able to convert a kill. Running gun action coming in from Frendo here, and the trades coming back and forth down to the 2v2. They're able to find that spike, but Kingsugi,
One enemy
Oh!
remaining.
a great
Train
shot, but
trains.
Train trades it out here down to the 1v1. Has a Vandal, one in his hand here. Star notes the positioning. He's able to find that kill, gets tagged out. Tailwind to try and escape this. He still has to get the spike though. Oh, okay.
Attackers win.
Shimming around, playing ring around the rosy around the default box will not matter. SP close Sunset early, close Sunset fast. 13-1 as SP go up 1-0 in the series against SUSS. Somehow, Grammy, looking at the scoreboard, how is Fireworks match MVP in terms of ACS here? How?
I mean, Fireworks, honestly, he's been looking sharp and he's able to convert a couple of kills. Like, after all his teammates have just, like, passed away to unknown reasons.
Yeah, it's red, right? It's red, and then it's a patch of grass, and then it's red again. That's the scoreboard we have here. But talking about how good SP is, let's also look at the more realistic side of this. What can SUSS do on bind to fix the bleeding? I mean, when you're in this situation, when you are in this sort of thing, right, where you are down 1-0, I think this is a sort of game where you can laugh it off, right? 113, sure, haha, we lost. It's okay. Time to lock in for bind, right? And I think that's what SUSS need to do here. But other than that, what do you think that SUSS can do differently on bind to sort of stem the bleeding here?
I mean, I feel like they really have to adapt to how SV is playing, their aggression. We've seen in a couple of rounds, if you punish that aggression that's coming in from SP, you are able to convert the round. And that's basically the one round that they won where Train actually caught out two players who were walking down A, right? So I feel like SUSS really have to analyze how their opponents are playing and try to match their pace, try to adapt to their play style, and maybe they'll be able to convert more rounds. I mean, they came close a lot of rounds, right? So
Yeah, they came close so many times, right? They came close again and again and again. It was 1v1s, it was 2v1s, occasionally it was 3v1s, and every single round it looked like SUSS was just on the brink of getting that momentum back, on the brink of shifting the economy and the momentum of the game back into their favor. But SP just holds on there. Consistency in aggression from Proto, from Irex, from Salty. King Sylvie was such good support with his omen, right? And Star was just there to clean up whatever was left by his teammates. And and I think that in the game itself, right, the game really started to sort of spiral out of control, uh, spiral out of control after the third round of the game, right? When SP sort of lost, well, so SP sort of won their third round, and SUSS would lost that bonus round. There, I think that's when the game really started to spiral out of control. What do you think?
I mean, honestly, I feel like, not to say spiral out of control, I feel like
Hmm.
they could have made several uh comebacks throughout the whole series, in the sense like convert a couple more rounds
Hmm.
if they had just adapted to how aggressive SP was playing.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think a large part of that is also when you're down like what 7-1, 1-7, 1-8, it's very hard for you to mentally come back into the game, right? It's very hard for you to tell yourself and tell your team that it's okay, we still have this, that we still gotta lock in. But coming to this next map here, it will be a clean slate. It will be sort of a fresh start for SP and for SUSS here, and I'm really excited for how both teams will perform. But coming into Bind, what do you think we can do? Or what do you can look forward to actually on the side of the Asian comps?
I mean, for Bind, Raze has always been the main duelist like pick, right? The meta pick for Bind. But
Mhm.
honestly, if we're being honest here, I would love to see a Yoru.
Oh, you would love to see a Europe, right? That's actually kind of funny here. Europe is such an interesting pick, right, for the side here because he kind of doesn't act as a duelist. He acts as an initiator almost on a lot of the rounds, right? And so it's really going to be interesting to see how that fits into team comps here. But look at team comp. Look at the team comp from SP. It's a neon from what's this team
Um,
comp?
and this is just playing to the strengths of SV in the previous map, right? Just run it down, W key, aggression to the max, ISO, Yoru, Raze, Neon, and Clove. All agents that you really want to be taking gunfights with, and on the side of SUSS, a more conventional composition with the Cypher coming in, the Viper coming in, and the Hover from Carrots on that Brimstone. That's a pretty conventional comp for them.
But you know how we said
What?
that, you know how we said in the previous game that SUSS were the one to choose the more aggressive comp, right? They were the one to go for the double duelist composition. Now, I think SP have basically leaned into that completely. It's not just a double duelist. It's not two. It's not three. It's four with the most aggressive controller in the game. So
It's 4.5 duelists. I mean, it's
mhm.
5 duelists. Honestly, it's 5 duelists.
It's five duelists with a jet with a longer smoke. That's basically what it is, right? And
Ryu.
yeah, and coming from SUSS here, this is much more default. This is much more what we expect on a map like Fire. We have the Viper Brimstone. We have the Cypher Fireworks leaning back onto his amazing performance last game. We have a single duelist race on trains, and we have Besto Friendo on that Sky. What do you think? What do you think Sky versus Breach or Breach versus Fate actually?
I mean, Sky, after the nerfs, she hasn't been as strong. I feel like the information that you get from a Sky is just not enough to be able to be played as a solo initiator anymore, unless you're able to win out your gunfights. And honestly, I just feel like if you're SUSS here, and you
Mhm.
come in and you see SP rocking this comp. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, okay, they clearly they clearly have a message they want to send to us, right? And so if I'm SGSS, I'm like, bring it on, man. Bring it on, right? Bring this forward to this conflict. Let me deal with it. And as I say that, SUSS, 4 players stacked onto A. SP, 4 players stacked onto A short here. This is gonna be a hard and fast fight as we expected here.
Already, Proto flying through the
Oh
skies,
my
able to
God.
convert kills with the shorty. Both of them, both of the duels. I mean, I can't say both of the duels because everyone is a duelist at this point. They're just able to convert all the kills with the shorty.
I'm I'm sorry, man. What did I just see? We just saw the race double satchel into backside, get a shorty kill. The Yoru got a shorty kill. The race missed her shorty shot, took out her knife, and the Neon got 2 kills with a frenzy, and then the ISO took an unfair 1v1 with his shield up against the Cypher. What a round! I can't say anything more good.
I mean, honestly, that's exactly what you expect out of SP after that first map itself. Just W key, run it down, and again, the same thing
Yep,
on the
there we
opposite side
go.
of the map this time.
Go, go,
Irex
go.
leading the spear. The spear of the exact here for them. And the site is completely free.
Yep. There's no resistance. All 5 players in
Oh.
CT here. Bucky will not find anything. Fireworks actually go trade out trades with another here for 3v3 now on this retake here.
I mean, it's doable, right? But with Salty coming in from this back, this flank that he has, he wants to go for the knife, but I think does not get spotted out. He's able to convert 2 kills, and Fireworks the only one left alive again. 1v2 situation.
Oh my god.
What is happening? I don't even know.
Okay, here's an interesting point though, Grim. Because as SP have committed to this comp, right? SUSS know that they can only fight. There is no plan B for this 4 duelist team. But because you don't have information, you need to fight to get map control, you need to fight to get information. So if you're SUSS here, they can't know what to expect every single round. We're gonna stack 5 players, we're gonna play retake on B. this is the state of the game right now as we are seeing here. And once again, SP, aggressive Neon, go, 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 onto B long here, as we will see just the same amount of aggression coming on.
Yeah, I mean, this time though, there's no flank for them, so all 5 players just barreling their way onto the site. Proto wants to go aggressive into this smoke here. It is gonna be a 5v5 retake off the back of this Trailblazer trying to clear out these close angles. Does
Yeah.
spot out one, but King Sogi, sharper, gets the pick onto Fireworks right there. Irex converts another as well, and it's just aggression once again for the side of
Oh my
SP. Convert the kills, but it's down to the 1v1.
It feels like okay, it feels like we're seeing sunset happening but on Bind. And it's just once again it comes down to the wire. Once again, it comes down to a 1v2 that's converted into a 1v1 that SP is able to win. But SUSS are just so close again to converting these rounds. But unfortunately, it will be forced into this sort of eco buy here on this 4th round.
And look what Irex has.
What does RX have? Wait, let me take a look here. RX has his ult, and if you know Neon, if you know the buffed out here, the headshot multiplier here, go, 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 as RX puts
Oh.
down his fast lane here, but instantly gets taken out by Fireworks.
Oh, Fireworks able to pick up one more off the back of the Neuro Theft as well, and Trailblazer does stun up Proto, so they want to go for this fast retake already coming through the Sky Smoke, but Proto and Sugi just convert all the kills. Train's finally able to try and stem the bleeding 1v1 again, but Sugi wins it out. And that's the 4th round on the board for the side of SP.
I'll be honest, I'm impressed by how you're able to cast this, because I I have no idea what's happening. We saw 2 spray kills from the Phantom, right, into the smoke, right? And then as he runs out of bullets, he takes out his paint shells and attempts to yeet it at the opponent race as a weapon. That was the highlight of that round for me, I think. But aggression is just the name of the game for SP here, as they will clinch that 4th successful round. Once again, it looks like it's just going to be the exact same thing here. Perhaps a bit more nuanced. Now the Yoru, with his gate crash on B long here, will try and find some aggression into A. But as I said, that Fireworks does get the initial kill onto Proto.
Oh. Wait, I thought that would catch Fireworks, but it caught Carrots and stayed with the judge and wins it out in a 1v1 duel here. And King Slogi picks up that kill onto Carrots.
Yeah, Salty thought he could use his kill contract, thought he could steal a free gun there, free kill here. Doesn't, but Star does get that initial onto Trains. And once again, we are stuck in this advantageous position that SUSS have to try to hold against the monster, against the gargantuan force that is SP here. Silky will pop his not dead. Yes, Irex gets that first onto SH4.
Last player standing.
Yeah. As soon as I concluded that, and as soon as I tried to pass it to Nigari, the round is over, and SUSS actually will get onto the board here. 1-4 is the score for them right though. What do you think about the round? Was it a good recovery from them? Was it a good round for them overall? And can they replicate it?
I feel like it was a very messy round that probably cannot be replicated again unless SP play into their hands with those 1v1s. You can see a couple of these players getting caught out in positions that were so far away for anyone else to trade, right? And
Yeah.
Fireworks getting that opening pick was huge for the side of SUSS as well.
And that judge kill? Amazing.
Judge kill.
Pure, absolute cinema, as someone would say it. As Star brings his dimensional drift into showers, he's searching backside for anything here. He will find one, gets out. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. As Puro gets a kill, but Judge onto SH4 as well.
The
That's the
shorty
attack.
and the judge
Wow.
doing so much damage to SUSS here. And SP able to gain that numbers advantage even more so with the kill from Irex. 2v4 situation here. Do you want to go for this though? Best of Friendo is sure trying. Seekers come out as well, and Fireworks picks 2 up actually.
Player standing.
Great shot onto Irex right there. Down to the 1v1 yet again. King Sugi, can he clutch it out? He's just playing with his food at this point, just jumping on his box, and finally shuts him down with a tap to the head.
I mean, I hate to bring this up again, but SUSS once again so close. It was a 4v4 into a 3v4 into almost a winnable 2v1 situation for SUSS, right? Theoretically, they should have won that with perfect play, but King Silky on that A-shot position here stands strong and brings his team that 5th round here. As we will shift into the 7th round of the game here, once again, SUSS forced to go back onto a lighter by the hero rifle coming out from Fireworks, and aggression, go, into showers.
Showstopper committed from both teams here, trying to. Oh no! Wait, he almost wanted to out that shielded ISO. He just turned back at the last second, and Best of Friendo picks up one with the Bucky here. It is still advantageous for the side of SP though, numbers in their favor, and Salty wants to go aggressive, doesn't have his double tap anymore. He's gonna get taken out by Fireworks.
One enemy remaining.
Fireworks
Yeah.
finds third in a round. And now it's down to 2v1 situation. 1v1, can he convert his star? Clutches it out from the team, and it's 6 points on the board for SP.
Okay, so when I signed up to be a caster, and I got put into this role of color casting, I was told that I was supposed to break down the complicated, theoretical side of Valorant and explain it to people. What am I supposed to explain here? It's just 5 people running it into the A site and just killing and mowing down every single person on the way there. I'm speechless, number one, but just such aggression, and it's so unexpected, right? If you're SUS, how do you deal with this?
I mean, you really just have to win your gunfights. There's like
Yeah,
honestly not much to be said anymore because it comes down to the wire, right?
yeah.
And then you're not able to win the 2v1s, the 1v1s, and SP just able to convert those kills. And again, so much aggression coming in. Fire was trying to hold on his U-Haul position. Finally gets taken out by Salty. And Train's trying to find a pick. He'd find another as
Whoa, whoa,
well.
whoa,
Okay,
whoa, whoa. What is happening here?
where
Train
are we going with
trains.
this?
And but the reason why uh it's so possible to win with this five duelist comp, especially in your ranked games, right? Because when you play five duelists, you are basically telling the enemy team you have to 1v1 us. You're basically playing another shooter game at this point, right? Valorant isn't even in the question right now. It's just really a 1v1 simulator. And if your team can win those 1v1s, you win. If you can't, you lose. It sort of takes up the complexities of the utility here, right? But once I say that, Dimensional Drift will be commented by the Euro here as he will go into the site and try and find something here. Just so much aggression about the area.
Okay, that ISO wall is kind of got best of friend with that kill, and SH4 is able to convert one, gets traded out. I don't even know what's happening
Yeah.
anymore.
What is happening? They just went in. Dimensional Drift. Pew! ISO wall. Pew! Ray Snake. Pew! Everything just goes in. SP go in. They clean up. They win the round. And that's kind of it. It's just been 9 rounds of that. And SUSS, they've come close, but they've only gotten success once. King Silgi here. On the clove here, on this controller road, top fragging for his team here, but it doesn't even matter. Even though Proto is on the bottom end of the scoreboard for his team, he's combining so much utility to help the team here.
Salty almost wanted to go for the kill contract, and here it is, able to catch out Trains. 1v1. His opponent only has a pistol and he's able to convert that.
Yeah,
H4 able to find one, but the traits coming in the favor of the side of SP. Fireworks does find one, though the contingency to come through. Okay.
Oh my god.
Here we go again.
I have no idea what is happening. Yeah. Pew pew win. That's the tactical depth of it right now. SP
I mean,
and
for the side of SP, they're just really playing to their strengths, right? Because
their only
they have-
strength, you mean, of the comp.
yeah, I mean, you can isolate angles though, like with the contingency, the close, the ruse.
Yeah, no, that like I said, the entire strength of this team is to take 1v1, like pure, raw, aim duo, 1v1s, and you know, SP, they're winning it. Irex gets the first, gets traded out. Stark gets traded out by best of Friendo, but Irex gets second, and he's already in the
Oh,
spot of
but
the enemy.
look where the spike is.
Yeah! The spike is on B! They're planting on B! It's a ruse! It's a trick! As best of Friendo and Fire will clean up on A side, but it's too late. The spike has been planted, and they have to contend with this 3v2 with all the members of SP knowing exactly where they are.
All three players coming in from this position.
Oh.
Irex again.
Oh!
He finally gets spotted out. Salty in a 1v2 situation.
Not
Does he
good.
manage to find anything here? Best of Friendo is just so low, but he's unable to convert that kill. And finally, a second round on the board for the side of SUSS.
Yeah, finally. They have won. They have beaten their map record against SP. Good job. What do you think, Grammy?
In the half.
Is this an improvement or were they just lucky this round? Honestly, I have no idea. I feel like every single one of these rounds, if you look at it theoretically, it has to be a 50-50, but SP are making it seem like an 80-20 at this point.
I mean, if you're SUSS right now, there's so much work you have to do to try and get yourself back into this game, right? And you do have the showstopper on hand for for this round itself. It seems like they want to go aggressive. Looks like this might be a good read, but the double tap again from Salty. Trace doesn't even manage to fire his ultimate. And what is happening here?
Once again, Pew 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 win, but best of friendo, something to say about it. Irex trades it out. But once again, it is fireworks on this angle here. Baby, you're a firework. You ever feel like a plastic bag here? Star is trying to make him feel weak, trying to make him feel trapped here. Flash at the ready, will flash, will get out of his directional drift, but it doesn't matter as Irex gonna start onto the round and SP get their 10th round and make this a 10-2 half. Are we gonna see the same thing on defense, Grammy?
I mean, when you're running 4.5 duelists, what do you think we're gonna see?
Yeah. Let's see it, man. 3 players stacked up on this A-shot angle. Oh, it's gonna be a fight again, isn't it?
I feel like it might be a pinch coming in from both sides, though. If you look at this defensive setup coming in for the side of SP, a two-pronged approach to try and take this space away from SUSS.
Yeah, I think that Neo's gonna speed down into market here, and the 3 players here on A-shot are just gonna take this early fight here. Shorty at the ready is Sky here. The Viper Wall, they're not scared about it. The Viper Wall, they're just gonna play with it. Irex gets the trade of Salty there, but Star hidden in this angle. Can he find anything? Oh, he gets one with the Shorty here. Trying to crouch here, trying to find another one here. As every single player of SUSS just fall and they crumble.
I mean, that was a great angle coming in from Star there, able to just hide in the ruse like a rat. And he's gonna convert 2 kills off of that.
I feel like if Skoga won like a highlight reel of this game, it's gonna be like a 10-minute montage of SP running it down onto sides on both sunset and Bud. Feels like it's what's gonna happen. 11-2 now on the scoreboard. SUSS forced by this round here. Boombot early will give SP all the info they need here. Marshall will find the initial onto trains here. Look at this aggression. 2 more kills just converted instantly.
Star is just 1 HP here. It's a 2v5 here for the side of SUSS. Kara's able to convert 2 kills. So when Star is actually just on his level of health, just 1 HP, he's able to find a third. And look at this from the back. Irex once again gets spotted out by Friendo. And suddenly the tides have turned. Numbers advantage handed over to the side of SUSS.
Yeah. Honestly, at some point I thought Sugi would just instantly TP and go for the kill here, but he does not. He plays it slower. He will wait for a while before TPing, and right now, SUSS know exactly where he is. SUSS will throw that Sky Smoke here. It will be a 2v1 that is a must win for SUSS. Carrots will clean it up as the 3rd round goes to the side of SUSS. SP here, slightly sloppy now on the aggression here. Do you think that SUSS can capitalize on this, Grammy?
I mean, in this round itself, SUSS, they do have the gun advantage, but I feel like you can never count the players of SP out. The sheriffs can be so deadly in rounds like these if you're just able to find the headshots onto the enemies, especially if they're isolated.
Yeah, it's rough for SUSS. It's rough for SP, but it is scrappy, and it's such a big lead for SP here. It seems monumental that SUSS will be able to come back here, but SH4 trying to find a sneaky kill there, but Irex just says no thank you, gets that initial kill and scoots on out of there.
That's the opening pick going the way of SP. There's a gun dropped as well, but unretrievable for now.
Yeah. SP trying to experiment with what they can get away with here. 3 players shifting onto the B side here. Look at how passive SUSS are playing here. This is the most passive default that we've ever seen in this game, partly because SP has disallowed.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Salty with another headshot gets the kill on to trains there, and it will just be a 5v3. Never mind, a 4v3 here, with SP still having that man advantage. But
seconds
look at Fireworks' luck here.
I mean, with 30 seconds left on the clock, you have to commit to this execute here. Proto finds a
What
kill
is
with the
happening?
paint shells. Almost gets caught out by the timing. Carrots.
Player standing.
Oh, Irex
Spike
with
down
another.
A.
Oh
He
no.
just swings out of U-Haul alone.
10
He knows the
seconds
player is planting. He knows that he has the timing there. And he's just gonna try and go for a 1v1.
Thrifty.
That's that. Star wins it out. And once again, SP move onto match point, onto series point here.
point.
Granny.
Yeah, and a thrifty round coming in for the side of SP. Off the back of that initial kill onto SH4. Who's unable to convert that now. It has to be flawless for SUSS to even have a chance to fight back in the series itself, but honestly, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah.
SP has looked so dominant in a gunfight so far this series.
It is. I'm sighing. It is fine. It is fine. This is fine. for SP here. It's really fine for SP here, but best of friend to try his best to save something for his team here. Trailblazer will reveal that there is more than one player here, but Salty does not care. Star does not care. Gets two, and suddenly, once again, it's a 3v3 equal situation here. Salty gets his second onto best of friend here. Shield pops his kill contract. It will be a 1v1 here. But look where Viper is. It doesn't even matter. Fireworks wins that 1v1. And once again, SUSS thriving in this chaos here and will find themselves a fourth.
And that's off the back of heroics by Fireworks there. He had 4 kills in the round itself. And
I think, sorry, Grammy, but I
Yeah.
think that Fireworks has proven that he is the star of SUSS here. If SUSS want to find success in their run this tournament, it has to be with Fireworks here, I think.
I mean, it's so hard for SUSS. Again, back onto this buy here for SP. Interesting buy coming out from them. SH4 though finds
Yeah.
an opening onto IRX. And Salty wants to go for that pick, but he's
Okay.
able to find so many kills off the back of that. 3 kills on the board.
Yeah,
SH4 here.
Trying to keep his team in this, trying to keep his team in the game here, but Proto trying to find the most cheeky, disrespectful kill in the map. But he will get denied. King Seogi, the last person standing with a Vandal on the flank here. The attack knows where he is. Let's play a game, Gremlin. Let's play a game. It's called How Many Will King Seogi Get Before He Dies? I reckon he's gonna get 2. What do you think?
I mean, if you even get 1 here, I think it'd be great for the team, but no.
Never mind. He will get nothing, as SH4 does get his 4th and gets SUSS to 5. But coming into this next round here, what do you think SB can do differently to close this series out? They are 1 round away.
Honestly, if they just play together and win their gunfights, I feel
Wow.
like SP can just close it out. They do have the dimensional drift as well, and
Yeah.
IRX buying. He wanted to go for the outlaw here, but 3 judges on the side.
And
Of
at this point,
SP.
anything is fine.
Oh,
Why not?
okay.
Why not? Salty, giving his teammates vulnerable as well as the enemy, but it doesn't matter. Fireworks and SH4 will clean up, and as soon as that round began, it will just be a 1v5 here. Star. Twitch chat wants to see more of you. They have said it in recency, so let's see what you can do here. 1v4 now with the Vandal. He pops up his Great Crash here. Flash out of the smoke here, tries one. He sees one actually from that showers angle here. He probably does know that someone is behind him. Checks, doesn't get it. Fireworks gets his 3rd. And SUSS move on to the 6th. When do we start to believe, Granny? When
Honestly,
do we start to
Fireworks is just single-handedly plowing his way to have his team back into the series itself.
Yeah, but when is the time that we start to think to ourselves, maybe this is possible, Grim. Maybe this is possible.
I mean, it has to be flawless from them. So
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row needed for a chance at overtime for SH4 trying to get some aggression, trying to find something in showers here, but Irex patient. Look at Star's position here. It kind of has to wait.
um
So if Fireworks takes one step to the left here, he's going to see Star, and that's that. Trains will get the kill on Salty here, and once again, SUSS finding themselves in this advantageous position.
Dead fool.
SH4 able to convert the kill onto Irex down to 2v5 here for the side of SP. They do have a rifle to work with. King Sugi trying to go for the peak. That fight.
Yeah, but look at that. Look at where the spike is going. Look at where Fireworks is. The entirety of B side has been cleared out. The plant will go down as we will shift into a 5v2, 5v1 retake. Proto flying in the air, trying to find anything, but SH4 denies, and SUSS move on to the 7th.
I hear them scurrying.
I mean,
5
7th
rounds,
round on the
Grammy.
board.
5
Can we
rounds.
just take a moment to look at Fireworks?
Yeah, Fireworks here. 30 kills and 13 deaths. A 2.2 KD to bring his team back from the brink of defeat. Grammy, it was 12? What, 12-3? And now they're 12-7 here as SUSS trying their best to claw back into the series here. But is it too little too late here?
Oh.
Salty suddenly thinks so, grabs the first into the SH4, and suddenly, this early default has been broken. Star here with his flash, trying to find something here. King Silky with the judge will find one. Will he find a second? No, he won't, but he will pop. Not dead yet with the judge here, still with the judge here. He needs to find a kill within 12 seconds here, Grammy.
They might just give it to him though. It's looking dangerous here. He gets spotted out and sprayed through the smoke. Train's able to find that kill. Finally, by Proto with the showstopper, able to
Oh.
convert two, and off the back of that, they just win out the map there.
Yeah, it was looking promising. And because of that, I actually have a lot of faith in SUSS here. The run is not over from them. They still have a lower bracket game to play. Is that right, Grammy?
Yeah, I mean, it is a double elimination format, so despite the fact that SUSS have lost this game, they're not completely out yet. We might still be seeing them in the lower bracket itself later.
Yeah, we might be seeing them in that lower bracket. What's important for SUSS is that they hold on to what they've learned from this match and apply it. Because I think SP, they were the epitome of non-stop aggression. And for 6 rounds, for 5 rounds actually, we were able to see a shred of hope from SP, right? We were able to see them claw back against the aggression. We were able to see them adapt, play a more passive default, punish SP for their overconfidence and over aggression. And I think that's what's important for SUSS to remember going into the next match. The opponent will probably be less aggressive, but they can use these lessons to better help them prepare against these plays. But Grammy, what do you think they did well? What do you think they could have done better? And what do you think they can learn going into this match here for SP?
For SV itself, I feel like we haven't seen the true potential of like their gameplay, right? Because this whole series, it was mostly just them going really, really aggressive and really fast to try and win out those gunfights, which they could win out most of the time.
Mhm.
And I like the ideas from
Mhm.
Sunset that they had to try and establish control on the defense. And I feel like that's what they were trying to do on Bind as well with this composition. But
We potentially,
honestly,
yeah. Sorry.
yeah,
Please go on, please go on.
I mean, SV, I would love to see more of them.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that they were able to get more rounds with a less duelist team comp on Sunset shows that they aren't just a team that likes to push up. They're a team that's good with their fundamentals, right? They're a team that's good with their utility. They are able to capitalize on these spacings. They're able to capitalize on these timings here, and that's what we really want to see for SP going into their next matches. So really nice, really good job from both teams here as we will move on to the next game. But what else do you have to say, Grammy? Any more comments, any more well wishes for these teams going into their next matches?
I mean, honestly, best of luck to both teams, and I'm excited for what's to come.
Yeah, and as we say that, we'll be going into a break. If I'm not wrong, stay tuned for more Campus Legends Valorant action. I've been Aurora, she's been Grammy, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1, so I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle and essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel, and this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock,
Right.
extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know it's drugs. He became a regular customer, and he's also a drug supplier. I bought it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March, and I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home it's just very, very tough also, because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah.
Yeah.
Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits, or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else had to step in to control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So we're all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, and the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then take a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Said, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her and then just said, sorry. Like, 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing, and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for one day, then I opened the message, and it was, I think, just 2 or 3 lines. He said, how are you? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? See you. That's all. Our relationship only improved from there. And also because I started to think about what I want and reflect, and I let go of a lot of regrets and past hurts. That there's this moment where I just lying down myself and I was just thinking about life. And then looking back at all the pivotal moments of the choices that you made, what if I had done something different? And that was the start of my change journey, I guess.
Okay, so after you came out from rehab the second time, would you say this is like the new beginning? What was the support like from friends and family then after?
I think there were active steps on both sides. What I felt my parents doing was the desire to come into my life. Like, you know, my dad asking me how am I feeling, and my mom actually playing more ML with me, more Mobile Legends with me. That's, I think, her way of trying to connect, even though she also has fun. Whenever I tell people I play ML with my mom, wow, everyone will be like, wow.
I'm jealous. I want to play ML with my mom. It's such a flex.
It is.
Yeah.
When I see her taking the effort to kind of like connect with me on what I like, I also try and take the effort to connect with her on what she likes. Sometimes I accompany her to watch K-dramas or even C-dramas, you know. And I think now I see my dad as a mentor as well, because all the things that he always, you know, the 3-hour lectures, now I can see it being applied at the real workplace. All the things he told me about life lessons and all those kind of Confucius finally makes sense.
I guess with that, let's end off with like, what's a message that you would kind of like convey over to, you know, watchers or parents even?
I think for parents it's really taking the effort to connect with your child, and coming down to their level really takes off that responsibility off your shoulders and even allows your child to introduce yourself as the cool mom or the cool dad who plays game with them. I think to all the people who are wanting to try drugs, you never recover from addiction. Like even now, there's no such thing as a recovered addict. It's a constant battle. Every day, sometimes I still have triggers, and you can fall anytime. They're just looking in any corner. Mind remembers, once is too many, and 1,000 never enough. So don't even take the first path. If you really feel like you can't really control, the most important thing is really to admit that we are powerless over this demon or addiction. Talk to a counselor or even go to Narcotics Anonymous. That's where you have a safe place to share about your struggles, where there's no judgment.
So thanks Isaac for your amazing sharing, and thank you Nakata for supporting this message. If you guys need more resources, head down to the description box below. And if you guys play games, do watch out for Campus Legends coming up. Sign-ups are on and the tournaments will be on, so I'll see you guys there.
Morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to what will be the second match of day one of Valorant in Campus Legends Season 6. I am Aurora coming to you from my cyber city in the background here, and with me, I have Grammy. How are you today, Grammy?
I mean, I'm good. We just witnessed the matchup between SP and SUSS, right? And
Yeah.
that was a very strong showing from the side of SP. And yeah, so SUSS knocked down to the lower brackets, but
Mm-hmm.
now we'll be covering the game between SIM and TP. But before that, we should let's give a shout out to our sponsors here.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to our sponsors here. We have thank you so much to our organizers, Skoga and the Esports Academy, our presenting partners, the NCADA, the National Council Against Drug Abuse, our program partner, Scape, our academic partners, ITE College Central and Republic Polytechnic, our broadband partner, My Republic, our monitor partner, Aegon by AOC, our PC partner Predator, our media partners DIFY and Emerge, our produced by C2E4 here. So coming into this game here, let's ask Grammy, what are our competitors, what are our contestants fighting for in this tournament? Let's refresh the viewers a bit here.
All right. I mean, so this whole tournament, the prize pool is pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
It's in third place, you'll be walking away with $550 in cash and scholarships, as well as five Aegon by AOC, two 4G4 monitors. And in second place, you actually have $750 in cash and scholarship, as well as five Aegon by AOC, two 4G2Z monitors. And in first place, the winners will be walking away with $1,200 in cash and scholarships, as well as five Aeon by AOC AG275 QXR monitors. And I think these are pretty insane prizes that we have for our participants here today. And coming back into the series itself, it is going to be between SIM and TP. So, Aurora, what do you think about this matchup?
Really, really, really exciting game, I think, from both SIM and TP here. I think both teams have had significant stints in Campus Legends. I think we've seen both of these teams before. Am I right, Grammy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've seen both of these teams before, and I think TP made it pretty far in one of the previous iterations of Campus Legends itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And SIM, they haven't been had the strongest performance in previous iterations, but I think this year they seem to be looking stronger now.
Yeah, they seem to be looking really strong. That's really exciting for us as casters and you as the audience here. But let's talk about the prospective map pool that we might be looking at because the map pool isn't confirmed. So what do you think? What maps are you looking forward to seeing in this series? What maps do you think these two teams would thrive in?
Um, I mean, speaking of thriving in, I'm not too sure because I'm
Mhm.
not too familiar with who is playing on which teams yet, but
Mhm.
I do think that we have the
Ooh,
map selection out already, the map pick and ban. And the first map is gonna be on Bind with SIM starting on a defense, second map on Icebox, which is a map that I'm quite excited for because we haven't seen Icebox as like a lot since like it
yeah.
got put back right in Campus Legends itself, and TP will be starting on the defense, and if we do make it to map 3, we will be going into split.
Well, Split, a map that is sort of a placeholder, right, for Abyss that is upcoming, which it might be in the future weeks to come for Valorant in Campus Legends. But for now, how do you think this new meta is going to affect Split? We talked about it a bit last game, but now that we might actually be playing Split here, what do you think we're going to see for the duelist pick and perhaps even the controller pick? Will we see a solo clove?
Honestly, I don't think solo clove is a good idea unless you have a lot of firepower like what SP showed us on the map of Bind.
Mhm.
But I think duelist wise, you really want that duelist that can get you into the site itself and get past those narrow choke points, right? So I think teams will still be picking up the Raze or a Jet instead of the newly reworked Duelists.
Yeah.
But I feel like ISO could be an interesting pick as well. But before that, we will be starting on Bind though. So what do you think we'll be seeing on Bind?
I mean, I don't think we can take into consideration the team comp that SP had last game going into Vine for any of the teams, right? I mean, it was four duelists at a clove. You're probably not going to be seeing it, but I think one of the team comps that we have to really consider, like the dichotomy between the Viper Brim or the Viper Omen, or more actually recently in the European scene, the Viper Astra here. So the thing with Viper Brim is that you have access to a lot of utility. You have access to a lot of defaulting utility with the Viper Wall, and you have access to the site exact utility with Brimstone having three smokes. So let's say you want to go to B, if you don't know whether hookah is clear, you can smoke off elbow, CT, and hookah on your exec, which makes it really safe, and it makes reclearing hookah more easy and more direct for the attack here. But you lose that when you play someone like Omen, or you play someone like Clove or Astra there. So what do you think teams will lean towards? Do you think they'll be sticking with the meta that we have, which is the Viper Brimstone, or do you think we'll be seeing another meta sort of appear here in this game?
Honestly, I would love to see like either a Harbor or an Omen because I know both those agents
You
have had picks in VCT itself, right? Some teams have been picking up the Harbor, some teams have been picking up the Omen, and they've played it pretty well. And Omen, you have so many one ways that you can do with so many angles on the map, which is useful in controlling the spaces like showers or belong on bind, which are really important spaces to control if you're
yeah,
on both sides of the teams actually.
and you have a lot of utility right from Omen. You actually, in my opinion, have more oppressive utility from the Omen, maybe even from the Astra, right? With how strong that gravity well is for the postpart. So that could be a consideration for either of these teams. But coming into Icebox here, I think the Icebox that we have right now is in a very, very interesting and dynamic place, should we say. We see two clear paths of agent composition meta here. We have Solo Viper Gecko, or Solo Viper just double initiator, where you want to hard and fast entry onto site, get that plant down, and play for that post plant. But on the other hand, you have what I think G2 popularized, which is the zero duelist double initiator sentinel comp, where you play for map control, right? And you play for those slow takes, you play for the slow map control. And what you really want to do on that comp is that you really want to preserve number one, your map control on attack, and number two, make sure that your defaults are good enough, and make sure that after you get the spike planted, you have that post plant utility here. So it's really going to be interesting to see which of these routes these teams take, or actually, will they just go off on their own and create a team comp that we've never seen before in professional Valorant? But Grammy, what do you think? What are you looking forward to seeing on Bind and Icebox here? What can the viewers look forward to seeing in terms of tactically or strategically?
I mean, for Bind itself is a map that has no mid, right? So you really want to be able to control the extremities on the map, be that A showers or be long, is great. It's good to have control over like either one or especially both of these parts of the map. So just so that you have that extra bit of information if especially if you're on the defense, right? Um I think agent composition wise, again, I'm a big fan of Yoru, so I would love to see a Yoru come into play, but
Oh, you paired Yoru, actually.
hmm?
Oh, you paired that Yoru with, or would you go for a Yoru solo duelist?
um I feel like a Euro solo duelist is viable,
Mm-hmm.
but you really have to have your initiators fully supporting that Yoru to try
Yeah.
and get him into places that uh, your opponents don't expect him to be in so he can get those frags. So if you're like running a breach or a gecko, I think it could be really strong paired with their Yoru. But I think most teams will go the safer route, the more traditional route of running a raise with their Yoru, right? And play the Yoru more like an initiator instead
Yeah.
of a
And the thing with Yoru, and the defense is that he can abuse those rotation timings, right? He can make sure that your team will always have that fast rotate to either side of the map when they need it, which is such a big factor for the defense here, right? But on the attack, Yoru is such a flexible initiator slash duelist hybrid, right? Because he can TP around the map, uses gate crash to get those out ops, farm his ultimate, and perhaps even get a kill with his ultimate if he's good enough for that. So I think coming into this map of Bind or even Icebox later, you're going to see a lot of different team comps. We're going to see a lot of different strategies, and we are going to be able to see these two teams really push themselves to the limit here. Hoping for 3 maps, aren't you, Grammy? Do you hope for 3 maps, or do you think we're going to see a 2-0 sweep from either side of TP or SIM here?
Honestly, I feel I would enjoy it if we went the distance to 3 maps, but that is something that we'll
Mhm.
find out in the coming maps itself. We will be going into Bind right now, into Agent Select.
Yeah, it is
These are pretty
time.
interesting hovers again.
Yeah, we see the ISO coming out for Void there. Really, really, really interesting here. SIM playing with the team comp, playing with a lot of concepts here. We see the Sky instantly locked in by restart. We see a Korik on the side of TP here locking in the Sky, his mirror as well. Raze seems to be the duelist of choice for TP here, but seems like a pretty similar comp, isn't it, Grim?
I mean, so far it seems pretty similar. The Sky as the main initiator coming out for both teams. The ISO being locked in by Void here, I feel like is a very interesting pickup for the side of
Yeah,
SIM, and I'm really excited to see how this team is going to play around it.
yeah, really, really looking forward to see how the ISO is going to interact with the race. Is he going to use his vulnerable? Is he going to use his undercut to perhaps get the race kills with the pain shells, right? Or is he going to use his wall to help his team run in behind the wall and entry better, right? Because you have the wall to cover you as you entry into the site here. So really, really exciting things to see. And is that a Miracom Grammy I see with the ISO raise double duelist combined with a single controller brimstone?
I mean, I think it is a mirror comp. I'm
Yeah.
quite excited for this, honestly. Both teams going for this solo controller brimstone and choosing to pick up the cipher, I feel like will help in like for them to hold down sites more or hold their flank better in comparison to running the Viper as a side anchor.
Yeah, and as the game starts now, we will see the defense side of SIM choosing to go for this more aggressive look towards the B long side here. Really, really interesting starting positions here. And as for TP, really looking for a more passive hold here. We see the spike shifting towards maybe towards A or B, but it probably isn't going to be as aggressive as the previous game. It probably is going to be a more balanced and more strategically intricate sort of play style from both teams here. But TP leaning towards the B side almost fully here.
This is interesting. You can see, I think this is a set play coming in from SIM. They're trying to go for these early gunfights, this pinch into this fountain position, and they're able to win it out. Now down to the 1v2 here for INF.
Yeah, Void will get that kill. He realizes that he has the spike, but he just chooses to give it up. A really smart play here. If you're the ISO of SIM, then as Inf is forced to just play this 1v2 here. And the defenders are just saying, if he plants on B, Void is gonna play a 2v1 retake. If he goes to A, he's gonna take a 1v2 fight against us. But Inf is going to have to come onto the side here. We'll get the spike planted in the middle here as SIM shift towards this 2v1 retake here.
He is gonna go for this plant on the B side, and both these players on the side of SIM, Void and Pudding, playing together, taking their fights together.
Yeah,
And already the
instantly.
double tap
Mhm.
to come through for Void. He's going in first. He wants to be able to get that first shot onto his shield to find out where this player is. INF able to find one, but Pudding trades it out onto his counterpart, and SIM are able to convert the pistol round.
Yeah, really nice pistol round coming out from SIM here. Their strategy worked. They gave up the spike, they gave up the plant to TP, but they managed to take that 2v1 and win it. And that's SIM with a first. Coming to the second round here, if you're TP, all you're looking for with these sheriffs are out ops and picks. You're not really looking for anything too much. You're looking for anything too oppressive. And yeah, if you're SIM, don't give TP any good fights and just take your long range fights. But as you can see, SIM really wanting to storm down B long once again.
Yeah, and quick and aggressive this time around. Trailblazer to come through. And look at the force buy coming in from TP.
Yeah.
The
Look
shower
at Slack.
session being taken by SIM though. So many sky smokes on the side.
Yeah, Max is having to play in his Sky Smoke here. All three Sky Smokes used on the side here. Another one will come down onto heaven here as Max gets his first. A Corvic here trying to find something respected here. We'll find one. Does he find a second? No, he doesn't. Watch trades it out. A 3v1. Now a 2v1 as
Wait.
INF is trying to find something here. Void with the Vandal doesn't actually win it, but Orange Panther, he's just defusing. He doesn't have time. INF tries to find something here. He will get the kill, but he doesn't get the round. But SIM, such a costly round, Grammy. Such a costly round for them to win.
I mean, to be fair, there was heavy investment for the side of TP as well. They forced bot into that round, and now just the lone rifle on INF for TP this time around. Sheriffs across the board. And for the side of SIM, honestly, I'm surprised that they got the kill contract up so early.
Yeah, they did. They actually managed to farm, 7 out ops in the first 2 rounds for Void there, which gives them kind of the guarantee for the round that will pop his double tap here as he tries to take a fight into Belong here. Guiding Lights will be traded as 4 players of TP are trying to storm their way into Belong here.
And I believe that's both guiding lights used for restart. So
Yeah.
it could be a lack of information in the later part of this round, but Void and Pudding are just finding all these kills onto the side of TP. 2v5, they have to take the teleporter here. The Teddy is still sticking around.
Yeah, Miss 666 trying to find something, anything here on this Showers angle, but Pudding, he knows exactly where he is. He will get that kill, and it is just Teddy alone and scared in this market position here. Can he find anything to maybe shift the economy slightly into his team's favor?
Look at it, anti-race trip.
Yeah, look at that double satchel trip there. Void trying his best, will find that kill, finds his third in the round as SIM get the third round, convert their bonus here. Yeah, what an interesting game so far here. TP will have the money to buy up into a full buy here. So this potentially, Grammy, is the first full gun round of the entire game.
Yeah, I believe so, and Void, again, already halfway to his second kill contract in this half. That's
Yeah, Void hasn't
honestly
been farming.
really what you want to see from your ISO player, right? You want to be able to win out those gunfights off the back of your double tap and farm your ultimate up to be able to isolate these fights. But Teddy, this time around, able to find that first pickup. Void wants to go for the trade, but gets pushed off this angle by the paint shells.
Yeah, Void forcing himself to retreat back into side here. No, he doesn't. He takes a fight for Orange Panda with the judge here. He finds two. He finds a third. Can he find a fourth? Yes, he can, as this dies to the head of the race. And SIM get their fourth of such a phenomenal performance from the race there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great call from Orange Panda to go and try to get those picks while Void was causing a distraction on towards the showers angle, right? And
And
Orange Panda was just flying in, getting those two frags with the judge, able to just upgrade his weapon to a Vandal and just pick up all those kills. It's insane for them to convert their full buy round, and now again, TP have to go on an eco.
yeah, TP, honestly, there's not much they can find. They can hope for something here, but the first kill and the spike will be job as Orange Panda trying to prove once again that he is the best player on the server here. Void, he's saying to his teammate Void, you don't have to top frag for long here. I'm catching up, as instantly, 10 seconds into the round, 15 seconds, TP are in a 2v5 here.
Yeah, and they still have a Vandal in play though on Arctic. But with so many players to flush out from all these angles, it's gonna be a very tough time for these TP players. They're trying to isolate this fight. Arctic able to pick up one. But the regrowth coming in to heal Orange Panda back up full health.
This is pretty good here for TP here. A sliver of hope back into this round, as INF will be trying to find something in U-Haul here. Gets taken down by restart, and that's kind of it for the round here. Maxis gets his first in the round, and SIM go up to 5.
And you can see that was great patience from Restart to just hold on to that deep U-Haul position, because he knew that INF had to try and go for aggressive pick, right? So he just let him walk right into this crosshair and just close out the round, making it a 5-0 lead here for SIM.
Yeah, really dominant game from SIM. We weren't expecting this level of dominance, right, from them. And we thought that this would be a close game, but SIM so far proving to be superior tactically and mechanically. Orange Panda are really aggressive on this B angle here. He has so much information here. His entire team now knows to rotate the A.
You and me.
That's the kill contract this time coming on from the side of TP. That's the double tap available, but Pudding is able to find
Spike planted.
kill. Miz does trade the numbers back though, so Seekers to come through for the side of TP here. Again, another kill contract to try and isolate this fight. ISO on ISO, and Miz is the one who finds that kill onto his counterpart. Korik able to pick up one as
Last
well.
player
This
standing.
time, numbers in the favor of TP as INF is able to close out their round and get their first on the board.
Yeah, and that's his third kill contract of the game from Void, if I'm not wrong. Is it?
I think
third?
it is second.
Oh, it's the second kill contract,
Yeah.
but still, kill contract traded. But this time, TP are the one that find their way onto the site. TP are the one that find their way in with those kills, with that kill contract conversion from the ISO there, and that is what matters if you're playing the ISO, right? Your team expects you to win those 1v1s. Your team expects you to win out those gunfights, and that's what you have to do to bring value to this composition here. Early sky smoke from Maxis on the defense of SIM here. It will shift the choke point back. You see how the sky smoke is now lodged in this further position up, where the attackers have to choose to either leave a shot alone completely or commit utility to clear it. But no, the attackers are actually shifting towards showers to try and find something there. Instead, 3 players here in showers trying to find a gap, trying to find an opening in this defensive setup, but the Cypher trip holds them back.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of the map, INF with this lurk able to hear someone jumping in Octagon, and it seems like they might want to go for this execute off the back of the Trailblazer, and Orbital Strike committed as well. Showstopper to come through for Teddy, but he's unable to find that kill. Pudding takes him out.
Yeah,
Now they have to go
instant.
for the fast rotate with
Yeah.
this teleporter here.
Look, look at where INF is. INF is gonna find one. The defenders are gonna pop Seekers, but it doesn't matter as TP is just going to decimate here. Miss still on the A side here, still trying to find his kill onto the Cypher. Pudding here, he will win it as TP shift into this 4v1 here. A round that looks so close, a round that looks so hopeful for the side of SIM gets instantly destroyed by TP there. What a good reaction from them.
Yeah, I really like that pivot coming in from TP, right? Off the back of that fail execute onto this A side, they just immediately took the TP because Ina's position
Yeah,
up,
so
up
valuable.
all the way in elbow just meant that just gave them so much information on where the players of SIM were, and they were able to convert their kills off the back of that. So now they're going hunting.
Yeah, they want to kill this ISO. They want to get it from saving the weapon here. Look at how fragile his economy is here. They will not find it. But unfortunately for SIM, that it is a conversion of the Sky Seekers that fail to win them the round here. So their out economy will get hit by that. But it still is a 5-2. But it still is a 3-round gap that TP need to close. But what do you think TP need to do? Or what do you think TP can continue doing from the last few rounds to extend their comeback?
I feel like from the last round itself, as SIM were going for rotates that were slightly too early. They didn't really have an anchor on the site itself to gather information. So this time around, they actually switched the setup. The Cypher now back on the B site with Orange Panda as well as Void going for this early pick in showers to try and establish this control. Does get the dink onto another player onto TP. Ikoric. Void seems to want to challenge this with his contingency to try and keep them out.
Yeah, Orange Panda thought he was safe to grab the out of there, but it wasn't, and they do manage to trade that initial kill back into a 4v4. The attack now seems to kind of want to shift into this A shot execute here, or did he actually want to go towards the B here? Guiding Light will not find anything, however, on the B side here. But Teddy gets that initial to Maxi and will commit the double satchel into the UR position here, and in short time, the spike will get planted.
That's a great opening for Teddy to find onto Maxis, but Void trades the numbers right back. So 3v3 here. Two players on the side of TP are actually trying to re-clear this push coming in from SIM from the showers angle. So this retake, the site being held alone for now. Ready for reinforcements to come in. U-Haul fight going the way of SIM. Restart able to find that frag, and Void good for one as well. Down to the 1v3. Arctic cannot find anything as Void picks up 3 in a round to convert it. 6-2.
Yeah, I do think that the U-Haul fight was the key engagement in the entire round. Right, 3v3. The moment you lose U-Haul, the defenders can kind of expect that both players will be A-shot and know exactly where to direct all their attention and their firepower and their utility to. And that is the round given to SIM. And SIM goes up to 6. And the momentum that we thought TP had is taken completely out of the sails here by SIM. But it will still be a full buy. It will still be a gun round for both teams here, as we see a more aggressive shift towards B actually, Grim.
Yeah, I mean A, even though it hasn't been working out the best for them, so it seems like TP want to go for this B here instead, and off the bat, INF gets taken out by Orange Panda. That's the lurk down, so the response for the side of TP is to go in for this execute, and Teddy able to find that pick on the side anchor, opening up the site for his team. Restart just hiding in the sky smoke, waiting for a timing. He's able to find the gun barrel miss, but the double tap shield for the ISO is just too strong in that situation. So now elbow control established for the side of TP.
Yeah, look at where everyone is here. They may try to commit this kill contract here, and they will commit the showstopper here, but it will find nothing except Arctic as the Corey converts 3 and wins the bot against TP to their third round. What a good read actually from SIM, right? The early round was almost perfect from SIM, right? They pushed out of showers, they got the initial kill, they got the information that no one else was there and that the ISO was lurking, but they still somehow managed to lose out on the execute. So amazing execute from TP there.
Yeah, I think that the adjustment from TP was really good in the sense that you spot two players pushing out of showers again, right? You know that A is their strong side, so you immediately pivot over to B. And this time, SIM want to establish the short control, and Max is the only one holding onto showers here. Look at where these two players of SIM are.
Trailblazer. Trailblazer is gonna find all 4 players and they know exactly what's happening. They know exactly where TP wants to go here. Max instantly shifts back into backside here. But Orange Panda takes a bad fight. Voice trades it back out. Killjoy will be committed here. Pretty interesting kill contract here. He will actually lose that fight against a Korek here. Teddy will win his gunfight against his counterpart in the A side here. And just like that, SP as a TP will get their side plant and a 3v1 free ticket restart, trying his best to find anything on this flank here, but they lost it as soon as they won it, right? They lost the initial gunfight. Maxis went back into backside here, but the flank was just too little and too late, Jeremy.
Hey, for restart, that frag onto INF just might be a consolation prize. He has to go for the save here. This is because SIM, their economy, has been damaged by the past few rounds that TP has been winning.
Yeah, SIM will be forced into the save here. Trying his best not to get hunted by the players of TP here, as they will shift on to their 4th. And TP making this a lot closer than what it seemed in the early round. Right? We saw SIM go up 5-0, and TP have actually won 4 out of the last 5 rounds here. So really, really good effort from TP to bring this back here. SIM probably need to either call a timeout soon or possibly change their setup a bit to counter what TP are trying to do on the map here. Once again, we see a lot of aggression towards this B long side from TP here.
This gamble stack might be a good read from the side of SIM, but the kill contract to come through. Orange Panda is just pushing through with his stinger. He's able to convert the kill onto Miz though, but he's in close corners. Teddy is able to get that refrag. Max is good for 1, but the trades come through for the side of TP, and suddenly the numbers advantage handed over to the side of TP. But look at where Void is.
You look at Void's position here. He could have the capability to catch up one or both here, but he misses the timing just by
Spike planted.
What can he find here?
There's the Neuro Theft to come through for the side of SIM. Now they know where these players are, but the stinger and this long angle just isn't putting in the work. INF able to convert that kill, and Arctic cleans up the round, making the scoreline 5-6.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, and we do see all these plays, right? And you would have to feel bad for SIM here, because if they had better guns, if they had better weaponry, that round could have been won really easily, right? We saw a lot of gunfights that were probably only lost because they had the sheriff, right? Because they had that lower level of the buy there. So really unfortunate round for SIM. They will have an opportunity to close out the half 7-5 in a slight advantage, but TP trying to get into equality here.
See a fast showers take this time for the side of TP. The boombot to come through to try and gather some information.
Yeah, no resistance here from SIM on showers. They choose to just let it go, let it be, and they just get out. But because of this lack of resistance, because of because of SIM's lack of initiative to fight for showers here, they actually don't have any info on A. And you see, because of this, Sky is thinking to herself, maybe it's a B hit, maybe I have to rotate. And in this case, she is right. All 5 players of TP now shifting to the B-side. Trailblazer will get popped to clear out this initial B-long angle here, and Pudding is going to have a lot of people coming his way.
The showstopper being used towards the CT position. Pudding tries to go for a fight, but Teddy finds that pick to clean it up. Orange Panda fast retake coming through for SIM though. Trailblazer from the back of the site, noting down the positions of these players. Down to 1v2 situation here for Orange Panda. He cannot do it, and it's a 6-6 half. They tie up the half for TP.
Switching sides.
Oh my gosh, what a shot from a corridor on the elbow angle, and what a shot, what a comeback in general here. 5-0 to 6-6 for TP there. That's 6 out of the last 7 rounds have been won by TP here. But it will be a new half. It will be a new start for both teams here, as we will see which team gets the advantage coming into the second half here. SIM now on the attack here. We will finally see the fragging potential of Orange Panda and Void combined on this attack half here, as SIM seem to be looking towards a fast shouting.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 players stacked towards the A side, you want to go aggressive for the shower take here, but Teddy is there to receive and finds 2 off the back of that restart, finally finds that refrag, but still the numbers advantage is in the hands of TP right now, and the damage onto Maxis as well. 2 of these players on SIM are so low, and it does not matter, Miz cleans them up. Now, the last player standing, Pudding, what can you find in a 1v4 situation like this?
Yeah, what can you find here? Miss once again popping his double tap here against Pudding. Will still win it out. 2 headshots closes the deal for that. Pudding gets another onto Arctic. It's now 1v2. It's getting into a position where it could become possible. Chang P is trying to figure out. He knows the Korg is there, but can he win the fight here? Takes a few shots, takes a gander at it, doesn't win it though. A Korg jumps back, but INF in this position here. He has his knife out, he hears the steps, and he will find the kill onto Pudding as TP move onto that 7th round here.
Yeah, finally TP in the lead in this map itself, 7-6. They win out the pistol. Being able to buy up in this round itself, they should be able to convert this next round unless SIM have anything to say about that. But considering the fact that they didn't even manage to get a spike plant down, that's gonna hurt their economy quite a bit.
Yep, but I mean, TP are going to try their best to convert as much as they can here, and SIM are going to try to just get their hands on those out ops, possibly get a plant, and just deal as much damage as they can to the defense here.
See the showers take
Yeah.
with 4 players coming through. Teddy is there to receive. The first to fall is Void. The rest of the players trying to make their way through the choke point. Miz and Teddy just playing close, playing these angles that SIM aren't able to clear out as they come in with this execute. And now they're going hunting Miz. A jumping headshot on the restart. And Arctic to clean up the round in a flawless fashion. 8-6 for TP.
Yeah, right now, SIM having to win this round to bring the momentum back here, and TP with all the momentum in the world in this game here, coming from a 0-5 half to now taking the lead in the series for the first time here, 8-6 here, as they will probably try to convert their bonus round. You look at the buy from these teams. Because of how healthy that last round was, TP are actually able to have a relatively healthy buy here. We see 3 Vandals, a Spectre, and a Marshal here, but SIM looking for so much aggression on this B-long angle here. Double tap will be popped. It will instantly get broken by the Marshal of a Korok here as SIM look towards the B side.
His hookah position is still being held down by INF. So they still have information, so you can see how the players of TP are really playing this up close and personal. Over on the A side, they have so much information that they are able to try and take this A short space as well. And SIM, what can they find with this map control that they have?
Yeah, a second CS will put down by Arctic to prevent any aggression into A short here as the attack. So much aggression right into B long at the early portion of the round here. And so much of it corralled now, so much of it being tamed by the utility and the stall that TP have right now. Arctic in this position here. Okay, are they trying to bait for his team like he will get the initial Orange Panda will win that fight, however, but no is anyone expecting Arctic here.
Orange Panda still able to get a kill though, but
Spike down
the
A.
trade's coming back and forth for the side of both these teams. It is SIM who have this numbers advantage, but Miz has something to say about that. Has a double tap at the ready as well. Tries to line up the players, but Pudding converts that kill. Now down to the 1v2 for INF. Knows where Pudding is. Does he know where Orange Panda might be lurking though? Oh. I mean,
First
it
shot
just
misses.
doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it
Pudding
just
is
doesn't
just
matter.
sharp.
Pudding will get that kill, and it will bring SIM back into the game here. This is their first round win in like what, 7, 8 rounds, I think, and it will serve wonders to bring the momentum back to SIM here. It will serve wonders to bring the game back into grasp here for SIM here. As once again on the early round, we see this hard pressure towards B-Long. It worked for them last round because the people of TP weren't expecting the aggression back into A shot with that pace, but would it work for them again?
Here.
I mean, that's information
down
gained
B.
off the back of the guiding light, but INF
3 out of 5.
just pushing out of hookah and finding 3 off the back of that aggression. Pudding wants to clear these close angles, but INF expects him.
Wow.
On for the ace. INF Maxis tries to get one, has to run away. Has to go for the save here, maybe.
Yeah, Mass is expecting another person to follow him through the teleporter, but I do think that INF wants his ace here. Max is the target of all this aggression here, as he will try and save here. Might find a kill actually.
INF looking for that ace, gets spotted out. 1v1, but Maxis denies the ace. Unfortunately, he will eventually fall to Teddy though, so that's 9 rounds on the board for the side of TP.
Yeah, and suddenly, 2-round gap here. The game seems to be slipping, perhaps a bit out of grasp for SIM here. They had such a strong start. They had the read on the opponents here, but TP, I think, starting to understand what they're doing, starting to understand what they can abuse with the map here, as yeah, they've just won so many rounds in the last few rounds here. And miss, once again, look at this aggression here. 5 people a shot, 3 people from the side of TP, and it won't just be an all-out brawl here. It won't just be an all-out fight here, and the showstopper will be committed, but it doesn't even need to be committed because TP, without the interaction, without the engagement, and TP find themselves at double digits. 10-7 now for TP.
I mean, I feel like that was aggression trying to come through for SIM, but TP were expecting it. They were ready to receive. And even though Void tried to go for that running gun action with that double tap, Teddy was just there. Clear him out. And now, that was their eco round though for the side of SIM, so this is gonna be a buy round. And most likely a must-win round for SIM to try and edge their way back into this map. Miz though, able to find the first frag onto these SIM players.
Must-win round, you see? From what it looks like at the beginning of the round, I don't think SIM have a really good chance, but they will try their best to fight back. The Trailblazer will reveal where they are
Spike
2 seconds
down
ago, but
A.
Teddy will get the initial onto Reset. And Void trying his best
enemy
to
remaining.
swing here, but his teammates are there. His teammates are just too strong as Miss gets a third with his Vandal, and that will put TP up to 11 here. And if I'm not wrong, SIM kinda have to save here.
Yeah, I mean, the safer option would definitely be to save and play for the overtime. And unless they can convert this eco round.
Yeah, they will be forcing actually. All 5 members of SIM will be choosing to go on this force buy here. So we will see 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, a Vandal for Orange Panda here, and a Stinger for Void here, as he will look towards this B-long angle. Once again, Orange Panda gets the initial contact here, will get the trade here. Reset gets 3 with his Bulldog. And just like that, it's a 1v4 and make it a 4v0. As SIM get the 8th round here. What a good recovery, Greg. Don't you think?
I mean, that was a great force coming in for the side of SIM, especially since they had 4 players left alive. They're able to retrieve so many of these guns, and look at the ultimate economy on the side of SIM.
Yeah, 5 outs available for SIM. But they have the capability to force basically any side, right, with the orbital strike from the Brimstone and the showstopper from the Wraith, right? And because of that, SIM have that potential now, and TP, they have to play scared. They have to be aware of the attacking potential that SIM have and play around that, play safer maybe.
And you can see how SIM want to convert their success on the previous round into this one itself, but they're immediately they just stopped by
Enough.
INF.
Yeah, enough. Taking his gunfights here, but Orange Panda and Maxis each winning their respective fights as the defenders now realize that it will just be a hard B commit and a 2v3 retake for TP here.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, I mean 2v3 situation here for the side of TP. Still doable though because Orange Panda is pretty low himself. But with this orbital strike still in play, all SIM have to do right now is just try and delay this defuse from coming through from the players of TP.
Yeah. Incendiary there on that long angle, trying to resist any peek here, but Orange Panda and Max once again bringing their team back from the brink of death to a 9th round, as it will be 9 rounds for SIM and 11 for TP here. A comeback perhaps on the books here, and SIM do what TP did to them on that first half. But as we come into this next round here, I think it will be sort of a tech pause here. I do think one of the players has a tech issue here as we see the timer getting paused here. So a lot of things to discuss here, Grammy, about what SIM are doing right, about what TP are doing right. What do you think SIM and TP can do better here for both teams here?
I mean, for the past 2 rounds itself, I feel like SIM really used that early aggression in B long to try and push their way onto the side. I think that was really working out well for them. You can see how they replicated that success in the previous round itself, but I think there's a potential that TP could be reading into this time around, so that maybe they have to try and change up their game plan a little bit.
Yeah, but SIM going on the comeback run here, we saw that the past 3 rounds were very successful because they were able to use their utility to get them onto site there. Right? And that's really, really, really important. If you're SIM, you need to break through that initial layer of defensive utility from TP to be able to get into the post plan.
Yeah, I mean, in that round, in the previous round itself, you can see how this early aggression coming in from SIM made these gunfights more uncomfortable for the side of TP, and they were able to convert those kills, right? But now
Yeah,
you see the
game's
same
up.
aggression coming in, the change of pace coming in for the side of TP. They tried to go in for this early fight to try and get this orbital strike up and ready for the side of TP.
The early undercut from the attack here of SIM into B-Long here, as they will be able to sort of grab onto the B-Long control, but as Teddy just walks on, he just wide swings out of hooker, and he gets the first kill onto Maxis. Will get caught in this kill contract here. It will be Void versus Teddy here. Void wins it out into a 4v4 here, but the fight continues in hooker.
And Orange Panda able to find a frag as well, and suddenly the numbers are favored towards SIM here, but oh no, you can't whiff like that, Pudding. And INF finds that frag down to the 2v2 positions noted from the side of SIM off the back of those Seekers, and you can see the rotate coming back through for TP.
Yeah, and because Pudding was unable to get that kill onto INF, because INF is able to commit this New York death, he's going to be ready for this. He's going to be ready for
30
both of these
seconds
players coming down onto short and coming down at him here. Double trip setup on this short
This
angle
looks
here.
like a fence.
Yeah, it will get taken down. And ISIM will
player
get
standing.
that first step onto
Spike
side here, but
down
INF
A.
says, no, thank you. You're not planting my spike. Void takes the TV here, but he might actually be too slow here.
Yeah, but
10
with 10
seconds
seconds
left.
left of the clock, all TP have to do is delay, and they do off the back of that
Oh.
open strike. The plant is denied by TP as they get to match point.
Yeah, such a good play from TP there. The opposite strike
Match point.
perfectly timed.
Finish him
We
off.
actually saw the brimstone of TP there, by Arctic already holding onto the opposite strike and planning to use it before the rotate ever even happened there. So amazing timing play from TP, amazing game sense from the side of the brimstone there, as TP will move on to match point for our first map of buy.
Can we just take a look at the buy from Pudding right now?
Well, it's putting buys by an operator.
Okay.
Here. Orange
Okay,
Panda
Miss, you can't do
instantly.
that. He just gets shot through the smoke and has the showstopper in his hand. Teddy tries to go for that pick, but a double tap just proves too strong, and SIM are able to convert the kills off the back of that and make this numbers advantage back in their favor.
Yeah, and we see the power of the double tap there, right? Of the why ISO could be a new entry into the meta here. Because of the double tap, ISO was just able to tank that showstopper completely without any repercussions at all. And SIM fighting back, still having that tenacity, still having that fighting spirit to carry on in this match here, as it will
Fully
be
smoked.
a 4v2 post-plant here, as Spike will probably get planted in the next few seconds.
Void is aware of this
Player
positioning. He
standing.
wins out the gunfight against the Korik, and they're able to get the spike plant down. Now INF left in a 1v4 situation. He does have a little bit of economy to work with, so he could choose to try and get a couple of these weapons off the hands of these SIM players. Seems like
Yeah.
he might.
I have $2,600 in his wallet here. Enough for him to purchase a buy next round. Enough for him to have the confidence to go for any sort of economic damage to SIM here. He will swing, he will find two, but he will not get any, as Pudding shuts that down.
That was a great recovery coming in for the side of SIM off that opening pick by Miz. Orange Panda just, he couldn't play the game at all, but SIM, Maxis as well as Void, I believe, able to convert the kills back into their favor. Still match point here for the side of TP, but overtime seems doable for SIM, especially since now TP have the lower buy.
Yeah, and if they win this run against TP, right, SIM, if they are able to save this orbital strike for that 12th or for that 24th round to get into overtime, then it will be such a beautiful strike. But INF here, his position is completely unnoted here.
Not
The
again.
guy like didn't catch him here. He has a flag. He will see so many players, and he gets what? He gets to getting a third, trying to fight his third, but Void trades it out. But suddenly, SIM are in such a bad position now.
Yeah, losing out the race as well as the sky. Just not what you want to see on your attacking side, because that just diminishes your firepower so much more. And with the sky smoke coming down, they have to clear this close angle that Arctic is playing in.
Yeah, look at how slow. Look at this reset right now from TP. Such so smart, right? The moment they get the man advantage, they simply tell themselves, it's okay. All we're gonna do is smoke off B long and consistently delay their entry. They can't really do anything. And because Pudding is still holding on to this operator here, it's naturally going to be harder for them to execute here.
Orbital
Will
strike.
instantly be committed here.
30 seconds.
Counted onto the side itself to push these players away. Doesn't really matter. Not much chip damage done on any of them. They're
Yeah.
able to get this spike plant down though. Elbow still being held onto by Arctic.
Smoke's down.
Maxis can't really find a way to get in. Now he does. He's able to find a frag, but Miz trades it back out. Teddy trying to cover and come back with his team here, trying to regroup.
Every trade
Players of-
that TP get here is
What?
beneficial. As I said, Teddy gets just a flying fadeaway here onto Pudding here, the last player here. Void trying to save his team, trying to get overtime for his team here. Will pop his down tap, will instantly get broken here, but Void, what can you do? Nothing! As Miss will win the fight, it belongs. The Spike will get the fuse, and TP move on 1-0 in this series as Bind comes to a close 13-10.
I mean, what a game that was.
Yeah, we saw an early lead from SIM. We saw it come back from TP. TP extends their lead into the second half. SIM have a chance of coming back, have a chance of pulling back the game. But then TP snuffs that hope out. They say, no, you are not coming back in front of us. And they will go up 1-0. And that is fine. What an exhilarating game here. Missed such a performance. 23 and 16 with a 291 ACS there.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see how both Miz and Teddy started to warm up in the later half of the game, right? And now Miz topping the scoreboard. These duelist players have so many first bloods, and I feel like that's exactly what you want to see.
From your duelist players. You need them to get those entries. You need them to get those first bloods, and you need them to open up those sites for you. And that's important, right? When we look at the role of a duelist, a lot of people think that the only role of a duelist is to go in and get those skills. And while we see these primary duelists on the top of the scoreboard here, it's important to understand that the role of a duelist is to open up the site and get that entry space. It's not necessarily for kills. If you get kills, it's a bonus, right, Grammy? But importantly, every one of these players are doing their job. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing game. It's simply a stunning map, that we have watched it.
I mean, it was definitely a competitive one, right? With
Mhm.
SIM starting out strong, but the comeback from the side of TP just pushing them over the edge a little bit with that firepower from Miz and Teddy, I believe.
Yeah, amazing game here. We will actually be shifting into the next map, which is the map that I think we're both very excited for, right? It will be Icebox. If I'm not wrong, is this the first time that we have casted Icebox ever in the past two seasons of Camp Sessions? Is it? Because I
I
don't remember talking about Icebox at all in Camp Sessions.
I mean, to be fair, Icebox has been out of the map pool for quite some time before it came back in, like more recently, right? So
Yeah.
it could be. I mean, Icebox. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Icebox, if I'm being
Okay. Why?
honest.
Why?
Why? I feel like there's just a lot of elevation as well as close corners. So like, is a lot of things that you need to clear if you're on the attacking side, especially. There's so many corners that the defense could just be hiding in. I feel like it's a very exciting map because
Mm,
the Fnatic versus Loud comeback was on the map of
mhm.
Icebox itself. It is definitely a map where if you have the momentum, you can definitely close it out with a bang. But at the same time, if your opponents get the momentum on their side, yeah, you know what happens.
I think Icebox is one of those maps where if you come in with a good read to what your opponents do, it becomes very easy. Because Icebox, to me, at least as a coach, as an analyst, it's a very flow charting map. Right? You go, okay, so we're gonna start. We're gonna go A. So what happens if we go A? If they commit X amount of utility, if they commit a silver dart, we go B, etc. etc. Right? So if you have that flowchart thought of very well, if you have that flowchart analyzed for the enemy team and you know what they're going to do and you know what you are going to do when they do something, then it becomes a very, very almost direct and straightforward map for you to play. But then again, it is a very, very exciting matchup, I would say. Both teams with duelist players that are so talented, right? We saw from the last map, Gravity. What do you think we're going to see on Ice? What agents do you think these duelists are going to pick?
I mean, honestly, the meta so far has been to pick up a Jet right on Icebox because Jet can abuse those elevated positions with the operator. There's long sidelines, but honestly, I want to see a Neon. I feel like Neon could be a viable duelist on Icebox because even though it has elevations, the spaces between the elevations are quite small, right? So I feel like a Neon has the potential to go in for this entry and create space for the site.
I mean, we've seen the TikTok neon plays, right? It's from people like Tevit, where they slide on top of pipes, they jump onto 410, they jump onto Gen, and they jump onto like Narnia, and then they slide into Haven. But it's stuff like that makes neon fun. It's stuff like that makes what we do entertaining, right? As commentators, we love to see mechanical and strategical outplays like that. But in terms of strategy, SIM with such an early lead in terms of their reads on the first map, right? I do think that there's a possibility that we see almost the same thing happen in Icebox again, especially with this map being as swingy as it is here. But with the new duelist changes, right? We may actually see a lot more aggression towards the mid side of the map because of how Neon is designed and because of how ISO is designed. The hardest fight that used to plague attackers was that initial boiler fight. Because you can, as ISO, just put up your down tap now, it might actually be easier for ISO players to take that fight or even destroy the Killjoy turret there before it gets value.
I mean, to be fair, the Killjoy turret there, I feel like a lot of players have found the Killjoy lineouts for that. So if you're in that boiler position, your turret is kind of more easily broken now if you have that lineup. So I don't think that mid fight is the issue there. I feel like it's the entry, especially on the A side. There's so many early angles that the defenders can take to try and find those early opening picks for
Yeah,
you to fight. And as an attacker, you have to be able to be diligent enough to clear them out.
yeah. Do you think we're gonna see a stage by any chance? Sorry.
I mean,
I mean,
I think Sage on Icebox is a perfectly fine pick, but honestly, I kind of want to see something more exciting.
Sage is currently in the meta as a very good pick for Axos because of the amount of stall that she has. But ho, as TP is instantly going to lock in their agent selects here. We see the cipher of last game, INF going onto the Reyna. What do you think of that agent's pick, Grim?
I'm honestly, I don't think Reyna is a bad pick on Icebox because
Yeah, I think she's one of the few maps that Reyna can actually perform in.
I mean, because Icebox is such a swingy map, right? If you have a Reyna player who can really frag, it could really give your team that extra advantage, especially since like her blind, the Lear now, is just it can like blind for long angles, which really helps in that B side angle. And I believe Reyna had a rework as well. The dismiss is so much more faster now. I feel like you
Yeah.
could make jumps that you couldn't before
Mhm.
currently.
But SIM will look towards this more passive playstyle. We see the Sova, we see the Killjoy initiator, double initiator actually with the Sova and the Gecko being Harvard here. Chamber, the sentinel of choice for the defense of TP. What do you think? We actually saw this composition get selected and perhaps trialed by a team like 100 Thieves in the VCT Americas, right? But what do you think of the Chamber here, taking the role of the Opera?
I mean, you have the chamber, you have the jet. That means double the offers you need to clear for the side of SIM, honestly. And chamber, I feel like he can also really abuse the long angles and the elevation that Icebox provides you with the tour de force, especially in the Hit Hunter.
Yeah,
So
a lot of capability for the chamber to abuse here on this Icebox map. And as we say that, all five players are actually leaning towards the A side here. Killjoy is probably gonna go for some luck play mid, but yeah, there's actually no Viper smoke mid if you can see that. In a lot of
yeah,
situations, you want the attacking Viper smoke to be at mid to fade that mid pressure. But because of the Killjoy, because they don't have a Killjoy here on the defense here, they're just comfortable enough to do this. But look at where INF is.
I feel like he was waiting for someone to break that dart for
Yeah,
him. He was like slowly going up into that nest position, but gets spotted out immediately. So they're aware of this early aggression on this ace side.
yeah. But they instantly reaggress. Look at how
Deploying
advanced
drone.
these positions are. The Hour Drone will probably clear a lot of these players as they will be forced to fall back here. Teddy,
Spike down
before
A.
dropping, will find his first onto Void here.
One enemy remaining.
Just the kills are just all going the way of TP.
Yeah. Actually, okay, so a very good adjustment from SIM here because they don't have a Killjoy, they don't commit the Viper smoke onto mid here, right? But because of that, the Killjoy doesn't really have that much cover there, right? Pudding doesn't have that much cover to go into mid here, and he does get taken out instantly as he starts his lock timing into the mid side there. And on A, the fights just all go to the side of TP here. TP swings, TP wins, as someone would say. As we switch into the second round here, TP on that force by an outlaw for Arctic there.
3 Vandals and an Outlaw, and INF going for an early aggression gets punished though by Maxis, and Restart with that running gun. Able to pick up the kill onto a Korik as well. So
Yeah.
now, numbers advantage. This buy round for TP is actually going to go the way of SIM. They're able to retrieve a couple of these weapons as well, so this execute could look good.
Yeah, and suddenly you see Arctic has to worry about this mid flank here. And so TP here, they are kind of spread. They have to stick 2 players here. They can't go for this early rotate because they're not sure where all these players of SIM are. And SIM, they have themselves a Vandal, they have themselves a Spectre, they have themselves a Sheriff and a Marshal here. And suddenly, this looks really winnable for the side of SIM.
But Arctic though, does have an Outlaw, which could easily stop all these players of SIM in their tracks here.
Yeah,
And yeah, the
that.
first shot
30 seconds
onto
left.
Maxis takes him out. Wingman is gonna go for the spike plant though, and is it able to be denied? Yes, it is. Arctic just stalling more time for his teammates to come back in. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they have to make a choice now. SIM, time is running low. The Dizzy to come through, and Restart takes a close fight. Void good for 1 as well. With 10 seconds remaining, they do get a spike plant down to the 1v2. Miz, just a sliver of health. So low. What can you do in this situation? Restart going for this aggressive pick. He finds the pickup, and that's a thrifty round going the way of SIM.
Yeah, such a good conversion from SIM, right? They win those initial gunfights. They win that initial engagement onto TP there, and immediately after that, you see the reset. You see the immediate pullback from the attack there as they shift towards the B execute. The chamber gets 1. Unfortunate. It's okay. Let's force the spike plant. Let's force the Vandal to go on the side and take those gunfights and win the round. And that's exactly what SIM does as they shift 1-1 on this one.
Look at this round itself. 5 players of SIM leaning over to the B side. Elevation being taken by Maxis here. As they take all this space in B long, the rotation is being called early for the side of TP is a good call here, and Arctic tries to go for a sneaky smoke criminal kill. Will not find a shot. Wingman
Ooh.
gets the spike plant down.
Yeah, and as it is, it's a 5v5 retake here. But look at the guns from TP here. It's almost no chance here. They will try to find something. INF trades out the initial as it will shift into that 4v4. But still, 4 sheriffs, 4 vandals. The guns are out of reach, but as I said, the Arctic gets it killed. But instantly gets traded out
What?
by his teammates here. A 2v2 here. It's getting costly.
Definitely a costly round, but one that SIM are still able to convert. It looked dangerous and dicey for a second, but the flank coming in for the side of Miz just caught out by Pudding.
I'll be honest, if Miss gets that kill on the flank there, TP win the round basically instantly because too much pressure points, right, from the retake there. But because they are able to stand strong, because they're able to win out that 1v1 on the flank I got here, they're able to stabilize in the 2v2 and win out the round here. Significant economic damage, however. Look at SIM's economy. Some people only have 100 credits here, but look at TP's economy. It might just be more fragile here.
I mean, if SIM can convert this round, it will definitely damage the economy of TP, and Maxis and Pudding each finding their opening picks on opposite sides of the map, trying to clear out these close angles. Arctic wants to go in for an aggressive peek. Pudding's aware of a Korik's position. Doesn't
Yeah,
really
we
want
see.
to take this fight.
Yeah, we see this instant reset from the Sova here as he will try to continue on his fight, will take down Pudding. but the spike is already getting planted here. Teddy here, I'm not sure he's ready for this. He will actually get the kill onto Orange
Spike
Panda,
planted.
and he will try and shift towards more here. Two players on this orange side here. He will actually take down Void as well in this 2v2 retake.
It is looking dangerous here for SIM. Especially since both these players are so low. Ikari able to find one, Maxis trades it out, but Teddy finds the kill onto his counterpart. And that's the second round on the board for the side of TP to tie it up.
Yeah, really close there at the end. We almost saw a whiff there, man. My heart was panting at the end there. But Teddy cleans it up 2-2 for TP here, as they will get a really nice round here. I really like how brave Akoric was on the flank. He got spotted by the alarm bot. He knows that the Killjoy knows that he's dead, but he still swings out and wins that gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Pudding was expecting him to swing out from the position like that, and he's able
Yeah.
to find the timing onto him.
Yeah, once again, as you said a few rounds ago, so much aggression coming in for the side of SIM here, as you will try again to get this early aiming control. INF up on 410, up on the ropes and trying to find something in enemy battle here from both of these jets here, as they will settle into this 5-man execute.
And look at the positioning of all these players on SIM. All 5 players stacked up towards A. And so much information gained by Arctic, who's taken a space on B long.
Yeah,
Going
Arctic's
for
positioning here is
Chi
golden.
Yango as well.
He can get one, run, and TP back to his rendezvous point, right? But look at where SIM are going. SIM are aware of this possible position. SIM are aware of this possible flank out, and because of that, they're all going through mid. I'm not sure the defense is ready for this.
I mean, this mid push, I don't think the defense is ready for it, but Pudding is able to find that push from Arctic though. Now, the rest of these players of TP have to scramble back into these positions to try and clear all these angles out. Max is good for 2. The Blade Storm from Teddy just does not
Player
connect. He's able to
standing.
finally convert the kill though, but still, Miz left in a 1v3. Gets caught out by Orange Panda and converts the round, putting SIM back in the lead.
Yeah, SIM really nice round there. Able to stabilize, able to sort of get their bearings back, even if the attack goes towards that mid side that they were not expecting at number 1, but they were able to recover that positioning and win out the round eventually. So that's good on SIM, as we will shift into another full buy round actually. Right? No, actually, TP will be choosing to go onto a save here with 2 Vandals. This seems kind of weird for the
I
economy.
mean,
Bro.
they don't really have the economy to work with, right? And I'm not
Yeah.
sure what this call is, but I feel like they have a game plan coming to this. But
Look at
for the
INF, look at
side
INF.
of
Oh,
okay, restart just clears that out then. Arctic going for a peek here, but miss in a back angle, trying to find that frag. Restart does convert the kill though. Onto the players on A, and suddenly 2v5 situation here.
One enemy remaining.
That peek was a little bit over eager, but still able to convert that kill by restart. Ikari, the only one left alive, gets caught out by the lurk. SIM convert.
yep. Really nice play from the attacker. They knew that TP were likely going for a save, right? So they were confident enough to only have 3 players go for the full exit there, or the 2 players held back outside A main to wait for any potential flanks. It didn't come true, but the fact that they were able to have that patience to hold for that and expect that aggression coming in from the eco plays of TP just show how disciplined SIM is on this attack side here.
You can see how the ultimate economy is actually building up again
Mhm.
for both these teams actually.
How did Teddy get that kill actually? I have no idea how he gets the kill as he dashes right into the crosshairs of Orange Panda.
What?
What?
Ikari just got away with daylight robbery.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
What is happening in this round, boy?
The wingman.
Spike
The only
planted.
one left alive in a 1v2 situation here. I feel like he has to go for an early pick. He does have the thrash back up at the ready. Both his players gonna walk on the side. He's able to isolate the fight onto the player with the health advantage here. So Miz, 45 HP, what can you do? Void is gonna play for his ultimate. Trying to clear out all these angles, but not much time remaining. He almost gets caught out.
Dizzy has targets.
Knows where Miz is. Waiting for his push, but it's just no more time here as Void closes this round out.
Yeah, once again, we see an early lead for SIM here. It was 5-0, it's now 5-2. SIM seem to have this early game confidence, this early game intelligence as they are able to figure out exactly what TP are trying to do here. And it's really, really good for them as they will try to extend their lead here. Coming back into this, it will be a full buy round for the side of actually, no. TV are back onto an eco because of their pretty irresponsible decisions to buy that Vandal 2 rounds ago. But Arctic with the 24 is trying to find something, but Maxis will instantly get that kill.
Expecting Ikari in this close angle though, two players fighting. This mid lurk here, they're able to convert these kills and bring it down to a 3v3 and retrieve these rifles as well. An upgrade from the Sheriffs. Restart able to find that pick. Spike plant not yet down. And the Viper Spit committed here.
The commitment of the Viper Spit here is pretty good as Tally finds that initial, but Void trades it out. They have 55 seconds. The call here is very obvious. You have to rotate back to A here. You cannot miss anything. It doesn't even need to happen as Void gets the kill onto Miss, and it will be a 6th round for SIM here as they will look to exert their dominance on this attack after. What do you think TP can do to counter this?
I mean, for the side of TP, I feel like it's difficult for them. They have to actively try to find information because they don't have the luxury of having the Killjoy turret watch their mid, right? And that just gives them less information in their position, so they have to try and find more, and that's what they've been trying to do with these A pushes. But this time around, they want to play things safer and play more passively. Teddy expecting a push here.
Yeah, Teddy's still on this very aggressive angle. Lockdown will be committed instantly for this A execute, and Teddy just hoping to try and find any overextension here. Hunter's Fury will be committed, but as I see that 2 kills instant from the defense.
Traded right back by Void though. Hunter's Fury committed by both teams as well, I believe. The Owl Drone spots him out. This is dangerous here for Max. He's still able to get away. Not before taking a bit of damage. I can't even find that shot onto Ikoric. Now down to the 2v3 here for these players of SIM. Arctic going for the defuse. Halfway, and INF able to find both picks here. Convert this round for them.
Yeah, INF going big on that retake there. It was a 3v3, but the Sova swings out there, right? You see a Korvik swinging out from heaven that gets the kill, gets into a 3v2, and after that, it's just smooth sailing because, and INF just gets those 2 kills because the players are so isolated, so far apart, and TP will move on to that 3rd round here. And they are showing signs of life. They are showing that they can come back. They are showing signs of that previous game.
Yeah, I mean, this time though, the alt economy is leaning towards SIM, I believe. They have the Thresh, they have the Viper Spit at the ready. Going for his side takes. Our drone does spot out Arctic, but not INF, I believe. Trying to bait for him, but that Thresh is gonna catch them both out. And Miz is trying to save INF here. He does get one. Can he find anything else? Yes, he can. The kill is converted by the side of TP. Now to the 2v2.
It's only one person here. It's only one person yellow here. And they know where the gecko is. They know where the trash came from. But Void, trying to lurk him, trying to find a time here. I don't think they realize how deep he is. I don't think Miss knows that there is an angry Void trying to look for him right now. Oh my god, they're just missing each other.
Or The smoke orb just denies that vision of Miz,
Last
and
player
he gets
standing.
spotted out, but it doesn't matter. He's able to find a
Enemy
frag.
remaining.
Doesn't expect the
30
positioning of
seconds
Void
left.
though, so Void gonna go for the spike type. Ikorik is playing this so patiently.
Oh no, knife out. Does he expect on the top? Yeah, no, he doesn't. As Corey gets the kill onto Void. That timing was insane, Grammy.
What a round from TP there, and that forces the timeout for the side of SIM.
That is an instant timeout call from the side of SIM there. Because that round was almost depressing for them to lose, right? But what do you think SIM can do to further their lead here? Because I think right now what TP are discovering is that they can just hold on side, right? They can just play for those side defenses. They don't have to go for those initial picks. We saw the 2 initial picks go to the side of SIM here. Instant 5v3 of round start because of Gecko Trash. But they still managed to win the round because the side anchors are anchoring side really well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like off the back of those initial picks, if SIM had the time to be able to just pause for a second and figure out what exactly they want to do, because I feel like the execute just came in like bits and pieces, and it was kind of hard for the players of SIM to try and get their way on the site, and the players of TP were just able to pick them off. So coming into this round itself, just 2 rounds left in the half. TP are looking to tie this back up.
Yeah, TP once again looking to tie back up as they did in Bind. The scoreline is eerily similar here, 4-6 for TP. What can they find after trying to get something done on top of Yellow Dead? But he intelligently realizes that he doesn't need to take this fight as he joins his Viper back onto B. Rotations coming in from the Reyna of INF here as B side has 3 players now stacked onto this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, look at this rotate. I mean, even Teddy is almost rotated off of the A side. Now he's just playing a passive angle back. And I feel like the players of SIM realize this. They try to get the alt orb for themselves, and now going onto the opposite side of the map where only Teddy is.
Yeah, the correct play for Teddy here is to get contact and get out and just play for the retake here. But his positioning on site here seems kind of committal, Grim.
I mean, in this scenario, the best you can hope for is like 1 or 2 kills, and I think that's exactly what he wants to go for. But I think Ikorik realizes this, coming to support his teammate in a crossfire here. The Dizzy to come through, it does not clear the angle. Teddy gets
Yeah.
1, but restart
Shot down.
trades it right back.
Welcome
Down to the
my
3v3
world.
Viper's pit committed from the side of SIM.
Now, this theoretically should not be possible for the defense right now. They have the Viper Pit, they have 3 players, 2 of them are on site playing in that Viper's Pit. This is so hard for the defense to retake it, but INF trying to find a peak, trying to find any space in the Vipers out here. Viper's Molly will get thrown here, Snakebite will deny some of the health here as the defense looks towards
Last
its retake.
player standing.
As INF drops, his body falls to the floor. Orange Panda finds that pickup restart. Good for 3 in a round and missed. The only one left alive
Yeah.
gets caught out by Orange Panda. And it's 7 rounds on the board for the side of SIM.
Last
Yeah,
round in the
SIM
half.
7 individual rounds on the board here as they will try to get onto the 8-4 half. But as for TP, 7-5 is the best that they can hope for. And as you look into the last round here, TP on such an interesting buy here, really weak actually. Grammy.
I mean, for TP, Teddy has the Bladestorm at the ready, so we've seen how aggressive and how sharp he can be before. Arctic, though, on the other hand, only has a Marshal in his hand, so could be slightly harder to defend this B side, but INF is there for the backup.
And once again, SM trying to go for this early aggression towards A and then resetting and either re-hitting A or going back to B. We see the Killjoy with all the flank utility here, and we see this early hour drop which will actually spot out at least 2 members of SIM here.
Another thing that comes into play is the Empress, which now after the rework It doesn't fade away anymore.
Arctic gets instantly taken out mid by the operator of Pudding here. We saw that investment last game, late into the half here. We're seeing the value of it now, as SIM suddenly have so much more space to play with on the map right now.
I mean, Icebox is a map with longer sidelines here, so Pudding able to find that first pick. Great opening kill onto Arctic, but that's the Marshall. They still have 3 rifles to deal with here, and Risa is just trying to clear out these close angles. I
30
and Nev
seconds left.
just waiting close with the Empress at the ready. Is he ready for this? No, he's not. Risa gets the frag. Miz gets taken down as well by Maxis. Teddy, Bladestorm to respond. Do they note Max's positioning here? It looks dangerous, looks dicey, but Teddy is able to get that frag and get himself a weapon upgrade, but still,
The Spike
numbers
planted A.
advantage. Yeah, Spike's planted A and the numbers advantage is in the hands of SIM right now. They do have the Thrash at the ready as well.
Yeah, and every single player is just playing for this post plant here. The Spike's planted open. We have Mollies. We have the Trash. We might even have the Viper Snakebite if we need it, but I don't think we need it. Pudding with the operator holding this first engagement here. He will miss his shot, but does it really matter here? The Trash probably will be sent in a few seconds, but Teddy, with his Bladestorm, trying to pull off something here, trying to find some magic. He will get detained, and that probably will be the round here as Void cleans it up. And SIM move on to an 8-4 half, a far cry from their performance on the last round.
I mean, 8-4 half, definitely good as map itself, but now a side swapped back. I'm interested in to see how TP are gonna play their attacking half.
Yeah, they have the Reyna, they have the Jet. This feels like a comp that was made for the attack half, right? So it's gonna be really interesting to see how they adapt to SIM's defense.
Look at that smoke on lineup.
Where? Oh, that's actually really, really interesting. But coming into this back area, TP need to win this first round. They need to get themselves back into the game here if they want to have a chance at winning the series 2-0. I think with his hit hunter, try his best to find something in the main hit as the attack. Likely will shift
Okay.
towards B here. I'm with that first pick, confident on that pick against Max, but will he expect Orange Panda?
Oh no. That
Okay.
almost looked dangerous for Orange Panda, but still is able to get that frag. Not before being taken down to 40 HP. The Sheriff not being retrieved by the players of SIM though. Finds a pick.
Down B.
That gets traded out. A Dizzy flashes all 3, but it doesn't matter. Teddy still converts that kill. Orange Panda spots out one. They're going for the spike plant. All 3 players in this position here, and Teddy cleans the round up with 3 kills. And TP take the pistol.
I like the confidence from Orange Panda to walk down tube into mid and get that flanker, right? But what I don't like is why Maxis is taking that early fight on A. I feel like that was really unnecessary for him to take, if you get what I mean. Right?
I mean, I feel like it's an okay fight if you have like
Support.
someone right behind you to try
Right,
and
yeah.
trade it out, try and catch that lurk. But I don't think he had anyone in that round itself. So coming into this round itself, the buy for the side of TP looking strong, 3 rifles and a Spectre in their hands. All 5 players stacked up towards this B side. Orange Panda is the first one to receive this aggression. Pudding finds one but will fall. And this positioning by Teddy, really taking advantage of his agent.
Yeah, double flank from mid here. INF might not be expecting this. I mean, now he will. From his teammates' information here, sprays 2 down with the Vandal here. As Void, the last one standing, all he can hope for right now are just complimentary kills, consolation prizes for him. Takes a shot, misses it against INF here. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
he actually wins that fight.
The wallbang though,
No. Oh.
doesn't matter. Void still finds the head of Miz. I think he's aware that someone's on his head. But Teddy
Yeah.
is the one who finds that kill, and they're able to convert, but not before losing a rifle in the mix.
Yeah. Coming into this bonus here, a lot of commitment on the buy there for TP. They did win the round, but they also did lose out on a lot of weapons. But I do not think they can. They are going to buy up into this round. 4 rifles, 1 sheriff on the Sova for a Corey. But this buy is pretty scary if you're SIM, right? It's not the typical bonus buy we're used to seeing in professional Valorant, right? This is a almost full buy from TP here, and they will look to abuse the fact that SIM might not expect it.
Yeah, I mean, TP, they want to win this round to try and bring the scoreline closer. Look at this lurk from Miss. He gets caught out though by a restart. Unaware of that angle.
Yeah, that's why the Viper smoke that has to happen, Bernie. He has to come down there, or else you get situations like that where for Orange Panda trying to extend his team's advantage here will find that 1 kill onto Arctic there, and suddenly 5v3 for the defense here. Teddy trying to find something, doesn't find anything, but he will get 2. And suddenly, there's hope for this round for the attack.
Yeah, I mean, now in a 2v3 situation here
Last player
for
standing.
the side of TP, make that a 1v3 here for Teddy. Reset finds the frag onto INF, I believe, and Teddy's trying to go for a frag, but Void will convert that kill and get his ultimate off the back of that.
Yeah, it's really, really clean run as SIM win their bonus, and because of their investment, suddenly TP are somehow still able to buy up to full rifles and 1 sheriff. Basically the same buy as last round. But SIM, once again, really clean bonus, really clean anti-eco, or at least in their opinion, what was an anti-eco there, as they will move on to the 9th round. But TP need to be able to break through SIM's defense right now. They do make the right read to go to B. It is the weaker side of SIM's defense here. What can they find on this execution? Audra will clear the initial half of B side here as all 5 players are grouped up here for it.
They do have both the Viper and the Killjoy on this B side though, so taking this backside space is gonna prove difficult for the side of TP. It seems like the side of SIM, they might want to play for this retake, especially since they do have the threshold at the ready, putting Ellie gets spotted out, trying to go for that frag, but INF is just walking out, trying to catch a timing on to restart. Gets taken out. Orange Panda is there to trade. And now, numbers are in favor of the side of SIM as these players continue to rotate in. All 3 players on the side of TP are playing back.
The trash will be commented on this fight here. It will detain both players of the attack here, but doesn't matter. Miss, they're second down. The defuse already trying to get stuck by the wingman here. Void trying his best to fight it, but it doesn't matter as Pudding cleans it up. And SIM get their 10th round in the game.
That looked almost dangerous for SIM. As Max is just caught unaware by Miz, he was able to convert 2 off the back of that, but SIM cleaned that round up. A great ultimate coming in from Void to try and just detain 2 players in B
Yeah, it
main,
somehow
right?
catches 2, Grammy. I don't know how it catches 2, but it somehow.
I mean, it's a splash area, so
Yeah, but TP here might be the last chance for them to have a momentum shift into this one. It will be 10-6. If they lose this, it will be that 11-6. But there's 3 rounds in a row that TP have managed their economy well enough for them to buy into a full buy here. As
yeah,
INF here,
but
early.
Void buy though.
Look at how close he is, but doesn't matter. Void gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, Void's buy with the Outlaw. He's aware that these players can't really buy up.
Oh,
But it doesn't matter for him. He just goes in aggressive, finds 2 off the back of that, and able to get a spike plant down.
yeah. Void right now has an operator that can fire faster and deal the same amount of damage right now to these players, which all have light shields, all are low here. Pudding with his battle, trying to find something here as the retake will begin. Orange gonna find the spring through the smoke of the Teddy here, but look at this. Look at where Horik is. He's in a position that
That's
no
not the
expected
gun
him.
barrel though.
Yeah.
Orange Panda able to take him down, and Arctic tries to go for the trade. Orange Panda finds the 3rd in the round to convert this round, bringing us to an 11-6 scoreline.
11 to 6 is the scoreline right now for the defense. Yes, SIM look to come back 1-1 on this series. What a game so far.
I
What
think
a
those
show.
were great plays by both teams, right? You had a Korik who took advantage of the chaos and found 2 frags, and Orange Panda just used the timing of his toxic screen to find that isolation onto Teddy there to try and open up the site.
I'll be honest, Grammy, it is amazing to me how well TP have managed their economy. Look at the fact that they're able to buy up for the 4th round in a row with full rifles and an operator that Arctic uses to kill Maxes. It's a tour de force for sure. It's his ultimate, but it's an operator nonetheless.
Wait, does Void have his ultimate again?
Yeah, Void has his ultimate yet again in 2 rounds as Teddy waltzes in, gets his skill to restart, and I don't think this is the round where Void uses it.
Yeah, I mean, all the frags are just going the way of TP. It seems like all the players of SIM are just being isolated one by one. Pudding does manage to find a lurk of INF though. And the rest
Yeah,
of the
but
players might want to go for this hunt.
yeah, no one wants him to save right here. And this is the TP we need to see. This is the TP that we need to have if they want to come back into this game. This is the TP that we need to show. This is the TP that needs to show us what they can do, what they can adapt, how they can look at this map and abuse the fact that SIM are playing really spread apart here. If they can find these 1v1s, if they can isolate these 1v1s, it is their chance to come back into the map here.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would look difficult though, especially with this ultimates on the side of SIM. But the ultimate economy for the side of TP looking good as well, actually.
Are they us? I have so many questions.
Yeah, looking really good for both sides here. TP will have a Reyna Empress and the Hunter's Fury up, as well as the Viper's Pit really close by here. But SIM here, with Lockdown, with Trash, with Viper's Pit, everything they need to retake, right? It's almost as if SIM can win one more round, they are almost guaranteed the win, right? Because of those ults.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, in this round itself is gonna look dicey because of this buy coming in from SIM. Just one rifle that was saved from the previous round. The rest of the players are broken by 2 sheriffs and a stinger. And already Pudding side is being pushed here. Trying to find what he can, but he gets spotted out by the owl drone and Teddy takes him down. Maxis wants to go for a frag, able to find that kill. I have pushing past that toxic screen. Going for that trade.
Last player standing.
Suddenly all the kills are going the way of TP and they convert around.
Yeah, TP managing to convert that 8th round here. Only 3 rounds separating them. And I say only, it is a lot of rounds. But for TP, we know this team, we know what this team can do. We know that it is possible for them to come back against SIM here. But SIM here, with that round lead here, with those outs, 4 outs now, and actually 1 off the Blade Storm for Maxis as well, as he will go onto that operator for the first time and hook onto this belt angle.
This time though, early aggression being shown from the side of SIM. And Miz is the one who finds that opening pick onto Orange Panda. That's the Viper down and so much utility on the side of the defense down.
Oof, what a close shot here. Look at INF position here. Because Orange Panda died mid here, Pudding has to worry about this position here. He has to worry about both mid and B mid here. He spins around, gets that flick onto INF here, but is that enough to get his team the round win? Is that enough to stabilize his team enough? Maxis seems to think so with the operator.
Yeah, Maxis, he's able to find that frag from the mid lane and Pudding finally converts the kill to Teddy off the back of the Nano Storm as well. Viper's Pit is gonna fall. The Thresh does not clear the close angle, but Maxis checks it anyway. Miz is trapped, detained in this ultimate, and okay, just gonna knife him.
Perhaps a bad call, right? Because I believe, in my opinion, that because Maxis already missed his up shot, right? The clear call there for the attack was just to barrel onto the A side there and kill the Jet while she was escaping.
Turn out.
But instead, they choose to rely on Reyna's position. They choose to rely on INF's locked up position there. And because he loses that fight, his team loses control of the B side and they lose the round as a result. And SIM manages to move on to the 12th round here. Max is on this position. It will get instantly spotted out. But do they know that Orange Panda is here? Do they check it? No, they don't. He gets two, gets traded out by Arctic. Maxis gets a second. And just like that, 4v1 instantly for the side of the defense here. Miss can try, but can he pull this off here? It would be a monumental 1v4 for the Viper here. He's trying to find something. He's trying to look for any hope, any help to save his team here, to possibly extend the chances of his team winning this 2-0 here. But as it looks, as SIM closes in on his position here, it will look like we're going into this third map. And he's trying his best to find something, to find a sliver of hope on this angle, but it will not be found. Restart, clean it out. Restart will restart his team into the series here, and it will be a 1-1 as SIM take the map.
I mean, what a round it was. Those last two rounds were super close, I believe, but I think the difference maker there was that, I mean, whatever TV did in this round itself, I feel like SIF still had the ultimate economy advantage because they only committed the trash in the previous round itself. So in that round itself, they had so many ultimates available, and they didn't even really need to use any of them to convert it. And looking at the scoreboard, Teddy leading the pack, his team, 5 first bloods, unfortunately unable to convert the rounds itself, and we will be moving on to split.
Yeah, a standout performance from Teddy to bring his team back, but unfortunately, it was not enough to bring his team the game there. As you told me, moving on to split, are you excited for split, Jeremy?
Honestly, I'm quite excited for split because I'm not sure. I feel like teams are still gonna go in for that race pick, but I would love to see a change up.
I would love to see a change up too from these teams here as we do go on to split here, but there will be a break apparently. Is that right, Grammy?
Yeah, I mean we'll be taking a short break between this Valorant action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss what's coming up next.
Welcome back, and welcome back to game 2 of day 1 of Valorant Campus Legends Season 6. We are in map 3 of game 2, Greg, and the next map happening will be Split. Are you hyped for Split, Greg?
Honestly, with the showing that both these teams have given us in the past two maps, I'm pretty hyped up for Split. So, just to catch the audience up a little bit, this is the game between SIM and TP. And we've seen TP make a comeback on the map of Bind itself, which was our first map, but on Icebox, the second map, SIM had a pretty good showing themselves coming into that map. So now we are moving on to map 3, the decider of Split, and I'm excited to see what both these teams have to in store for us. And right off the bat, we can see that SP are picking up the double duelist composition here. They want to make full use of their firepower that they have coming into this map to try and close out the series. But for the side of SIM, they're going to go in for this jet pick.
But you have to think to yourself, are TP going to play the Viper here? Or are TP going to just play the Cypher here? In terms of the meta composition, right? Obviously, it's the Viper that gets picked most in this double duelist single initiator pick. But honestly, with how TP are playing, a Cypher might be better suited to what they want to do here. Because they're not a team that defaults a lot, but they're a team that wants to execute a lot. And having a Cypher to cover their flank, to give the four other players the confidence to go on the side and just execute might be the play here.
I mean, I do think they go in for the Cypher pick. INF has
Yeah.
been looking good on Cypher, right? And even when he was on Reyna, his lurks have been pretty good on Icebox itself. But for the side of SIM, I feel like it's quite interesting how they didn't pick up the Raze and they chose to go in for this Jet instead.
Yeah, and this Omen, this new sub player from TP here, what can he bring into the team here? 不是哥们 is his name here. He is not a brother to SIM here. He is not a brother to SIM. He wants to win. He wants to bring glory to his team here. So coming into this map here, I'm really, really excited to see what SIM and what TP can bring to this map.
I mean, with TP starting out on the defense, I feel like the Cypher could prove hard for the side of SIM to counter just because they don't have that race. Sure, they do have the Breach Aftershock, they do have the Nano Swarms, but if that Tripwire is just placed correctly, it could cause a world of pain for the side of SIM, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of aggression from the attack here. I feel like I've said that word so many times today, but aggression is the name of the game for the attack of SIM
Okay.
here. As they will try their best to get into A here, but the first kill actually comes the way of Teddy onto the jet of Maxis as the attack suddenly shifts towards the mid side.
And you can see the 3 players stacked up in mid here for the side of SIM, but INF going aggressive, able to find a
Spike
spike
down
as
A.
well. Now they know where it is, and it's just these 3 players of SIM left with no map control whatsoever, and the
Yeah.
shots do not connect for Orange Panda. Mid is able to convert.
And as soon as that happens, SIM very corralled in this early attack here. They're not finding what they want to find, as the pistol is probably going to go to the way of TV there. Sorry for the words there, but Bushi Garment on this Kabi angle here. I don't know whether he's going to check it. He doesn't. Right click double as he will get the 2 kills on to SIM, and that gives TP their first round.
I feel like it's also quite interesting
Right there.
how SIM are actually picking up the Killjoy instead of a Cypher.
Yeah. Really? I mean, to be fair, Killjoy gives you a lot more area of effect when it comes to your utility, right? And it also gives you pure damage instead of just tripping and information, right? But with that, you are really thinking about, do I want to commit to this 6-point Neuro Theft on the Cypher that can get
Right there.
refreshed? Or do I want this 8-point lockdown from the Killjoy? 9-point locked on from the Killjoy for those big site execution retakes, right?
I mean, this round itself, if you're SIM, honestly, what you really want to be playing for here is the plant as well as damage to the economy of TP, right? So they're trying to find whatever picks they can. Turret does spot out INF here. He's gonna be taking that down with him.
Yeah, the attack shifts slowly towards the A side here, but it's only one player here will get the initial that Teddy onto Maxis once again. We see the same thing happen in this round happen again in the second round here as Orange Panda on the bridge also will get taken down here. 3v5 for the attack here. Trailblazer will basically give the defenders all the info they need as they will take out Void as well. The last two players only left in a main here, and just like that, once again, TP move up to 0 as it will be a bonus round that they will try and convert here.
I mean, yeah, Teddy just playing to his strengths right there. Up in that rafters position with the Vandal, a long sideline down towards this A main, able to find two. And that's the entry fragger as well as the initiator down. Maxis and Orange Panda for the side of SIM. So coming into this round itself, they are going to be able to buy up. But look at this buy coming in for the side of TP as well.
Yeah, TP, like I said, really scary buy on this attack here. They have 3 Vandals expecting the Bulldog here, which is literally almost enough to win the round here. So SIM cannot afford to let their guard up. They cannot afford to take this round easily here. This will try to get some aggression from B Heaven, but it will get detected by that Killjoy turret on top of the box.
Seems like this mid push is the name of the game here for Maxis. He's trying to isolate a fight, but Ikorik seems to be reading this. He makes it out nick of time. They're able to find nothing here.
The defense perfectly happy to give up control of mid, right? Perfectly happy to shift back into A, into B main. Look at the information gained from Bushikaben on that B main angle here. As he would just tell his team here, it probably is an A. You can probably stack 3 players towards this A side here and be happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit too quiet for them. So you can see Teddy is actually trying to rotate off, but off the back of his dark cover coming in, they know it's time to go for this execute. Teddy's paint shells actually takes out the entry fragger Maxes and all the kills going the way of TP. Teddy picks up 3 to clean up the round and it's 3 on the board for the side of TP.
Yeah, I think one of the main things that is plaguing SIM right now is the fact that they are spending so much time defaulting and rotating, right? But they're not spending the utility to clear out those Cypher utility, right? And because Cypher can just sit with that utility, it's so hard for TP to be able to, it's hard for SIM to be able to succeed with these late round executes, right? You saw how hard it was for them to get out of the choke.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have utility that can clear out these Cypher tripwires, it's gonna be so hard for you to try and get any space that the Cypher is playing in. Look at this one-way trip in mid.
Yeah, John
2
QT.
players of
Hello, John
TP
QT.
playing off it.
This trip is just holding these players back from this mid angle here. Miss patient on this angle here. Skydog will get that trip broken, but look at the amount of players there are in mid here.
It's so hard for you to get past this trip, right? And Restart tries his best, but he cannot find anything. And INF is even pushing in front of his trip to try and get some kills here. All the kills again going the way of TP. Only one left alive is Pudding and Bushikaben actually finding that frag. Flawless round coming through for the side of TP.
Yeah, Bushikaben really big on that B main angle here, as we will be shifting into a 4-0 for TP here. Is this their best start? It is, Grammy. Their best start in this entire series here. Finally, they are not on the back foot, right? They are the one that's setting the pace. They are the one that is forcing SIM to have to come back on this game here. And SIM, their troubles continue to plague them on this early round.
I mean, so hard for them. And look at Miz going in for this early pick of the operator. Picks off Orange Panda again. Has them breach
Yeah.
down.
SIM seemingly unaware of the fact that there could have been an operator there, and they just don't commit any utility to clearing that mid angle, or they dry swing into the operator. They give Miss that early 1v1, and you cannot do that, especially when the players of TP are all fired up right now, Grim.
I mean, look at what little map control
Oh,
SIM have right now. Putting the lurk gets taken down with that operator once again. He's aware of where these players could be.
Oh.
Finds a third with that operator onto Void. And suddenly, both these players stuck on an island mid. So many players to try
One
and
enemy
find and
remaining.
isolate these fights.
Spike down mid.
yeah, he's
1v4 here
surrounded.
for Maxis.
Marcus is surrounded here. He goes to Heaven, there's 2 people there. He goes to Vents, there's 2 people there. What can he do here? Nothing! As the car will clean up and TP move on to 5-0. It almost seems like whatever steam that SIM had in that last game is completely being wiped out by TP here. And that is a really good time to call a timeout here. I do think that the coach needs to be able to have a chat with this team about how they're going to proceed, how they're going to counter TP's setup here. But what do you think SIM can do differently this round?
I mean, SIM, in the first place, it's gonna be so difficult for them to try and find any space, right? With the Cypher setup on either like mid and B main, as we saw in the previous round, or even just 2 trips stacked on top of one another in A. There's just so much space and map control being given over to the side of TP for free. And unfortunately for SIM, they don't have much or any utility at all to counter this. So I feel like what they can do is really just try and play together and use the Trailblazer, the Initiator utility to try and get their entry duelist onto the site, pick off that Cypher as and just, you know,
Yeah,
get
I
to
know,
the
I
site.
know, I know. I do think the difficulty for SIM is getting on the side in the first place. But I think once they are able to solve that problem, once they're able to deal with the fact that their entries aren't entering per se, they will be able to have a much easier time with the post plant here. Because how many retakes have we actually seen this entire half?
I mean, between the Cypher setup and the op that TP has, I
Yeah, it's
don't
just that.
think
Yeah, it just hasn't happened. I don't think SIM has even gotten the spike down.
again, Teddy just pushing through the
Oh.
smoke finally gets shut down though, but Ushigurman actually trading it out.
Yeah,
No.
finally some life into the side of SIM here, as Bushikaman will find something, but will instantly get triggered out, putting finds another onto a Korek, and suddenly SIM in a very healthy position in what was an eco round is now so winnable for them.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, all 4 players are just stuck together here. I mean, I feel like on an eco round like this, it's great that they're playing together to try and trade each other out, especially with these weakens that they have, weak weapons that they have, right? And even the players on the side of TP are kind of split apart. So if they can isolate their gunfights here, I think
30
it'd be
seconds
great for
left.
them. And INF doesn't have his trips to play around here. He only has his gun.
Yeah.
My ultimate
He's
is
been
ready.
so sharp. They have to clear him
enemy
out. He
remaining.
finds 3
Five.
heroics
Spike
from
down
INF
B.
going huge here and misses there for the cleanup. What a round coming in for the side of TP to bring them to 6.
Yeah, INF. Insane performance on the B side, right? It looked like his team was so lost, right? Because of the mid fight. But his positioning and his awareness of where the push was coming from and where his teammates were and weren't allowed him to take those 1v1s well, win out those 1v1s, and win his team the round here. If you are SIM, that is heartbreaking to lose, especially after the timeout, Grim.
Yeah, I mean, you had the advantage in that situation, the numbers advantage, and that was nuclear for INF to be able to find those frags, but putting spots out Bushigaman
Yeah,
through the
sure,
hole in the
totally.
smoke, that's the controller player down for the side of TP.
Maxis
Great kill
once
from
again.
Maxis as well.
Yeah, takes out a Korok here. Very overconfident, I think, from the side of TP here. They don't have to peek this because the trip is there. But you see this crossfire. This is good. But what happened at the start? What happened wasn't good, but they both traded out and just like that because of those neutral trades. 1v3 for the Jet here. 1v3 for Miz here. What do you think he's gonna do?
I mean, Miz, he had an operator, right? But he swaps it out for a Vandal. This is definitely doable for him if he can isolate this fight and take an unexpected fight right off the bat. Spike is gonna be planted safe though, so Miz, it's gonna be a tough battle here, especially with this Killjoy turret right in front of him.
Yeah, this is his chance to win. This is his chance to prove that he is the best player here. His smoke will instantly alert every single attacker to his position here. He's gonna go in this dark cover. He's gonna get spammed out by Pudding. And just like that, SIM get their first round here because of TP's bad plays at mid then.
I think that was a great play coming in from SIM, right? It was a combination of mistakes being made by TP as well as SIM playing together, right? Because
Yeah.
TP, there were some holes in the defense that SIM were able to exploit, and by trading each other out in that mid fight, the mid duel right there, they were able to gain
Yeah.
that numbers advantage as well and convert the first round on their board. Coming to the next round itself, this ultimate economy for both teams. It's a lot of powerful ultimates coming in, and
Oh.
Miz again with this operator shuts down the lurk of Pudding.
He was expecting the Vandal, he wasn't expecting the operator to swing it there. Once again, we see this mid aggression here, which allows for the attack to actually get quite a lot of space into heaven here. And you see the defenders of TP, you have to respect this. You have to play behind this dark cover here. INF will get that kill from his flank in Siwas here, and they would just view every single position here. Shotstopper is committed, but then there's one on the left here. No, he doesn't. Reset gets two. He uses his from the shadows here. What can he find? Nothing, as INF cleans that out and sends TP into the 7th round. What a round there from INF there, coming up on the flank here, getting that kill, getting that neural theft, and basically winning his team the round there.
Yeah, I mean, for INF, the rounds have been just basically SIM trying to control mid, right? But INF knows this and he goes for these aggressive pushes. Even though he's on the defense, he's able to find one, get the neuro theft off, and suddenly all the players on the side of SIM are just revealed there. And I feel like his trips are also stalling so much time for
Yeah.
the rotations to come in because they slow you down as you try to go in for this execute, right? But this time though, Maxis finds two great opening kills and the Seekers coming off the back of that, pushing Miz with this operator back off this angle. He still wants to go for an aggressive peek though here.
To go for an aggressive peek here. It is a 3v5 for the defense here. He needs to find something here, but the attack, they're not giving him anything. I don't even know they know Maxis is here. Yes, they do, but just like that, the attack is going to shift and run towards the B side into this cypher setup here. INF has a chance to go big again, Grammy. And I hope he doesn't for the sake of SIM here.
I mean, I think he could be playing for the retake here or playing off his trips, but
Oh no.
he just goes.
Oh,
what?
oh no.
Oh
no.
That's a,
Oh no!
okay.
Wiped clean.
Oh no.
There was some kind of miscall with the smoke, I believe. What just happened?
So, what I think happened, right? Let me try and break it down that 1v4 play. Okay. So, I think he was trying to play off his kill trip and spam up one kill to make numbers equal, right? But then the Omen smoke missed, and I don't think that SIM knew it missed, and so he just stood on the angle, open in front of everyone, and tapped out people as they were trying to deal with the Cypher trip and not him.
This is a nice spot.
Look at this anti-jet setup that INF
Yeah.
has.
But Miss isn't interested in this. Miss is interested in getting this mid aggression here. Will he find something here? No, he
They want to
won't.
punish him, but they can't. He just gone all the way back. Instead, they find Ushika, but Oh, small
Oh,
Risa finds Miz and finds a second on the Korig as well. What a shot coming in with that Sheriff. And now 2v4 situation. We've been here before. INF has gone big, but can he do it again?
The spike is still in Vance here. I don't think he knows that Void gets the kill onto Teddy, and Iron Nerf is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Paranoia gets committed to push him out here, as he will get taken out by Orange Panda finally, as SIM scrap their way into a second win.
That was a scrappy round, but somehow, some way, as SIM are able to convert off the back of that, and now they have two key ultimates to try and take this side space. Look, the Rolling Thunder as well as the Lockdown.
Yeah, so much utility, for the side of both teams here. We see the Omen out here from the shadows, from the side of Bushi German, as he might use it for info, right? Late round, especially because we know SIM likes to go for these late round pushes here. There is no trip in mid here, which means that SIM are going to have a free mid here after they clear this out.
Look at the smokes being committed on the side of TP. Both smokes used, and they're just smoking each other off.
But I really like this positioning actually from TP. Look at
Yeah.
all this A space that they have. Jet pushed up, holding vents, Sky holding the far angle for Jet there so that he can bait for the Jet's position actually, and Teddy on this initial here. If they lose this gunfight to Teddy on the race here and he's able to get out scot-free, their chances of winning this round become instantly tenfold. And look at how scared they are. Look at how scared SIM is. They have to clear CT because they have no idea what's happening on A here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you commit so many players on the mid position, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, I'm not
30
sure if they
seconds left.
have another choice to go in with this side execute.
Oh,
Teddy
no.
does not
Oh.
miss. He gets two off the back of that. The Rolling Thunder comes in late. Miz finds his frag. And Restart tries to trade it out, tries to save the round. He
enemy
runs
remaining.
into a Corey's
Spike
cross, and
down
nothing
A.
can be done. Putting the only one left alive with this operator in his hands.
seconds
Guiding
left.
Light flashes him up as well, and they want to go for this pick. They're hunting him. Able to find one more, but what can you do if you're putting in this situation?
Okay. But
Last
for
round before
the side
switch.
of TP there, I don't think there's another word than absolute perfection from that setup here. Everything they wanted to get from that setup, they got, Gremlin.
I mean, it just pushed the players of SIM onto the strong side of TP, right? And when it came down to the wire, came down to the last 30 seconds, it was so hard for the players of SIM to try and go in for this execute. So now, this time around, they want to go in to the opposite side where INF has a very interesting setup.
You should
Is he
run.
playing for the Killjoy Lockdown? He's playing for the Killjoy Lockdown. It's a setup perfectly designed to give him a chance at countering this Killjoy Lockdown here. So smart here, but Max is sharp on the Guardian here. He will get the first kill into a Korik here, but
Oh,
look
no.
at the utility that is pushing him out of backside there.
Spike down B. One enemy
Great shot
remaining.
by Void onto Teddy as well, and Teddy misses left in a 1v4 situation. Sure, he has this control spell on the side, and Void does not spot him.
no.
He's able to find
Oh,
two off the
no.
back of that.
Oh.
Max is unable to convert that kill though, and Restart goes for the
Oh.
swing to try and stop this bleeding. 3 rounds on the board for the side of SIM.
Switching sides.
We thought that setup from INF was smart, right? But the amount of utility that SIM committed to the one gap that they were aware that Killjoy setup had, the Killjoy Molly, the nano swap to force him out of backside, the breach aftershock to deal damage, the Killjoy detain at the end. Impossible for any player to survive in backside, and because of that, SIM managed to get into sight, win their fight, and get the round.
I mean, SIM, there's a couple good rounds for them, but it is still a very tough scoreline to come back from, and it all starts in this pistol round, right?
Satchel out.
Yeah, it really does all start in this first round here. Kelly, early aggression into a Rams here. It will force a side smoke from the Omen to help this Killjoy hold on to A here, but it doesn't look like SIM are interested in playing retake, in playing for the side here. They want to play retake.
Yeah. And putting tries in mind, he can't convert that
Oh,
kill
this
and
timing.
miss.
Oh, this
The back
timing.
of that finds two. Going for the third as well. He converts that INF. He's almost caught the timing on that, but Void finds that frag.
I mean, they get the
Only
kill
two
to
of these
INF,
players.
but what else? What else can they do here?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nothing, Grammy, nothing. Just absolutely nothing.
I mean, off the back of that TP get to double digits.
Yeah,
And it seems like they want to invest into this round itself. Look, 3 rifles on the board again. But an interesting buy coming in for the side of SIM.
yeah, really, really interesting. But I mean, if you're SIM here, I think theoretically you would kind of take the 11 tree, right? But SIM want to come back early. They want to start this surge back early here, so they will be forcing into stingers here. 5 players, all 5 members of SIM are just stacked onto this A side here.
I mean, they want to play in close with all these stingers that they have, right? So all 5 players on the side of TP, they're just waiting for any kind of aggression to come through, come their way. They're expecting aggression for the side of SIM.
Yeah, jump peaks will not give them any significant info here, but as I say that, SIM seem to have some sort of read here, but they're running in sewers. Void hears this. Void hears all of this information from SIM's rotate here, and he will just find one there. And that's the guy trapped, right? They know exactly where SIM are going to now.
I mean, for the side of TP, they're rotating back over to the B side. It is gonna be the Sentinel pudding here, trying to hold down the site. Reinforcements in the
30
form of
seconds
Restart
left.
and Void are here as well. With 30 seconds left on the clock, you have to go in for this execute, and Teddy flying through past Nano Swarms. Does he expect the positioning of Pudding? He does not.
Spike down B.
Trades try to come through for both these teams. Pudding is able to get an upgrade, but Ikoric with this ghost able to pick up 2.
10 seconds left.
They want to go in for this fast retake and deny this plant.
Last player standing.
I have
4 seconds, he has it.
Spike.
He has it, V6 it. He has it, V6 his orange panda. He's trying to get him to deny this plant, but he does have it. This is the
Oh
kill.
no.
Can he win this by himself? No, he can't. That was so close by INF there. As Orange Panda will close that round up and bring his team a much needed 4th round grip.
Yeah, I mean, it was heavy investment for both teams, but for the side of SIM, they're able to make it out alive and able to buy up in this round itself. For the side of TP, they still have the lead, but now going on to this eco round,
It's hard. It's hard for them to get into the 11th round here. But as always, there is a chance. There is a chance for this eco buys to become extremely scary. A Bucky actually coming up for the side of Miz on the jet tank. Which is probably going to try and get a lot of space very fast, probably into like Vents or B Heaven, right, Grammy? Yeah,
speaking of very fast,
he's there.
if it wasn't for that guiding light, I think he would have went faster actually. But he's in vents right now, a great positioning for this weapon, especially in Max's.
Max knows. Max kind of knows that there could be a lot of contact into Vents here, right? So he's playing a bit safer on this A side here. But look at how far they pushed up onto the attacker's board.
Yeah, they have so much information. And Restart, going for this paranoia here. Here's so many people coming his way, able to find a first, second, and third as well. As the Spectre spray down
Oh
comes
my
through for him. The
Spike
classic
down, B.
works as well. INF is good for 1, and it's a flawless round coming in for the side of SIM.
If you are SIM and you are in this situation where you need to get that that comeback, right? This is the momentum you need. This is the level of energy, the hype that you need from your players to have the confidence to win this 1v1s, to win this 1v4s apparently on that heaven angle there. And this is really, really looking kind of good for SIM here. Double satchel into heaven from Teddy. Will get his first kill, but will get instantly traded out here. Void and Always Runner working together in tandem to bring their team into that man advantage there.
Void almost get caught out as well.
Oh,
He does get caught by INF here, and the Neuro Theft to come through to find the positionings of these players here.
they're gonna not just go in here. But INF actually catches the timing again.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I mean, the cancel from restart. It just. He canceled right before the second ping activated,
Yeah, exactly.
and
It
INF was
was-
able to catch the timing.
Regardless of the missed timings of utility or the misplays of any of these members here, it doesn't matter because Pudding has to contend with the fact that if he wants to win this round, he has to win 8-1.
But look at his crossfire.
Oh, it's impossible, Grammy. It's impossible.
The crossfire from TP. Just. I mean, Bushigelman's positioning up on that box.
Yeah.
And Ikoric playing off that angle has proved too strong for Pudding to try and contest. And coming into this round itself, again, TP able to fully buy up, and Restart has the judge in his hands this time around.
Yeah, really, really, really important round for TP to win there as they go onto the 11th round. Putting the only side anchor onto that B here for SIM. I mean, Omen is actually ready for this rotate, but is he ready for the amount of pace that TP are showing here? Miss gets a lot of damage here, but he knows where Killjoy is. He gets the kill onto Pudding here, and just like that, look at the positionings here. TP have B main, TP have CT, TP have Heaven, not anymore because Orange Panda trades out that kill onto INF. But look at the
Spike planted.
advantage of map control here, Grammy.
Yeah, and they want to use the Seekers to try and clear the positioning of Teddy out. They are aware that he's pushed up in this position. So are they aware of the second player there? The Orange Panda finds the first, and Teddy trades the numbers back into their favor.
Last player standing.
How about Teddy, man?
One enemy.
Oh
remaining.
Oh
my
no.
gosh! Orange Panda. He stuns two people in
Match
alley.
point.
He gets both kills in alley. But unfortunately, just from the other side, he's swinging around. It is Bushi Gurman. He's not like his Omen brethren. He will get those kills. He will get those trades. 11 assists and 8 kills for him as he does get TP that 12th rounder.
Coming into map point and series point, SIM have a broken buy. They aren't able to afford the rifles. So you can
Yeah.
see the stingers coming through for them, and Miz just wants to close this map out fast and quick. He finds two off the back of the barrier drop.
Yep.
Showstopper to come through for the side of TP as well to try and clear so many angles here. Miz and Teddy are on a roll right now.
Player standing.
This is giving shades of what SP were doing back in their map picks here, as the GGs will come out early, but Bushi Government cleans that out as TP without split 13-5 here. They won the first round 13-10. They lose a bit of momentum, a bit of steam on that second map, but they come back strong and they come back 13-5 to win split and to win the series 2-1.
Yeah, and look at TP's duelists really putting in the work. 6 first bloods, 5 first bloods. It's a combined total of 11.
Yeah,
And they're able to
INF.
convert a couple of rounds that
Yeah.
SIM got the opening pick as well.
But INF, man. INF, this guy is insane at his lurks, man. He's constantly, even if he doesn't succeed in his lurk timings, right, he's constantly just instilling fear into the hearts of SIM because the doubt thing, right, could he be in our spawn? Could he be in heaven? And because of that, their rotations are limited. And he's just able to get away with murder sometimes, Granny.
Yeah, I mean, it was also a composition disadvantage for the side of SIM, right? Because
Oh, yeah.
you just weren't able to deal with INF's trips and his positioning.
They have no trip denial at all, if you realize. The trip denial comes from the aftershock, which they would rather use for the exec itself and not to deny the trip, right? So when it comes down to those late round execs, it's so hard for them to funnel out the chokes. It's so hard for them to get out of those smokes and actually make their way onto site here. If we look at the plants here for SIM here, 2 plants, Grammy, in 12 rounds of the attack play, SIM managed to only plant the spike 2 times. And that just shows how oppressive IF Cypher was on the defense here. What a game from TP here, but credit where credit is due. SIM did really well to try their best to come back to the game here, especially a really good performance on map 2, Grammy.
Yeah, I think for the side of SIM, really, uh, they had a really good performance on Icebox, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to continue that momentum into the third map of Split. But they still have a second shot at this, right? There's still the lower bracket run that they could do.
Mm-hmm. There is still that lower bracket run. But what an exciting game. What an exciting series for us to look at. What an exciting series for the both of us to cast. Really, really happy to have casted that. And as we say that, we will be moving into the next game very soon. But before that, we will be moving into a short 10-minute break. I've been Aurora. My partner here has been Grammy, and we'll see you later. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1. So I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle and essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel. And this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock,
Right.
extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know there's drugs. He became a regular customer and he's also a drug supplier. I ordered it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March. And I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home it's just very, very tough also, because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah.
Yeah.
Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits, or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else had to step in and control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, then the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then take a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed. the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Said, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her and then just said, sorry. Like, 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for one day, then I opened the message and it was, I think, just 2 or 3 lines. He said, how are you? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? See you. That's all. Our relationship only improved from there. And also because I started to think about what I want and reflect, and I let go of a lot of regrets and past hurts. There's this moment where I just lying down myself and I was just thinking about life. And then looking back at all the pivotal moments of the choices that you made, what if I had done something different? And that was the start of my change journey, I guess.
Okay, so after you came out from rehab the second time, would you say this is like the new beginning? What was the support like from friends and family then after?
I think there were active steps on both sides. What I felt my parents doing was the desire to come into my life. Like, my dad asking me how am I feeling, and my mom actually playing more ML with me, more Mobile Legends with me. That's, I think, her way of trying to connect, even though she also has fun. Whenever I tell people I play ML with my mom, wow, everyone will be like, wow.
I'm jealous. I want to play ML with my mom. It's such a flex.
It is.
Yeah.
When I see her taking the effort to kind of like connect with me on what I like, I also try and take the effort to connect with her on what she likes. Sometimes I accompany her to watch K-dramas or even C-dramas, And I think now I see my dad as a mentor as well, because all the things that he always, the 3-hour lectures, now I can see it being applied at the real workplace. All the things he told me about life lessons and all those kind of Confucius finally make sense.
I guess with that, let's end off with like, what's a message that you would kind of like convey over to, watchers or parents even?
I think for parents, it's really taking the effort to connect with your child, and coming down to their level really takes off that responsibility off your shoulders and even allows your child to introduce yourself as the cool mom or the cool dad who plays game with them. I think to all the people who are wanting to try drugs, you never recover from addiction. Like even now, there's no such thing as a recovered addict. It's a constant battle. Every day, sometimes I still have triggers, and you can fall anytime. They're just looking in any corner. Mind remembers, once is too many and 1,000 never enough. So don't even take the first path. If you really feel like you can't really control, the most important thing is really to admit that we are powerless over this demon, our addiction. Talk to a counselor or even go to Narcotics Anonymous. That's where you have a safe place to share about your struggles, where there's no judgment.
So thanks Isaac for your amazing sharing, and thank you Nakata for supporting this message. If you guys need more resources, head down to the description box below. And if you guys play games, do watch out for Campus Legends coming up. Sign-ups are on and the tournaments will be on, so I'll see you guys there.
Welcome back, everyone. And today we are in day 1 of the Valorant Campus Legends Season 6. We are in map 3 right now. So we're not actually playing game 3 right now, sorry. And we will be moving into map 1 of game 3 shortly against SUSS and what was it, Grammy? Is it what was the teams again that we're
SIM
playing?
and SUSS for
Yeah,
game 3.
SIM
We are in the
versus
lower brackets though.
yeah, but before we go into any of that excitement, we need to give a special shout out for our sponsors and partners that make Campus Legends possible. We have our organizers to thank, Skoga and Esports Academy, our presenting partners, the National Council Against Drug Abuse, our academic partners, IT College Central and Republic Polytechnic, our program partner, Scape, our broadband partner, My Republic, our monitor partner, Aegon by AOC, our PC partner, Predator, our media partners, DIFY and Emerge. And we are produced by C24. But before we get into the exciting match ahead of us, what are these players competing for, Grammy?
Well, so all these players playing for Campus Legends are competing for, in third place, $550 in cash and scholarship, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC 24G4 monitors. And coming in second place will give you $750 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC 24G2Z monitors. And if you manage to clinch out the champion slot, the first place, you will be walking away with $1,200 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Aegon by AOC AG275QXR monitors. So this is the prize pool that we have for Campus Legends Season 6, and jumping back into the game itself, we will be covering the matchup between SIM and SUSS for this game 3. And we've seen both these teams play earlier today already, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we are currently in the losers round 2, where SIM is facing up against SUSS. And I think in the previous performances, SUSS didn't really have that strong of a showing against SP, but SP was quite strong. But for SIM, they took one map off of Temasek Polytechnic, but now we are gonna be in the lower bracket and moving on into Agent Select. The map selection is already out, and we're gonna be on the map of Ascent for the first map.
Yeah, and then we're moving on to split with Ision defending, and if we need to, we'll be going on to bind. But coming back into Ascent here, this is the focus we have today. This is actually the first match of Ascent that will be played today. And are we going to get Mirror Ascent 2024 meta comps? What do you think, Grim?
I mean, I feel like the meta comp on Ascent has been quite stable for a while now. It's been the Jet, the KO, Sova, and Omen, and the Killjoy for the Sentinel. But for the side of SIM, actually, I see a Hover by Void. Also, that Fade, I feel like that could be an interesting pick.
Yeah, but Fate and Sova don't seem to really have the same synergy that a KO might have with a Jet, perhaps, right? Because if you are playing Fate, you would see most teams actually leaning towards a race. If you saw earlier in this year, the meta for Ascent actually had an interesting addition with a Viper comp coming up with Viper, Breach, Fate, Race, and the KO or the Sova here. So very interesting comp choices for all these teams here, but will it actually be the fate of Void with the Silver of Orange Panda here? Double scan coming out for SIM here. And no flashes, Grammy.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like on a map like Ascent, where when you have that operator online, especially on the defense, you really want to be able to have that ability to clear that operator out, right? And while you don't have a flash necessarily clear that out, you do have a couple of Fate Prowlers as well as the Sova utility to try and do the same thing here. But I don't know. Do you think it was a good choice to pick this Fate over the meta comp of KO?
Honestly, no. If they went with Fate KO, I would understand it better. Right? But why Fate and Sova? I think the team will have to show me how this comp works, because right now they don't have a very good way of flushing out a lot of operator spots, right? For example, if you think the operator is B, if it's A main, you have to commit the Omen blind for it, right? But what happens after? What happens if they're not? What happens if they're mid? How do you deal with the operator on mid for your other players, right? That's the main question that SM are going to have to answer here. And answer it they will, as an early Omen smoke comes out on this tree angle here, and Maxis and the rest of his team will be trying to push up onto this mid angle.
Train's able to just shut down that initial aggression with the shot. With the ghost here, Maxis does tag up Train's here to try and trade it out, but does get spotted out by that recon bolt. Carrots though will fall to Restart, who's lurking around in mid, and Fireworks, we've seen this guy frag out on the previous games itself. He's able to find that pickup onto Restart. Now numbers advantage in the hands of SUSS.
Yeah, we've taken a break from watching Fireworks in SUSS, but when he played in that first game of today, he was on fire. But he was amazing with his mechanics, amazing on the aim there, and he's trying to make that same statement on Ascent here. Pudding and Sova and the Sova of Orange Panda here will be looking to find something here, but the way the defenders are playing, I don't think they're gonna get a lot done here.
I mean,
30
SUSS
seconds
guy
left.
might
Last
just
player
get
standing.
a little bit antsy here, but no, it's Pudding who is gonna fall, and SH4 is able to convert that kill onto Orange Panda. That's the pistol round going the way of SUSS.
Yeah, really nice pistol round. And as much as you've heard me say the same thing today, as we move on to the second round, SIM is going to have to try to go for the lighter buy, go for the out ops, which apparently are both really attacker sided on Ascent actually. So they will be able to have relative success going for that. Try to get as much damage as they can. If you are on the side of SUSS too, you are trying to limit the amount of long range fights you give to the attackers and just win the round as cleanly and as well as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And on the side of SIM, what you're trying to do in this round is try to get a spike plant down as well as these weapons off the hands of SUSS, right? But the way that SUSS are playing right now, they're not really willing to give the players of SIM anything. And
Yeah.
we can see Trains with this long angle able to take out Pudding with that Marshall of his. I think Carrots might have spotted the gun barrel of Max's, and now all the players come barreling at him. He has this paranoia to try and delay some time for rotates to come in.
It's actually really scary if you're SIM right now. Also, if you're on the side of SUSS right now. But as I said, that Trains will trade another onto that mid side there, which does give a lot of space and comfort for the side of SUSS here. But SIM ready on this angle, but not ready enough for Trains there with the Marshall, the raid boss of the game right now, as Orange Panda trying to find similar success, but Trains
mid.
takes him out there. Restart the last one left on this
30
angle.
seconds left.
Train is on for the A's, but Carrot's gonna deny it from him, able to find that frag onto his counterpart, and a pretty clean second round for the side of SUSS here.
And that is so good for the economy because he got those 4 kills. That's an additional $800 into his arsenal, right? Which means next round, from round 4 onwards, the enemy, the attack of SIM, have to be ready for his operator.
Yeah, I mean, it's Marshall and 5,000 credits in the bank right now. These weapons all being brought into the bonus round here it might prove difficult for the side of SIM, who are actually going as 5 this round.
Yeah, early Prowler, early Owl Drone will clear out the entirety of A main here. Carrots forced to push back onto the side here as the exec will happen on this A side here.
Execute comes through for the side of SIM, and Orange Panda wants to close the door. He's gonna get sprayed through the smoke, though tries to go for a bit of a counter spray himself, and they are gonna manage to get the spike plant
Spike
down,
planted.
but not before Orange Panda actually gets tagged out by the Owl Drone. It's forced to walk back towards main here, but it is gonna be a 5v5 retake in this bonus round.
Yeah, plant here main means that they cannot be playing for main here, but they don't even need to play for main. As SIM simply hold their ground on site, they deny the retake, they deny any aggression from from SUSS there as they will grab the round cleanly. 4 rifles preserved from the anti-bonus there. What a good round from SIM.
Yeah, definitely a great round coming in from SIM, keeping 4 rifles and bringing them into this next round where the opponents are able to full buy, I believe. But SH4 opting instead for this Guardian is a pretty interesting choice.
Yeah,
So
SH4. Yeah.
honestly, both these teams they have a pretty much equal buy right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. Where in the world did Train's $5,000 go? Did he reinvest that run? I honestly have no clue here. But Trains with the Vandal here will deny this early info here. Prowler will still catch him as the attack is trying to flush him out here. This dark cover so good to slow down this early aggression into mid here. Trains will get traded out after finding the first kill to Maxes as both teams stabilize as they lose their entries.
Take
Yeah, I
flight.
mean, Train's able to find Maxis through the hole in the smoke right there, and now this mid pressure being established by SIM, our drone to try and gather some information towards Garden as well. I
Yeah.
believe he's able to pick up that rifle upgrade.
SIM can't really do anything right now because their recall utility isn't being recharged yet, right? They have to wait for their Fate Horn. They have to wait for their Sova's recon bolt to get anywhere onto site here. And this is why this double scan controller, zero set initiator comp is so hard to play around sometimes. But as we say that, SIM ready to go for this VX set here. KO 0 will scan out at least 2 players here, but Frendo on this angle he gets one but gets straight out instantly.
Yeah, and as the rest of the players make their way onto the site, SH4 is caught unaware by Restart. Great frag, great opening pick to try and open up the site here, and that's so dangerous from Void. He
Yeah.
almost got caught out with his knife. But it is gonna be a 2v3 retake for SUSS.
Yeah, this is the important one. This is the important one that SUSS kind of want to win, but for SIM, yeah, this is a really important round for them to win as they will go on to equality if they win this, but Restart holding high on this angle, putting from backside, from Boathouse there, gets that tap onto his opponent, and SIM get the second round.
I think that was a great positioning from both the players on site. I think Restart and Pudding, right? Because you can see that the high low that they had right there, just holding on to that angle,
Yeah.
just
It really,
made the push coming in from CT so hard, right?
yeah, and once again, we see SIM shifting back to this hard A aggression, right? Probably going to use the Omen Blight. Probably going to use some utility to clear out this aiming here. But look at this. SIT, sorry, SUSS. Wanna fight this aiming angle here, but they will get pushed back here. Their guns simply aren't enough here. But I want you to look at Carrots here. Can he find anything from his angle here?
Hera's still going uncleared, but fires off a couple of warning shots. Now they know he's there. Max is already pushed up in this angle of wine.
What
Might be aware to look at the
interesting smoke.
smoke.
It's a bad smoke theoretically, but it gives him the angle, does it? As Maxis takes the angle, gives him a taste of his own medicine, and punishes him forever trying to challenge him on A main. There's 3 players now fully on this A side here. Look at this angle from the jet, from trains here, from Taos here. It fully covers their flank, and it gives his teammate the position they need to retake this.
Look at all this utility coming in onto the A side for this Executor, the Recon Dart, the Fate Horn, and they're able to get the site and the Spike Plant down pretty easily, but not before Pudding will fall. That's the lurk down. Vandal upgrade, but Restart has something to say about that. 2 quick kills in the garden position, and Orange Panda is there for the cleanup, and now SIM are in the lead.
Yeah, SIM taking that lead and really pushing the advantage here. The double scan actually given quite a lot of utility on the exec. Now, the way you want to play against a comp like SIMs is that you don't want them to have the comfort to go into their execs, right? Clearly, this is a team comp that they've thought about, right, Grammy? Clearly, this is a team comp that they've practiced before. So you don't want them to get into a situation where they're comfortable enough to go for those set exits. You want it to be uncomfortable. You want it to be challenging as much as possible. And as I say that, that's exactly what SUSS want to do.
And look at his high-low setup again in mid. They're able to find an extra frag off the back of that. Maxis, though, going in for that entry. Nobody left on this B side. It has to be a retake coming in for the side of SUSS, but Void, though, has the Nightfall at the ready.
Yeah, any man advantage here instantly nullified by this Nightfall here. Fireworks actually doesn't get scanned by the Nightfall here, so he might have an advantage coming into this fight, but Restart doesn't allow it to happen at all.
Restart looking really sharp right now. And that's the opening pick off the back of this retake. Timing not good for SH4 as Void picks that kill up. And Carrot's the only one left alive. They're trying to find him through the smoke. Restart seems to want to jump into the smoke with this classic of his. He's gonna just TP right behind him and Void is the one who picks up the kill instead.
Yeah, once again, really good concept of a round from the attack that were caught off guard, but SIM were caught off guard by the sudden aggression of SUSS there. But unfortunately, SUSS just keep losing those fights. They went into a 4v3, they lost it into a 3v3, and then they just lost fight after fight after fight because of the Nightfall there. And just like that, SIM get their 4th round from a man disadvantage situation. And SUSS are forced to go on to this broken buy grid.
Yeah, and only a hero rifle in the hands of Trains here. He
Oh,
wants to
what
go
is
for an
this?
aggressive peek, but
What
look at
is-
this expectation of aggression by SIM takes Trains out. That's the only rifle that they had. Things
This is
unable to
the-
be retrieved.
This is the definition of a hard read, Kermit. I don't think you can say that any way else. They were ready for that aggression. They were positioned to perfectly counter that aggression. And it's the read of the century that as the turret will get broken and any sense of security that SUSS has with this setup is at risk of collapsing any second now.
Looks like they want to end with an A split here, though Carrots is just the only one holding on to this garden position. Does get some good chip damage onto Max's, but still the side take coming through. Best of friend though. Can he find anything here? Finds the first, but Restart is there for the trade. Finds the second one onto Fireworks as well, and he's completely shut down.
One enemy
This
remaining.
retake putting good for one from his position in main and Void with that lurk. Doesn't matter, Restart's gonna get 3 in a round to bring SIM to 5.
Yeah. really a good round once again from SIM. I feel like I'm saying this again and again and again, but SIM really making this double controller work. Double scan initiator work here. And it is so interesting to me how SIM are choosing to play this attack because it is almost a perfect mix of just hard aggression and also just discipline on the post part, right? You see how slow and well coordinated that exec was to clear that player from back dice there. Once again, the attack will begin with this early mid information gun.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if Trains was expecting the walk up.
He probably will be now with that shot dot.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to find that pick onto Maxis again. The spearhead on the side of SIM taken down. That's their entry fragger. And now they have to slow down the pace here.
Yeah, they really have strong pace here. Orange right now will find Omen. It doesn't actually spot Fireworks there on the angle as well. And because of this lack of entry, now that Maxis is dead, SIM really have to reconsider the attack.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to go in for this regroup. Go in for this B execute, but the 0 point will prove deadly. They have no smokes to go in for this execute. SH4, it doesn't matter, his gunplay is better. He gets all four as they try to come in through the choke point. A flawless round coming in for SUSS.
Spawn his name, he gets far in the game as SUSS find the partly thanks to heroics from SH4, but just such a opening kill, right? Such a clinical opening kill, expecting the walk up because of that shock dart from Trains there.
Yeah, I mean, Train's finding that opening kill was huge. You could see how difficult that execute from SIM was. They had no entry to try and make the space onto the side, and now this round itself again, B main pressure being made by the side of SIM. They're gonna get
Yeah.
sorted out by the recon dart.
All 5 players actually on this B main angle here, Maxis with his Vandal in hand, trying his best to find something, anything on this B main angle here. Best of friend as the Sova here, trying his best to play passive, play for some information. But look at this re-hit, look at this noise cut. Yeah, jump picks will be here, and the execute will begin to happen soon as the Sovada comes in, the Fadehorn comes in, and Maxis goes in here. First entry foul into the Vulva backside. Do they know there's the Omen backside there? Best Defender will get the trade kill onto Maxis, but the Omen in backside Carrots is still a force. They have to back away. He gets one, he doesn't get a second one. He gets straight out by Void here, and the Spike will get planted down in a 2v2 retake now.
And down to the 2v2 retake, still have the lockdown available, but with 20 seconds left of the clock, they have to try and take a fight or go for this plant here. Lockdown is gonna come through the dink as well onto Frendo. He's gonna go for the walk up. Does he have time to get away? Yes, he does. He denies the plant as well, and time is running so low for Pudding here.
Yeah, he has to
Able to get
commit
the
this
spike one
plant.
down. It's down to the 1v1. Both these players down so low. With 5 bullets in the chamber, Pudding just needs 1 to shut him down, and he wins out the round. 6-3 is the scoreline.
Yeah, really exciting round there. SIM managing to cling onto that round there. Very good call the cut noise from whoever was IG on the side of SIM there, right? They got B main, they got all that pressure right in B main, and then they just cut. They snap their fingers and they just cut, boys, and they wait, right? And you see, because SUSS are down on numbers, are down on the scoreline here, they are not willing to push out for that information. And because of that, SIM just walk onto a side that only had 2 players there. As the E-exec is going to happen early on this round.
It's a fast one as well. Paranoid to come through and clear out all these angles. There is an operator in play on this side, and look at where the players of SUSS are. There's 4 players already ready here, and they have the null command to use in this retake as well. You have to go fast, I think.
Yeah.
Blaze to come through, spots out ahead of Void, but Frendo is the one who finds an opening pick. Restart for the refrag. And the trades come back and forth.
1 enemy remaining.
It is down to the 1v3 though, Pudding with this lurk. Do they expect his position? He spots the first, now they are aware, but he cannot get anything else done as Trains takes him out.
Yeah, such a frenzied retake right on that A side here. They managed to get the spike down. They managed to properly deny the operator player. But once again, yeah, the lack of the use of the null command in that situation, even though they had it in their kit, their overconfidence that they were able to keep those Heaven players and those 3 players properly put back in their place while they wait for this flank call from Pudding here, but it doesn't work out there. At the end of that fight there, it is a 3v1 that Pudding just isn't able to win. But as I am not letting down the pace here, Jet based on pop as he want to go into this A side fast.
Yeah, but they bring the knight by this Killjoy utility. And an operator on this mid sideline as well. This makes things so much harder. Any kind of pressure to come through in mid.
Yeah, SIM have the weapons, they have the weaponry, they're bringing the fight to SUSS, but do they have the tip of the spear? Or are SUSS going to blunt it? Are SUSS going to tame this jet on this angle here? But they miss each other. Both jets, they never even catch a whiff of each other. And this is probably going to be a fake, right, Grammy? They're going to send the Super Drone here. They're going to fake presence here. And they're going to call rotates over and hope that by the end of this, they will just have the Killjoy on this side here. And that's exactly what's happening. But Trains in this angle will get an opening onto Orange Panther as the exec finally happens on the head.
Bit of a missed cloudburst there, but doesn't matter. Max is still able to get that space onto the side. Does get taken out by Fireworks though. Just can't connect the Blaze Summon. Now Fireworks has the lockdown at the ready.
Yeah.
Putting, able to find one, finds the second on the Fireworks. No more lockdown in play. Converts it to a 3v3 situation, and two of these players are seized up in heaven, and Nightfall committed for the side of SIM. Can't hear anything. They have to find information with their very own eyes, and Restart still in this position, trying to get away off the tag.
Last player
Rendo, good for
standing.
two actually, and putting the only one left alive once again in a 1v3. They're able to find the first.
It has to be an ace.
Yes.
It has to be an ace for Pudding.
It has to be an ace. Just can't do it here, I believe. SH4 gets the kill. And that's the lockdown gone for the side of SIM as well.
Last round
Yeah,
in the
kind of
half.
interesting to commit the lockdown there when you already heard someone sticking, like probably sticking the spike there, right? A bit of a misplay, I think, from Pudding. But yeah, it is what it is, and that will be the catalyst for a timeout here from the side of SIM. Orange Panther calling the timeout here, but what do you think SIM have to discuss in this timeout that would potentially help them get this last round of the half?
I feel like honestly the executes have been working right. They've been trying to throw fakes, throw defaults. It has been working out. They're able to get a spike plant down, but somehow they're just not able to hold on to their post plant position. So I think something really needs to be done about that here.
I think the coach or the IGL is probably in there frenziedly talking to them about that post-plant situation, right? But it is really interesting that you would call a timeout one round before the half ends, right? Typically, we don't see teams doing that. So it does go to show how important this round is for SIM, right? And how this round means so much for the momentum going into the second half here. But post-plant is the name of the game here. And if you are SUSS, you're probably thinking to yourself, we shouldn't even let them get into the post situation in the first place. Let's just take the fight to them instead. And that kind of, I think, is what the KO posting up B main early is trying to accomplish here.
0 point. Yeah, there's so much information though. Max is trying to find some information of his own.
Just a really, really slow default, I think, from the side of both teams here. Evenly spread out defense here. And our drone is probably gonna signify the start of this execute here, but instant now command from SH4 is going to quell anything here.
And his operator is still in play from train trades. It's been proven deadly. As long as he has this mid angle, he's been able to find a couple of frags.
Bring them down.
But this null command just completely deters this execute from coming through on the side of SIM here. So now they're trying to set their sights onto the A side instead, where Fireworks is still waiting.
Bomb grenade out.
Interesting lineup onto the sort of dice there. Execute will be coming in here, and Spike
30
will likely
seconds
be
left.
planted front gen. Instant knockdown, however.
Spike planted.
But it's the Hunter's Fury to try and clear it out. I don't think he can though. The 0 point just completely denies it. Fireworks as well. He's had a quiet game so far, but he's able to find these couple of key kills. Lineup does come a little bit late though. Pudding is still pushed out of that angle off the back of their recon ball. They're sticking the defuse. Orange Panda tries to find what he can. It is
One enemy
tough right
remaining.
now, down to the 1v1,
Last player
2v1
standing.
here. SH4, good for one. ECP to find the others. The question, the recon dart to come out. Orange Panda knows where he is with so little time left on the clock. What can you do with your SH4 in this situation? Just think the spike
Oh, wait. Did he get it?
right under the noses.
He got it, right? He got the defuse.
Switching sides.
SUSS managed to get their 6th round somehow from that situation. They're just slightly too slow for Orange Panda. That I think like milliseconds were the difference there, Grammy. But as someone famous once said, every single point is just a point, and whether you win or lose it, you have to look forward and you have to look on to your next goal here, as we will be shifting into the second half here, and both teams need to reset. Both teams need to get their head in the game, lock in, and do what's best to win out the second half and get the advantage into the map series here. Max is trying his best here, will instantly get that kill onto Carrots there and get traded out.
Restart playing this close angle, gets spotted out by the recon ball. The execute comes through for the side of SUS as Void tries to find what he can, gets the first. Can he find anything else? No, fireworks shuts him down, but he's down so low. Pudding, good for one as well. Spike,
Yeah.
not down just yet.
One enemy
SH4 is gonna
remaining.
get caught out as fireworks in a 1v2. Doesn't matter. Pudding shuts it down as a pistol round going the way of SIM.
Yeah, really, really nice defense for SIM there. We get the initial push up by Maxis. You get that sorted out, right? They go 1-for-1 on that, but the instant reaction to come back onto site, the instant reaction to fight for the sovereignty of that site there is what gets SIM up to that 7th round here. And as I say again and again and again, SIM having won the pistol, trying their best to keep this as clean as possible, or SUSS, all they're trying to do is find their picks.
Oh.
Void, they're trying to find something that's naughty on the angle that does get so much damage onto trains there.
Yeah, I mean, trains down pretty low right now. There's a couple of sheriffs in play, but can they find anything is the question here. Fireworks, again, he's had a quiet game so far. I feel like if he can make a play here, SUSS might have a chance to convert this round, but it is gonna be trains as well as SH4 walking up to try and get these orbs.
Yeah, R will be taken here, and the spike probably will shift towards either the A split here or the simply just going to tree here, as we see 3 players trying to find some effort and entry into tree here, but Restart holding strong on the
Oh,
angle.
no.
Oh, a bit whiffy on the shot, so you gotta be careful about that. But the attack slowly and swiftly shifts towards this market angle here.
And you can see the immediate
30 seconds
reaction from the side of SIM is to just play this backside angle, just hold on to this boathouse.
Oh, this is
Orange Panda is able to
dangerous.
find one, Pudding good for one as well, and they're unable to get onto the site itself. Best of Fendo tries, he can't do anything, he gets shock darted even by Orange Panda. It's a flawless second round coming in for SIM.
Honestly, I love the fact that SIM, they only committed 3 buys. They had a Spectre, a guard, 2 Guardians, right? And they left their 2 players that had a Sheriff and a Ghost back in Boathouse. Literally the safest angle on the map to be playing with your teammate. And they just let them frag there. And because of this, look at how healthy SIM's economy is. They are able to, Pudding is able to buy up to a Vandal and still have enough money for Vandal Light Shields next round, while Orange Panda already has 4.5k in that bank here.
Oh.
Max is trying to go for something aggressive here. The Open Paranoia will shove the attack back, but B still seems to be the play.
Yeah, the Owl Drone comes through to try and clear this B main angle out
Take
for the
flight.
side of SUSS. And
Yeah.
they've re-established their control there.
Another counter hour drone here will clear out B main. At least they know that there's at least 1 player in B main, and they heard at least 2 more outside of B main. But that's enough for SUSS to say that's enough. We're gonna go to A. We're gonna start this rotate here. But look at this 3 players in mid actually.
They're slowly making their way over to the A side, but it seems like it's being read by the players of SIM. You can see duck covers coming through.
Yeah,
These players try
SIM.
to hold on to this positioning.
Oh, this might be very hard and very fast by the attack of SUSS onto this triangle here. SIM seems to know kind of a bit of what's going to happen here, and they will just choose to retreat to this heaven.
Oh no. That flash drive came through. What a recon bolt by Orange Panda. Is able to find one. Void gets two for himself. And the numbers advantage is in the hands of SIM right now. Frendo tries to go for the plant with 15 seconds left on the clock. Fireworks comes in from the back. There's 3 players coming in for the side of SIM to go for this retake.
Yeah, 3v2 retake here. Really, really important round for SUSS to win, but as it seems, SIM have the advantage here. Not anymore. As Frendo gets one or two reset here. Virus gets 5 seconds on to pudding. As Vaughn, he gets 3 and he gets his 4th from the heaven there onto Fireworks and wins his team the round.
Heroics from Void in that round. What was that? 4 kills to convert their bonus and the Nightfall ready to boot.
One dream ends.
Yeah. Sometimes, when you stand into the void, all you can see is defeat. And that's exactly the thing that Void wants to bring to his opponents here as he will get their 9th round. So confident right now. That has to bring so much energy to the side of SIM, right?
Yeah, and look at Max's his buy right now. Has his operator in play.
Yeah.
I think he's expecting
Operator.
mid-aggression, but all 5 players towards this A side here. Flash drive to come through. And restart playing in this angle again.
Yeah, but Train's trying to be slightly more aggressive here. That's clear why. Here, that's something that they don't have to worry about anymore. But look at this operator. It denies any aggression from tiles, and it also denies any aggression from into tree because of that operator positioning here. A further Prowler will basically clear out the entirety of mid for the defense here, as they can just shift their focus towards B main, towards A main. Our drone will clear out the entirety of B lobby as the defense now is know exactly where the attack is.
Yeah, there's so much information. You can see Orange Panda starting to lean over to this A side. They execute, yet to come through. Just waiting only for the utility to come back online for the players of SUSS here.
Yeah, execute is gonna happen right about now here. Restart the only player on site
30
here.
seconds left.
Control smokes though being placed down, and Trains is the one who falls. Paranoid to come through to deny this space, this backside from the players of SUSS, but Fireworks does pick up a kill. The Haunt again gathers so much information.
Spike planted.
SH4 is just caught out. Best of Frendo able to get that trade, but again Void and Pudding able to clean up the round and bring SIM to double digits.
Slightly scrappy, slightly expensive there from SIM, but it's okay. They got the round. They got the convergence that they need. They got the out ops that they need. We are now 1 off Hunter's Fury. We are 3 off Lockdown, and we are 1 off from the Shadows. We also have Nightfall fully prepared for a retake here. So if you are SUSS and you are really, really worried for this attack here, because can the defenders retake you with Nightfall? Yes, they can. But they can also use the Nightfall to stop your execute at all, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially in rounds where you're in an eco round, but this is going to be a full rifle round for both teams here. It's a very important one
Oh.
for the side
no.
of... Oh, wait, we've seen this before.
Hello, Texture. Oh, shooting a bit early there. Texture would have waited there. Maxus. But anyway, does still retain control of this B main angle here. Double peek into mid from the attack here. You see the out op cycles actually. Let's go back to the out economy here. Fireworks is 1 off his lockdown, but so is Orange Panda 1 off his Hunter's Fury. Those 2 outs, as we know, cancel each other out. And it's very important for the teams to be aware of this. Was Max is with the operator trying to find a swing here. The Killjoy patiently waiting here. Both teams not letting up here.
I feel like Fireworks might want to contest for that out orb.
Oh, the spike's coming back. Oh,
The spots the shoulder of Fireworks. Maxis takes him down with that operator.
Yeah. It's rough, man. If your max is like, you know that there's someone there, but you're just unable to clear him out there. However, Pudding's utility will get destroyed. But Maxis, it doesn't matter because he just gets a kill on the trains there. She's
He
gonna
wants
swing
to go
up
for the
on his again.
reaggress again, but the shot does not connect. Has the shorty in his hands though, but this be able to close this door, but putting in Void just completely shut down this execute from happening. Flawless round once again for SIM.
Yeah, really insane awareness from Maxis to keep on that angle with the operator, right? Really good patience from him. Unfortunate for Fireworks there, but just amazing round from SM as they find themselves onto 11. They find themselves 1 point off of match point here. 6 rounds, 5 round gap difference. We're doing math here. 11 minus 6 is 5. For SUSS to be able to come back here, just trains with this one way here, completely just disrespects her. He's telling the Omen of SIM here, I do not care about the fact that you have a 1 here. We're gonna take A main, and we're gonna contact up actually into A main here and possibly commit this lockdown.
I mean, without any information being gained for that recon dart in B,
run.
the positioning of Void here, he's ready to go in for a fast retake if needed. The side is gonna be completely open save for Restart's positioning. An interesting one. Playing in hell, trying to deny the space.
Oh, the
Players
fake
from
bomb.
coming in on the side of SUS as the Nightfall to come through immediately. They want to go in for a fast retake, and Restart is gonna be the spearhead of that. The operator shot does not connect, but Restart does finds it. Now the 2 Fireworks trying to bring things back for his team and Carrots as well, but there's so much to do. Pudding shuts his counterpart down. Fireworks falls, and it's match point for the side of SIM.
I think the unfortunate thing for SIM there is that for
No button.
SUSS there is that they knew exactly what the owner was doing. They knew exactly what Restart was doing. He's pent up in this corner in hell, right? And they commit the nano swap to flush him out. But unfortunately, train trades on that first engagement isn't ready for that fight, and he uses it and allows for Restart to have the performance and the whole of his life as the owner on the side there.
Yeah, that was a great showing from Restart, holding on to his side like that, and now the attackers, SUSS, not so keen to re-hit that side, so you can see all 5 players heading over to that B side instead.
Yeah, trains and the rest of his entourage here in the main with the Owl Drone leading the way. The tip of the spear here dashing in with his tailwind onto the B side here as the site is basically for free.
Oh, but Carrots gets spotted out by the scans. Orange Panda is the one who takes him down, gets traded out though, so 4v4 situation here, but they don't have the Hunter's Fury to work with anymore.
Yeah.
Spikes down.
From the
From the
shadows, here, will get
shadows.
committed. Yeah.
Coming in for the side of SIM as they head on, try and go for this retake. Want to commit a lockdown as well.
Oh no.
Just in the nick of time, Hunter's Fury committed for the side of SUSS, and Fireworks is the one who finds that opening pick. Train is good for one as well. But Pudding trying to bring things back for his team. He gets spotted out.
Yeah.
Gets scanned by the recon dart as well. What more can he do? Time is ticking, nothing at all. Frendo cleans up that round. And finally, SUSS find a round in the attacking half.
Don't worry, there are other
Ooh.
ways to be
Yeah,
useful.
SUSS really hard fought round there. They really tried their best and it worked out for them. And 5 rounds in a row that SUSS need to win. It needs to be perfect Valorant for 5 rounds. That needs to happen for SUSS to have a chance at overtime, or it will just be SIM taking the first map here. Let's look at the outs here. We have Hunter's Fury now online for the sofa here. Now the killjoy out from Fireworks is not a worry anymore. He can now use his out for that post plug.
Yeah, but look at what side of SUSS have. They have the null command. Try and shut him down.
Yeah, but Void trying his best to find some information into mid here, but Maxes on this angle again. Once again, with the operative, can you find this open? He
Spots the
spots the
shoulder.
shoulder, misses the shot, however, doesn't get any value out of this operator in this position right now. But fireworks here. What a lurk from the killjoy here into tree. He might actually be able to get a timing here if SUSS are able to pull and rotate from 2B here.
Oh, might just be able to catch a
Oh,
timing. Fireworks is walking in.
yeah. They
This is
spotted him.
dangerous.
No!
Restart gets taken down. Void now holding on to that angle, giving Fireworks an opening by putting no. Trace the numbers right back. Now command committed on the
30
side
seconds left.
of SUSS to try and go in for this execute. Maxis, what can you do in this position? He gets cleared out by Friendo. This Hunter's Fury committed as well to deny the plant.
Spike planted.
Void, good for one. Finally catching that lurk of Fireworks, but still a 3v3 situation. And Utility, not yet online.
Yeah, the ball slowed down for at least a bit as the defenders try to get their bearings back into this 3v3 retake here. They're holding. The turret gets put out here, but it probably will get destroyed here. As actually for takes initial, but loses the pudding.
Last player
Look at this
standing.
double pick coming in from the side of SIM. Great shots overall, putting good for 3, and Void is there to clean up the round. What a showing from SIM.
And that was such a good fake,
Push your
right?
button. Save
From the
day.
side of SUSS.
Defenders
They had the lock in position. The jet was there. The jet was spotted in B main, which brought across rotation, brought across the killjoy and then also to get triggered. And they got into a position where SUSS were actually able to get that initial kill on the exit. But it all fell apart in the retake. And I do think that it's a matter of preparation, right? It's a matter of which of these two teams are better prepared, which of these two teams are better equipped to play against each other. And I think, on a sense, today, SIM are the one that SIM are the team that's better prepared here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard itself, Trains was there with 8 first bloods, but they weren't able to convert their 5v4s.
Yeah.
And for the side of SIM, that was a great showing from them. Unorthodox pick with both the Fate and the Sova, both recon initiators, but I think it proved to be very strong in this situation.
And we see how in this situation, the jet being at 6, 15, and 4 doesn't actually matter that much. Remember a few hours ago, hours actually, yeah, it's been long, but hours ago, I was talking about how the Jets and the primary duelists don't actually have to top frag, right? They can afford to mid frag, they can afford to bot frag even, as long as they are doing their job, as long as they are opening the sites for their team. And I think that's what exactly what Max did to a clinical degree.
Yeah, definitely so. A lot of space being taken by Maxis on these entries, on these retakes. And you can see 4 first bloods, that's like more than half of his kills. So, like, I think that's saying something about his performance.
Yeah. Train still really trying his best here. Fireworks, I think, not finding the star power that he once found on against that SPE game, right? I think a bit of a mellow performance now from him. I think SIM were able to isolate him very well. SIM were able to find out where he was playing and just really avoid him really well, which led to not a lot of conversion being done for for SUSS. But coming into this next game here, do you remember the map that is going to be here?
I mean, map 2 is gonna be on Split, and we've already seen Split in the previous series itself. TP versus SIM, I believe, and their split, SIM split didn't look too good because they didn't have any utility to try and clear out the cipher trip wires, but I want to know if they
Hmm.
can switch things up a bit and try and make a difference in this series itself.
Yeah, I do think that SM need to change how they're playing the split quite significantly if they want to have significant success in this map. I would say the best change would be to probably put in the race instead of the jet, right? Which you think that's a good change?
I mean, definitely. So, Raise the paint shells is just so strong to try and clear out the tripwires, right? So, off the back of that, your tripwires are gone. You can have more freedom into entering into sites and denying this map control from the opponents as well.
Yeah, and I think that from the side of SUSS here, we haven't seen their split yet. But split is a map that is so dynamic. It's a map that's so momentum based, and you've heard the saying that all greats end on split still. So will we see the end of this match as a 2-0 for SIM here? What do you think?
Honestly, I feel like SUSS had some great ideas in his map itself. There was a lot of mid control being established, and on their defense, they were able to get 6 rounds. But where they failed more most of the time was on the attacking rounds. So I think Split is similar to Ascent in the sense that it's more defender sided. So I feel like for SUSS, you really have to be able to convert as many attacking rounds as possible.
I mean, I do think that on split, the main thing that needs to happen for either of these teams is that they need to understand what they can do on the attack and where the gaps of the opponent are. In a map that's as popular to play Cypher as Split, right? Knowing the gaps of your opponent's defense and exploiting that should be the primary focus and the primary priority of the attack then. So anything that SIM is able to pull off or anything that SUSS is able to pull off will be good enough. But there will be a short break as one of the players I think does need some time to fix an issue. And we will be going for a really, really short break here. But we'll see you back here in a bit. Don't go away.
everyone to Game 3 of Campus Legends Season 4, Day 1. My name is Grammy. Joining me here is Aurora, and we were covering the matchup between SUSS versus SIM on the map of Ascent just now. SIM took it away on Ascent, and now coming into the map of Split. Aurora, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm tired, but I'm good, and I'm excited to see some amazing split gameplay here. Yeah, I'm trying to hype myself up for this, but once again, comms are going to be the key here. We know that last time that we played, SIM lost on their agent comms, but in this case, will they make a change? What do you think?
I mean, looking at the hovers right now, I think they're trying to make a change here. Look at this double duelist composition coming in for the side of SIM. Max is already locking in that race.
Yeah.
And Ray's such a strong agent, especially if you're playing against a Cypher, right? You really want to be able to break those tripwires and he's been putting up a performance previously on the Sentinel role. Now he's on this duelist role of Jet. So double duelist composition on the side of SIM here. On the opposite side though, the Viper Cypher being locked in. I think this is gonna be an interesting composition.
Yeah, so we have the really, really old Astra competition. Oh, actually, not. We're gonna be going back to the Omen here. So
You got
this is the
scammed.
so this is the Sentinels composition coming in for the side of SCSS here. Really, really strong because you have the power of two Sentinels almost on defense with the Viper and the Cypher. Okay. Okay, man, I don't know why he's picking, but at this point, sure, Trains can go anything, and he will probably succeed. But back onto SIM here. Double duelist, single controller, Sentinel, and a Sky. Taking a page out of the book of their previous opponent here, isn't it, Grammy?
Yeah, but are they gonna fall into the same pitfalls that SIM did on the previous map itself? Is the question.
Yeah. We'll see. Oh, okay, so we are back to the Astra. Okay, so we are back to the Astra for the side of SUSS here. Very, very primitive team comp, honestly. This was popular back in the days where Astra had 5 stars, right? But with the removal of that star, you have significantly less utility from Astra, but still very strong. We saw this team comp play with 100 Thieves at the beginning of this year with Cryo on the Astra, and the place he was able to put up with that gravity well, with that Nova Pulse on site here. Such an impressive feat from him. But can this team of SUSS replicate this similar success here? I have no idea, and I'm excited to find out.
I think it's pretty interesting that they have this double controller setup with this Astra instead of the Omen and the Cypher as well.
Oh.
What on earth is that? Pudding wants to go in for aggressive peek, but Trains is the one who takes him out.
Yeah,
As the
Trains.
opening kill going the way of SUSS.
Yeah, Trains hitting him with the fadeaway there as the Viper wall will come up, and SIM are forced to just reset here on this 4v5. They're forced to play back. They're not able to trade here, and they just up one player completely SUSS into this exit here as they will look up with this Viper wall into a heaven here. Max on this angle. Is he ready for 3 players?
He just spot out the first does take him down. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map though, Carrots takes Void down. That opens up so much space. And Orange Panda from the side able to pick up one. So the pivot immediately from the players of SUSS to try and go in for this rotate. Do they know that Carrots is in this position? No, they don't.
Oh,
He's able to get one, but it's Orange Panda again with that trade down to the 1v2.
yeah, the heal will come in for this
Spike
side
planted.
of SUSS here, and they both will be full health here. And is the solo player of Orange Panda from SIM here to try and get anything from this classic high-low Sentinels 1v2-esque setup here from the backkeeper. We have seen this setup fail. We have seen this setup get hard counted here. Almost will come up here. There was a chance for the one-way to isolate the kill here, but Frendo gets the initial kill
These
onto the
parasites
Omen
aren't
there.
gonna
There will
take
be a
one
first
step
round
past this
for
place.
the side of the attack.
And yeah, that's a great start on the side of SUSS because if you recall on the map of Ascent itself, they weren't able to get a lot of rounds on the attacking half. So if they're able to mix things up and do what they couldn't on Ascent itself, I think they might have a chance back into the series here. And now eco round for the side of SIM.
Yeah, this is really, really good if you are an SUSS fan here. Really good momentum early on this attack after he's trying to.
Whoa.
Interesting Vipers are. Wait, is that a counter for the Cypher Cam? Well, actually, no, that was just a missed orb right there. But anyway, as the attack will shift towards this A side here, if you are SIM, there's not much you're trying to find. All you're trying to find is damage and perhaps a kill or two with the out ops here. As Maxis stands guard on this heaven angle here, I don't think he's gonna expect a Trailblazer and a Viper here. He will have to retreat here, though he doesn't as he gets that initial. As they will make it on the side here.
I mean, SH4 peeking before the Trailblazer is pretty fixed. It's pretty interesting for him
Yeah.
to do there, but it's able to work out in his favor. Maxis with the weak weapon does fall, and SH4 is actually expecting a flank, but spots out Orange Panda. Gonna fall back. Void is the one who trades the numbers, trying to bring it back for the team.
Wait, this is kind of dangerous, no?
Yeah,
SIM
I
now
mean,
have they have the potential
this-
now.
this protocol coming in for the side of SIM. Retake this Rams position, but Trains from the back already finding that pickup. Orange Panda though trades it right back. But do they expect a second player up in heaven? Carrots! You can't do that. Orange Panda punishes that mistake. It gets taken down by SH4. Time is not in Restart's favor right now. He can only play for kills,
Oh my
and
God.
he takes everyone down with him.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter whether you are SUSS or SIM. That on both sides, as SUSS get the round, but are they happy about that round? I don't think so. That was the worst round win they could have expected in the situation, right? All 5 guns lost. You are completely broke for this bonus. It's almost a guaranteed anti-eco conversion for the side of the SIM defense here. That's not what you want, Grip.
Definitely not. Losing all those guns and is coming into this bonus means you have to kind of try and reinvest with the sheriffs here. All 5 players, sheriffs across the board, and Max is
Oh.
going in for an aggressive peek. Nobody's home,
This is so
so
much
they're
information.
aware. Yeah, they're aware of where these players could be. Trailblazer as well gains so much information and holding on as this outlaw.
Here.
Yeah,
He knows that
the,
these players don't have the shields to work with.
the trip covers B main, races the entirety of T spawn now. All SIM need to do is wait. And wait, they will. Pudding will get another piece of contact onto mid here. Risa will get that kill because of the trip there. Orange Panda, another spam kill onto Karis there. And just like that, the attack is quelled.
And again, they can't get past this trip, and Pudding finds a headshot onto SH4 as well. Maxes from the back. Finally, his flank pays off, and it's a flawless round coming in from SIM.
Yeah. I mean, we expected it, right? But to pull off in flawless fashion means that SIM start to be able to snowball this momentum, right? And even though SUSS were the one that won the pistol, were the one that won that initial conversion, look at their economy. They are not in the best shape of money right now, but if they lose this, they have to eco. Meanwhile, if SIM lose this, they still have a full buy next run, Grim.
Yeah, I mean, Friendo doesn't even have the money to buy a rifle, like
Yeah.
a Vandal here. And again, aggression being shown by SIM to try and take this B main space here.
I love this so much from SIM. The duelists playing together, buddy, right? Maxis and Pudding playing together on the race and the jet, and they are just getting so much info here. And because of this, Void can just sit so comfortably on A here.
Yeah, and it's so much information for Void. As well as the rest of the players of SIM. Trains looking through mid, trying to find what he can. As the rest of the players on the side of SIM try and lurk up with this toxic screen. Orange Panda punishes it. Can he find a second? No, he can't. The restart is there to catch that lurk. Carrots though.
Parrots heard that the guiding light. He heard the guiding light miss. He knows that he doesn't know. He knows that Restart doesn't know his exact positioning here. And Is he going to capitalize on it? Does Restart react in time? No, he doesn't. Kairos takes it up, and Void
30
now
seconds
so
left.
vulnerable on the side.
Oh, this is dangerous. Void spots the foot. He's just waiting for them to trigger his trap. Goes in for this fake plant here.
Camera
And
taken
Void is
out.
just playing his life on the site itself. The rotations to come in.
Recovering it.
1v2 on the side here for Void as his teammates rotate
Oh.
in. He's able to find the first down to the 1v3 situation here for SH4. Gets shut down by Pudding. And that's the round converted for the side of SIM.
I think this is what SIM need to do if they want to survive in this series, right? They need to have that Race and the Jet playing together. I really love this new body system that they thought of. Such an improvement from the previous game of Split, right? Because when we looked at them there, a lot of rounds it was just the Race trying their best to go for something, right? It usually didn't work. But because you have this aggressive support in the form of a teammate, it makes your early rounds on defense just so much scarier if you are SIM right now.
And if you're SUSS in this situation, you have nothing to lose. Look at where all these players are.
Yeah.
They want to go in like a death ball here. I think Pudding may have spotted one here. Oh, but that was definitely heard by SUSS though.
That was heard. That was the sound has been heard. Pudding knows exactly. There's at least one player that maybe more will find the first. Can he find the second on this angle here? Dash is back, but he knows exactly where everyone is, Greg.
Yeah, he spotted out a couple of the players on SUSS as well, so they're gonna go for a rotate here to mid, but these trips from the side of SIM could prove to be deadly. Carrots, his foot is spotted out. Void. Again, playing his life on the site. Trying to play for his trips here.
Yeah, trying his best to find something, anything off his trips here. Max is in this advanced mission, but Void hit. Oh! SH4 completely diffs out Void did, but Restart is still on side. He hears these people. Does he know that there's a lurking from Viper? Is he aware of his positioning? No, he isn't. As for catches him out here, Max is with a kill on mid here, but Orange Panda, and will be this Viper's pit that is committed for this. He's so low though.
But they want to go for this aggression here. Timing is good for SH4.
Enemy remaining.
But this can't get the spike plant down. Maxis is there from the back, finds two of his own. 3 in a round and 3 on the board for SIM.
And that looks so good for SIM, and then it looks so bad, it looked disastrous almost, because SH4 was able to get so much value off a Sheriff and the Vandal, right? But then Max is coming in from the heavens, and Angel to the guiding light here, and it saves SIM's round here. It brings them their third round, and it brings them into finally in this map a round advantage for the defense here. And if you are SIM, you need as many rounds as you can get on this defense.
Yeah, and this time around, a change of pace coming in for the side of SUSS off the back of the Cosmic Divide. The site has been taken. Orange Panda being pushed off this angle as well.
Healing over here.
Positioning of all these players. The side of SUSS, can they hold on to this position is the question.
Yeah, it looks really scary if you're the attack now. 5v5 retake, all on site. Every single person of SIM is ready for this retake.
Oh,
Your best
no.
swings out, but he just doesn't find it.
And the Trailblazer was good, but Pudding good for one, and Void there to support as well. The rest of his players come barreling into the site.
Last player
Down to
standing.
1v2, but Train Trace and SH4 convert the round, bringing the scoreline back to a tie.
Yeah, really nice recovery from the side of SUSS there, as they will get themselves onto the site with the Cosmic Divide, right? That's number one. Cosmic Divide was committed, so it got them onto the site. But they actually had amazing plan, right? They had a set post plan afterwards, right? That secured the site for them, that secured that space for them that they need to win the round from. As you can see all of that planning in work as the Maxis dashes up or he double satches up and he finds absolutely nothing on the initial there.
There.
But Max is trying his luck again. He isn't scared. He isn't scared of failure. What he's scared is his team losing as a shot will get committed and instantly will find the initial on to trains and suddenly the defense once again up in a 5v4 and the attack is scrambling to find something on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and that's the Jet, the entry duelist down as well, so it's gonna be so much harder for them to try and make a play if they want to burst onto the side, but they do have a toxic screen in play here.
Yeah, darker screen here with the Viper. Really, really valuable here. But Orange Panda, he's actually playing in front of it. This is an off angle that we see a lot of Omens play from because you're able to get one and TP out. And as I said, he's about to get one and TP back in apparently. But but Pudding does get another kill onto Fireworks here, and suddenly the attack is completely blunted here by the side of SIM here. They know exactly where these players are. They have the positions to counter them. And this just looks desperate, Grammy. This just looks desperate, man.
I don't think they expect Orange Panda's positioning as well. They're just gonna
30
try
seconds left.
and run back. Try to save here, try to play for exits maybe. The economy not in the best of positions.
Yeah. It does look very, very, very unfortunate for the side of SUSS here. Immediately off round start, they have to contend with a 5v4 and then
10
5v3,
seconds left.
5v2. And right now, all they can do is save their guns and hope that the next round will bring them more. But let's talk about like how defense and attack work on split. Grammy. How many rounds do you think SIM would want to have on defense to have a comfortable lead that they can capitalize on going into the attack?
I mean, I feel like Split is more of a defender side of map, right?
Mhm.
So I feel like you would want to have at least
Yes,
some
this is
rounds advantage over your opponent. So maybe like 8-4 half.
So 8-8 you think will
this
be
is
the
my
limit
spot.
that
This
will
goes
be
here.
the limit where SIM can say, okay, we have a comfortable lead and we can have a
Get out of
comfortable
my way.
advantage in the attack here.
Well, I feel like that would be comfortable enough for them to have something to work with in the attacking half, especially since they have this double duelist, right? And they have the race to deal with the Cypher trips as well. And look at this early aggression coming in.
Yeah.
Max is good for one,
Wait,
able to
why
escape as well.
Cage triggered.
wasn't the trade there? He had a trade. He didn't go for it. Fireworks finds that info and the trade onto Void there. But unfortunately, this just means that the attackers know exactly where the defenders are because of the Neo Death. But the defenders also know completely where all the attackers are. Fireworks here.
Gun barrel spotted out.
Yeah.
Fireworks. So many players here. Restart is the one who gets that frag. And despite being planted, this aggression towards CT is being punished by Orange Panda. Does he expect a second player is the question though.
One enemy remaining.
But it doesn't matter.
Oh, come on.
Players from the Rams position have already taken the site and putting a nice shot to end the round and get SIM to 5.
Yeah. I do think that what SIM or what SUSS are showing right now is a weakness that I think a lot of teams do face in their time of playing together, right? A lot of times you see people just pushing out one by one, trying to find those solo plays, trying to find kills and space for their team. It's not the play that necessarily incorrect, right? Because they do have the timing. But unfortunately, if they had just told the player behind them, like, oh, I'm gonna go for this, can you try and trade me? Those plays might have a lot more success there.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Again, aggression coming through off the back of the paranoia. Good for one. Spike down as well. Maxis finds the kill onto Fireworks. As the rest of the team on SUSS have to scramble to try and retrieve the spike.
Free
Oh.
for me.
That's not fair, man. It's just not fair. What do they have here? A Bucky and a Frenzy is all that the attack has to contend with. As they're probably just gonna try and get one here. Right? I feel like if they get one, it's a pretty good deal.
Oh, and look at this position from
Yeah.
both Orange Panda and Pudding. They're just standing side by side, expecting a peek to come through from sewers.
I love this open smoke too. It like perfectly blocks the hit. So that if you are swinging up, yeah, it will be a completely blind swing out of the open smoke.
Yeah, I mean, this round is just completely shut down by that aggression that SIM have been putting on the pressure.
30
They've been
seconds
doing it
left.
consistently for
Yep.
these couple of rounds, and finally, Carrot is forced out of his position, gets taken out by Orange Panda. It looks like it's a done deal in this round.
Yeah, and the sad thing, I think, the unfortunate thing is that for SUSS, right, they are not very close to outs, right? They are
10
still so
seconds
far
left.
away from a lot of the outs that won those 3 rounds, right? So if you're SUSS here,
Hawk out.
you kind of need to think about how do I win the next one? You have to win the next one here because you can't be waiting for the out cycle. You don't have the advantage in the out cycle.
Yeah, I mean, look at the ultimate economy for the side of SIM right now.
Yeah. SIM just have such a stronger out economy here. We see From the Shadows online. We see Blade Storm online. We see Neuro Theft online. Showstopper is 2 away from Maxis, and you know that he's gonna try to farm it because you know he wants to double satchel A main again and kill someone with it.
I
Out
mean,
of
this time
charges.
his mid aggression can come through, playing
There you go.
anti-flash there with Pudding right behind him. They're able to take out Carrots here, and still they want to go aggressive. But Frendo is gonna punish that aggressive peek from Maxis. And this pressure has been stalled. Nero Theft to come through. On the
Fireball.
side.
They know exactly where these players are, right? They know exactly what they can do in this defense and in this attack. And right now, as the attack shifts back towards B main here, what can Void do?
I mean, Void has to hold on to this site, right? It's a cipher.
Cage
They're
trigger.
able to break the strips, but it's a one-way. It doesn't matter. Train just sprays right through, finds a second on the Pudding as well, and they're able to get the spike plant down, I believe. Restart wants to find a pick, but they're not giving him an inch.
Oh, this flank. He should have heard SH4 from the mid position. So he should have heard that there could be a flanker here, and Restart, yeah, Restart is so privy to this right now. Can he win that fight? Yes, he can. And suddenly, it's a bit dangerous, but the danger is quickly expelled by the kill from Besto Friended, and Restart is just left alone on this position as a Sky here.
Harden up, girly.
Still a nice shot onto his counterpart, onto Frendo. But with this from the back, the backstab coming in from Trains, they're able to convert their 4th round on the board here.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in.
Yeah, really nice round from SUSS here. A bit of life being back into this, but as you said, SIM probably trying to go for the 8-4 half here. So these 2 rounds are really important for setting the momentum for SIM next half.
Yeah, definitely so, and you can see putting this investment into the operator here could prove to be deadly, and now all 5 players actually on the side of Void. They're gonna run into this Cypher Trips,
Yeah,
but
once
not
again,
if he gets ahead of it though.
Oh.
He dashes above that Cypher Trip, but
I think
still
he-
gets taken down
yeah,
by Void.
he jump dashed it. He tried to avoid it, or he dashes right into the arms of Void there on that B side here. Trailblazer here will fail to re-clear B mid, as there is still significant pressure towards B mid here, and SIM are very aware of that.
Yeah, and with this trap still up, that's a lot of information for the side of
Cage triggered.
SUSS. I mean SIM. As I say that though, Void gets cleared
Yeah.
out, so Restart has to fill that Void. And with
Yeah.
3 players in B main here, he has to hold on to this side. He's able to catch the timing onto Frendo.
Down, B.
Goes for the swing again. What a wide swing, but gets punished by SH4. Cosmic Divide to come through, and Orange Panda plays ahead of it to find 2.
30
What
seconds
a
left.
hits up play by Orange Panda here, putting on this have an aggregate. He's gonna wait for his teammate to flank from B main. He's gonna wait for his teammate to get his position here.
But I
But
think he hears this.
But here's this,
One enemy
here's this for
remaining.
Karras. It doesn't matter. Karras still finds the kill, and he's gonna run all the way to A here. So Maxis,
10 seconds
as
left.
the sole player left on SIM here, he's gonna have to try and win this 1v1 here.
Yeah, and with full utility to work with as well. For Maxis. Well, Karras is just playing on the side. Trying to figure out where his rays will come from.
Yeah. The
Might be able
one
to catch
rule,
a timing though.
the one rule of any 1v1 clutch is to be decisive. It's the decisiveness that will win rounds for you. And Maxis decisively puts that nade into CT there, but he swings with the satchel right into the crosshairs of Carrots there.
Last round before the switch.
That will be your 5th round, and that also will be SUSS trying their best to claw this back into equality. We've seen this so many times.
Yeah, I mean, SUSS looking pretty good on the attacking half right now. But then again, a double duelist composition for the side of SIM just means that SUSS just have to get as many rounds as they can on the attack.
Yeah, and they have Showstopper here, and they're gonna try and invest Showstopper. No, they're not. They're just gonna use their Vandal and take down Fireworks. And right off the bat, once again, as you've seen in so many other rounds, SUSS just get that first round disadvantage, second disadvantage, and SIM will get the 5v4.
Yeah, and a rotate's coming in for the side of SIM are good as well. They're expecting this A execute. The train is sharper though, takes out Orange Panda. Maxis is somewhat low as well, down to half HP. The Trailblazer is trying to clear out information in mid, but nothing to be found so
Yeah.
far.
The existence of trains here will bring this round back into equality, but because there was so much contact in A main here, all these defenders are still stacked up onto A here, but Pudding is trying his best to find something with his play, so eventually will choose to relinquish control of the site as the Viper's Pit will go down, and this suddenly becomes infinitely harder for the defenders to retake here, but they still have Showstopper, Grammy, they still have that Showstopper.
Indeed, they do, and this retake is gonna come through from a double-pronged approach with the Showstopper off the back of that, trying to get as much space as he can. He clears the right angle, gets the kill on the trains, but still, the Viper's not found.
Remaining.
He's down low though, and all the kills go the way of SIM.
Yeah, it started with the Showstopper. He hop, jump into elbow here, killed the Jet with a jumping Showstopper at his feet, and right at that moment, he distracts enough attention for the rest of his team to swing into the Viper out, and pew pew pew, and everything is dead. And in 5 seconds, SIM are able to clear the Viper out, get the kills, and get that defuse off. And it will be a 7-5 half here. And if you are SUSS and you have to be Sky here, double duelist on attack, there is potential for this team to be absolutely devastating on the attack.
Yeah, and they won't fall into the pitfall that they did in the previous game itself, where they didn't have the race to try and clear this utility out. But this time though, I think they want to try and take things slow, try to figure out where each of these players are playing on the side of SUSS. Look at this default coming in, but it's a fast take onto Rams by Maxis.
Yep.
Gets spotted out by this the Cypher camera as well. Does not expect SH4's positioning. Gets to Train's good for one. Numbers
well for that.
advantage.
Yeah, 5v2 on the side of SUSS. Really nice actually from the defense here. Really good reaction from the Viper to expect that A-Ram's aggression and be ready for that so well by SH4.
Yeah, and you can see SH4 taking the initiative to try and push the issue here with a crossfire with Carrots. They don't expect his positioning at all, but the shots don't connect. Finally, it does. Orange Panda though, good for one. Try and clean things up, but it doesn't matter. It's a clean pistol round going the way of SUSS.
Yeah, and that will be the first round gotten on the defense half for SUSS here, as they will shift towards the anti-eco once again. Out ops and damage is the only thing that's probably on SIM's mind here. But the attack is still very, very potent with this double duelist comp here, as the spec and most of people will be shifting towards P.
Oh. Doesn't spot out the camp initially, but trains breaks that. No more information on the side of A, but Pudding tries to answer back. Carrot's good for 3, finally gets shut down by Void.
Blinded.
But still, this mid-aggression is trying to come through. Fireworks doesn't connect his shots there. Void does though. And suddenly the tides have turned. It's a 1v1 here. That's so much damage. Like, I mean, even though the side of SUSS won a round, there's so much damage done.
And we see a very similar thing happening from the first half as well, right? SUSS wins the pistol and SUSS wins the conversion, but with so much economic damage that they are basically unable to buy for the third round, but they actually do choose to commit quite a lot of money for this bonus round here. They really want to start this comeback
this
really
is a nice
strong
spot.
here by investing into this bonus round.
This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Look at that trip.
It's for the raise double satchel or the jet dash if I'm not wrong here. But Max is trying his best to find some space, find some initiative into this mid angle here.
There.
Oh, Carrots though sprays down the Trailblazer but gets punished for it by Pudding.
Yeah.
That's the opening frag going the way of SIM, but Best of Friendo again playing up close and personal with Bucky. Will they clear him out? Yes, they will. Void is the one who finds
My
that
ultimate
pick.
is ready.
And that opens up this B side off the back of the Paranoia and the Satchels. Max is trying to gain as much space as he can as the rotations start to come in for the side of SUSS.
Yeah, and the defenders have
planted.
absolutely no space to play with for this retake now. We have the entirety of side. We have Restart actually holding onto mid here. He will actually be able to catch out the trains and probably onto SH4 as well. And Orange Panda cleans up onto Fireworks, and that is the 8th round. And SIM retaking that lead for the game.
Yeah, and that was a overall pretty clean round from them as well. And for the side of SUSS, well, they invested so much into that round itself. Now they have to go on an eco.
And on the equal, they will go. I mean, to be fair, it's a risk and reward thing, right? When you invest that much into the bonus round, you either get that bonus round conversion, which leads to your economy snowballing, or you get killed like that, and that leads to you having to be forced onto an eco round here. SH4 with the Viper Molly trying to contest for this mid-split here, as Pudding with the Phantom over the Viper Molly, trying to find his opening here, but SH4 will get that initial kill.
That's a bit of an overextension from putting through the Viper Molly, giving that vulnerable and a bit of a team flash coming in for the side of SIM, but it doesn't matter. Restart gets that frag. Trying to open up the site here. Trains. Tries as he might. He can't survive, and Orange Panda catches 2 in mid off the back of that lurk. Down to Fireworks once again. He can't find anything. Maxis cleans the round up. A 2-point lead for SIM.
Yeah, and it will just be a simple B split from Heaven into side. They get the pace into Heaven. They get even more pace with the race double satchel onto side. And even though a bit of a team flash situation happened there, it doesn't matter because SUSS are on weaker guns. SUSS are on that lower weaponry here. But as we shift into this round here, an operator for the side of trains there, maxing out his credits here. If SUSS lose this round, that's it for the side of the economy of SUSS here. But Max is trying to go for this early play into Heaven here once again.
Yeah, but there's so many players just waiting behind this toxic screen, and Friendo even catches the middle look of Orange Panda. And that's the controller player down. No more smokes for the side of SIM here. They have to go in completely dry. Maxis takes the site, but Trains finds a pick on the restart. And Void able to catch a timing on the Carrots though. Fireworks once again playing up close, but Max is just the one who finds that pick.
Yeah, the duelist
Back
bringing
to a
this
3v3.
team, yeah, bring this team
No more
back
charges
into
left.
possibility here,
On my wire.
as it will just be a 3v3 retake with Train's Blade Storm instead, but
Oh.
Pudding just swings out and taps him on that fadeaway here. Suddenly, 3v2 is very hard for the defense now.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Definitely doable though, but Frendo expects that flirt coming in from Maxis and he's able to close out the round with a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, and that's a much needed round for SUSS here. The economy wasn't looking good. In fact, after this round, the economy still isn't looking good here, as SIM are trying to push the issue and push SUSS into another save.
Yeah, I mean, although that round was heroics from Frendo, still the economy not looking too good for the side of SUS. As you can see, the Stinger and the Guardian being invested here, and Trains doesn't even have the Blade Storm anymore. He invested it in the previous round to try and win it out, but unfortunately for him, it didn't work out.
Yeah, SH4 with this deeper Viper or the poison or into mid here, Pudding once again copying this aggression. We have seen this so many times here.
And Carrots wants to go for an early pick in the smoke, but gets caught out by the Seekers as well
I know exactly
as
where you are.
the Cypher Cam. Now the Neuros have to come through, Pudding good for one. Can he find another Maxis as well, able to clean up these kills on the site, opening it up, but Frendo has something to say about it.
This advanced screen
Spike
position
planted.
from the race here, from Maxis here, might just be everything. He finds one, he's just to his classic, doesn't find the second here, but Fireworks here, trying his best to win out this 1v2, to bring his team back to that 9-9 scorer, but it is so hard.
Okay, time for a break.
I mean, so hard indeed. Double digits on the board for the side of SIM right now, and they have the showstopper at the ready.
Yeah, it's pretty
This is a nice
interesting to see. It's pretty insane to see. And once again, look at SUS's buy. Best of Frendo can invest onto the front of it, but that's it. That's the only piece of firepower that his team can kind of afford here with the money that they have. And because of this, if SIM are able to win this, this is pretty good for the economy and the round situation. 11-8 actually if they win this.
Yeah, definitely so. Not if SUSS have anything to say about it though. This read from SIM
Oh.
looks good. Look at where the spike is going.
Oh, the spike's just gonna hit towards B. It's just gonna be a free plant as all 4 members of SUSS are stacked on this A side here. Sky, Best of Friend will hear this contact and this plant onto B here, and he will call his teammates back. But it's a matter of what do you want to commit to this retake, Graham? What do you think they can commit to this retake?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't comment much because the economy isn't looking good at all. Max is even finding the mid player. And here's the rotations of Frendo here. Behind this tripwire, tries to get the timing,
Yeah.
but Reset and Void is the one who find those pickups.
And honestly, that's kinda it, right? 2 people stuck in CT here, Void trying his best to find more out for himself. He will end up getting that 3rd kill, and suddenly he is 2 away from his mirror death, right? And the attack has the showstopper. The attack has the From the Shadows available for the executes now. And looking at the out economy here, can we say that SIM are in a great position to possibly close out the match on split here?
I do think that they have the chance to do so, especially with the showstopper that's able to create so much space on the side, right? Especially when you're running this double duelist composition. And with this buy that's not looking so good for the side of SUSS, if you're able to convert this round, it could be
Yep.
great, but I think that was a bit of a missed satchel for the side of SIM. Still, the showstopper being invested to try and find the side anchor. Does the connect? Orange Panda finally finishes that kill.
Yeah, and SIM, you really see that all their efforts onto exit are just to clear this cipher out of sight, right? And because of this, they have so much freedom to play this retake down. I don't think that Void is going to actually he will expect this position from Train Tracer. No, he won't. Train Tracer does get that kill, and suddenly the defense have an angle back into the side here.
Yeah, Orange Panda has to go for aggressive peek there, but Friendo punishes it. Max is the only one left on the side. What can you do? Finds the first two, but Carrots closes it out. What a round coming in from both these teams.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it really just comes down to that flank kill from Train Tracer. He was able to disrupt the setup of the Cypher there, right? If Void survives that, if Void trades that kill out from flank there, they win the round, no questions asked, right? But because of the fact that they were able to get A main so easily, the players on site were kind of pinched from both that CT angle into elbow and from A main as well.
Yeah, and that gives them an opening back in this map, I think.
Keep up.
Because that's the showstopper invested for the side of SIM as well. So this time around, mid is the name of the game, but SH4 immediately commits the Viper's Pit to stall this aggression from coming in, and this trip in mid could prove to be deadly.
Ooh. But Train
Aggression.
Tracer, yeah. Catches
Aggression
being caught up, yeah.
mean.
It's aggression.
I know exactly where you are.
There.
He does get caught up by the tripwire though, but it doesn't matter.
Come on,
SH4
take
good
it.
for one. And Fireworks trying to find what he
Spike
can.
planted.
And he does expect.
Position.
Yeah. Do you think he expects the person now? He probably does, right?
I mean, I feel like he does. I think he might have heard something there.
Here.
Oh yeah,
But-
yeah. They're picking up. They know he's the. But how close do they think he is? Skyflash will confirm the fact that he is there. It's actually for a drop stun, but gets straight out instantly by putting here.
3v3 situation here, but Void and Pulling looking to close this round out. And Best of Friendo just cannot connect the shots. It's match and series point for the side of SIM.
Match
Yeah,
point.
and when the Viper's pick got committed bit there, I was actually going to say, but I didn't have the chance because of the timing. I was gonna say that I really didn't like this mid Viper split. Like on theory, it looks kind of good, right? Because you do deny the entirety of mid, right? But why, if you're SUSS, are you still committing a trip inside of mid? Then are you afraid that your Viper won't be able to handle the pressure there? And if so, why not just play with him there? But because of that, because of this lack of good positioning here, they lose the round. And just as I say that, SIM want to win this round fast. They're already in 11.
Yeah, look at this pace, change of pace that's coming in from SIM. Maxis gets one of the paint shells, and the buy not looking good at all for the side of SUS. As Trains though looks to change that. He takes one out with the Marshall and is one away from that Blaze Storm. This positioning from Friendo could be deadly, but no, Maxis clears it out. And Void good for one in his position as well.
It's looking bad, Grammy. It's looking bad.
Last player standing.
Yeah. Maxis gets his third onto Tracer, and it is just Carrots left here. Cosmic Divide in front of him. It gives him some space to look up, but doesn't give him enough to even get a kill. He does find his first one to Maxis there. It isn't traded, but there are still 3 more players on site here, and there is still the giant issue of a big spike taking away. Carrots, what can you find on this Helmet angle here? It is nothing
Attackers
as
win.
Void closes it out 13-9 as SIM win this series 2-0 on Split.
I think that was a great game for both teams actually. I think for the side of SUSS, they really made adaptations to the Ascent game that they have had, and the attacking half looked pretty good, but unfortunately for them, SIM also made adaptations to the split, and they looked insane. I mean, the fact that Maxis got 7 first bloods, able to
Yeah.
convert so many rounds off the back of that is great.
It looks like an SIM that was able to learn from their mistakes and able to adapt to what they did wrong. Right? But the amazing thing was that this adaptation wasn't done in a week. It wasn't done the next tournament or the next time they play split. It was done in the span of less than an hour, right, Grammy?
Yeah, I mean, the previous game just took place like a few like hours ago, and they immediately recognized the flaw that was with their old composition with the solo jet duelist, and they were able to make a change immediately and put Maxis on his race.
Yeah, so amazing job coming in from the coaching staff here, I believe, and amazing job coming in from the players there. But let's look at the bracket again. So unfortunately, Grammy, can you bring us through the bracket right now? Which teams have been eliminated? Which teams are staying? And what can we look forward to next?
I mean, unfortunately, SUSS will get knocked out. Commiserations to them, but congratulations to SIM for making it to the next round here in the losers bracket. But for the side of the for round three, we actually have RP versus NTU as well as TP, which we saw earlier, versus SP. Both those teams have looked pretty strong, and I'm looking forward to that matchup as well. But for the side in the losers bracket, NTU will be moving on into the next round.
Yeah, really, really exciting games for today. Today was exciting. What are your thoughts about today, Kevin? What are your favorite moments or favorite games from today?
I mean, I think the games today, I really like the ideas that SP had in the first game itself, and I really I also like how SUSS tried to bring their mental back in this last series as well. So I think all the teams today did uh, play to the best of their performance, and it was a really good showing.
Yeah, SP's go 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 mentality was also one of the highlights of today for me. But before we end the stream, before we end the tournament, let's also give a shout out to our partners and sponsors. Grammy, do you want to help me with that?
I mean, sure. Once again, we'll be shouting out our sponsors here. Our organizers, Skoga, as well as the Esports Academy, our presenting partner, the National Council Against Drug Abuse, our academic partners, ITE College Central, as well as Republic Polytechnic, our program partner, Scape, and broadband partner, My Republic, a monitor partner, Aegon by AOC, who's sponsoring part of the prize pool actually, as well as a PC partner, Predator, and media partners, Defy and Emerge, and as well as production partner C2E4.
Yeah, and with that said, we are so thankful that all of you could join us here today in watching three amazing series of Valorant. I've been Aurora, she has been Grammy, and we'll see you next time.
Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1, so I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle in essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel, and this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock,
Right.
extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know it's drugs. He became a regular customer, and he's also a drug supplier. I got it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March, and I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home, it's just very, very tough also, because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah.
Yeah.
Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits, or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else has to step in and control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, then the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then take a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Said, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her and then just said, sorry. 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing, and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for